morning. And that question is, whose Africa is it anyway? And the reason for this is capital is selective. Borders are still shifting. Artificial intelligence has arrived, and it's not waiting for anyone. Africa's founders are building in conditions that would stop most people in their tracks. But the harder question is no longer whether Africa can grow. It is whether Africa can write its own financial story on its own terms. Who controls the capital flows? Who owns the data and the infrastructure? And who is building versus who is simply profiting from it? So that is the tension that we're going to sit with throughout this morning's sessions. And we've structured it in 4 kind of chapters that we want to share with you. The first is around survival. The second is around scale. The third is around sovereignty. And the last one is around the builders, so the innovators in the room. So let me just unpack that a little bit for everyone here. So I said survival is the first one. So we begin with new realities of raising capital. The second one is around scale. So we move to the hard work of building a borderless digital economy. The third one is really important, is sovereignty. And that word sovereignty has been cropping up all around the world, largely since Trump came into power. We confront the most urgent question of all: who owns the data and who owns the future? And finally, we want to hear from people that are actually executing on the ground. So we're going to have a few innovators that are in the room. So 4 chapters, 1 question, and simply no easy answers. And I want to say this up front: woven throughout this morning and carrying on into the afternoon, it's a deliberate spotlight on women in technology and women in leadership. From our opening policymakers keynote to our founders panel, the voices of women who are building, investing, and shaping Africa's digital future are not a side conversation here. They are central to it. Because the answer to whose Africa is it anyway is incomplete without them. But before we get into the chapters, we have 2 opening perspectives, one from policy and one from capital. Because the capital meets policy dialogue, those are always the 2 lenses that we look at. So I hope you find the next few hours interesting, and I think now it's time to begin. So first up, we have a very, very special opening keynote. There is no one better placed to open this conversation than the 2nd Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, whose portfolio spans inclusive finance, digital transformation, and cross-border payments frameworks that will shape the continent's financial future. So please, please put your hands together and raise the roof for the 2nd Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana.
Good morning. Oh, come on. Good morning. That's more like it. It's a great delight to be here with you this morning. Let me acknowledge the governors who are present with us this morning. We also have distinguished innovators and business leaders. I see some of our special advisors from the central bank and some of our directors also here with us, so acknowledgements to them as well. And thank you so much for making time to join us today. I believe that over the past 2 days, we have heard a great deal about innovation, about investment, and about impact. And we did also hear something about implementation. Now, this morning, I want to add a 4th word to that conversation, and that is architecture. Because innovation without infrastructure cannot and does not scale. Investment without systems do not reach people, and impact without inclusion will not last. Our gracious host spoke about how important it is to include women. And that's a very important point because if you take Ghana specifically, and even across Africa, almost half of our population in Ghana is female. So imagine if we were developing technology without them. That means that we're only harnessing half the capacity of our population. And that's a great disservice to ourselves as a people and to the capacity of women. So let me speak a bit about what it would take to build Africa's digital future on Africa's terms. I want to start with a very simple observation. Because in Ghana today, anyone and everyone can send money from a phone with no internet connection, no smartphone, no app, no data plan. Just a basic phone, a feature phone, and a USSD code. For millions of people, that model has done more for financial inclusion than any sophisticated solution. And if you take the World Bank Findex report, it says that Ghana is now at 81% of financial inclusion. And that is possible because of that USSD feature that enables people who ordinarily would have been exempt now to be able to transact digitally and financially. So why is that? It's because the system was built for the reality that we have, for the people who we serve, because the infrastructure also already existed. Now, if Africa is going to build a digital future on its terms, then we must be clear what that means. It means designing systems that work for Africa and connect across the continent for scale. And that's what policy must help us make possible. Let me offer 3 brief examples from Ghana. First, we built on what people already had. When digital payments began to scale, we did not wait for the ideal conditions. We built on basic phones and mobile networks. That decision mattered because ordinary people then could transact, could save, they can insure, they can make payments. And so those tools were already in their hands. And we just leveraged those tools to enable them and to create inclusion, which was necessary. The second thing was that we recognized that agent networks were necessary. So the woman at the roadside, in that corner shop, in that kiosk, who handles your cash in and your cash out, is not some side conversation. That is central to the inclusion strategy that we rolled out. She's part of the system. When we regulate digital finance, we're regulating not just the innovation, interoperability became possible to transact from one network to the other. But thanks to interoperability, we were able to do that easily. And that's how digital finance moves, from isolated products to creating a solution that builds an ecosystem. So what do these examples tell us? That Africa's terms is a design principle. It requires us to ask, what barriers do our people face today? What infrastructure do we actually have that we can build upon? And what can we scale, ensuring that no one is left behind? Now, let me talk a bit about capital, because later today, there'll also be a conversation about attracting more capital to Africa, and that is important. But let's be honest, capital is what it is, capital. It flows where systems work, where payment rails are reliable, and where regulatory frameworks are clear and trust exists. Therefore, to attract more investment into Africa's digital economy, we must build the architecture that allows innovation to grow. That includes payment systems that are trusted, digital public infrastructure that supports identity and access, consumer protection that builds trust, and regulatory coordination that allows businesses to expand across the continent. And that's why the next chapter of inclusion matters. And that is why it's about systems. And this is where, as policymakers, we also come in. Our job is to shape the conditions under which innovation can be useful, responsible, and inclusive. The distance between a well-designed policy and a functioning system where most people can do digital transaction and be included is where we either fail or succeed. So again, what does it mean? A few things we must do. First, we must build the infrastructure, not just policy papers, and make sure that inclusion happens because of that. Second, we must harmonize where it creates scale. As we advance the AfTA digital trade protocols and roll out fintech passporting, which I know the governors and technocrats have discussed, we need to make sure that the harmonization is seamless, because there's nothing more frustrating than trying to transact and then being caught up in the middle, not being able to complete that kind of transaction. Third, we must keep inclusion at the center of it. If digital progress only serves those who are already visible and easy to serve, then we're just simply digitizing advantage and not digitizing inclusion. And by the way, I think our mobile money experience has taught us that inclusion is also profitable. And so for capital to move, we have to make sure that policies are aligned in that manner. So the truest test for us then is whether our systems would work better for the market trader, the small business owner, the rural user, that farmer, the woman-led enterprise, because inclusion is achieved when access becomes broader, more trusted, and more useful. Let me close with this. I think we have leapfrogged as a continent as far as digital and financial inclusion is concerned. We've shown that we can produce global significant financial innovation. We built with what we had, we adapted, and in many ways, we are leading. But the next stage will require architecture, solid architecture that enables us to connect across countries. Trust, because trust is at the heart of any financial transaction. Coordination, and the discipline to build systems that are inclusive by design. Today, we have digital finance that reaches places that traditional bank branches never could. We built that with basic phones and with an agent network because they were the right options for the context we had. That is what building on Africa's terms looks like. And that's the foundation on which our digital future must be built. I thank you for your attention, and I really look forward to us having very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. That policy drives, and it's extremely fragile. And so when I think about this, it's policy sets the condition, capital decides whether to show up, and in 2026, with the era of growth at all costs definitely over, the question of what capital actually wants from Africa has never been more important. So I'm going to ask two capital providers who are deploying in Africa right now to join me on stage. one from the world of impact-orientated private capital, one from the world of domestic institutional capital. Two very, very different pools. One very important conversation, which I have the pleasure of moderating. So I think we're almost ready. Yes, so I'm going to invite Madame Hamdiya Ismaila and Kofi Finn to the stage, please. Please put your hands together. Here is my mic. Okay. So in the speaker's lounge a few minutes ago, I kind of said, look, these guys can ask questions of each other. And Kofi, you looked quite frightened. You looked really frightened. Why was that?
I'm frightened of Hamdiya.
Really? Okay. So this is a confession.
In most of our conversations, the question that she asks is, why are you not allocating more capital to my fund?
Okay, and what's the answer to that?
It's coming.
It's coming. Okay, we have witnesses now, so well done. So I want to start with an opening question to both of you here. In this era of, the era of growth at all costs is over. We saw the early developments of fintech in and around 2010, all the way through to 2022, where money was just flowing around the economy for fintechs. And we saw a lot of that happening. And a lot of investors were saying, look, don't worry about profitability. It's growth at all costs. Keep expanding, keep expanding. And then we saw that watershed moment in 2022. And so what I want to ask is, we're seeing global capital is consolidating. We're seeing huge funding rounds, that are obscene in the AI space in the US. But the rest of the world seems to have a little bit of a shortage here. So from your respective seats, and maybe we'll go with ladies first, impact advisory and institutional pensions, what is the biggest disconnect between the global narrative about investing in Africa and the reality of getting a deal done on the ground today? And maybe, Hamdiya, you would like to start us off here.
Thank you, Patel, and a very good morning to you all. And it's really nice to be here. I think the global narrative has always been how Africa is very risky and how it takes time to exit, how the market is yet to grow. And so I'm really just trying to stick to only the investment side, and how Africa is looked at as a very homogeneous place. And so when there's a problem in one country, it means the entire continent has a problem. So really, that is some of the narratives you hear. And so you don't want to hear bad news from any of the African countries because it's going to affect everyone and it's going to actually affect investments flow. But I also think that generally speaking, we still have a lot of building to do within the continent. I like what the Deputy Governor talked about around leapfrogging on fintechs. We actually are leading fintechs in the world. And I think we did that because there was a need to do that. We had a lot of unbanked population. We are talking about financial inclusion. And so we need to find out ways to include everyone at a minimum cost, which we understand here. But if you're an investor sitting outside, you just don't get it. So that is the big disconnect that we have. And so for me, I've always said, and I think you probably will ask that question, I've always said that one way of trying to resolve a lot of these issues around capital flows is for Africa to begin to invest in itself. And until we do that, this disconnect is going to be there because they don't live the reality that we live. And that's just what it is, unfortunately.
And how do we change this mindset? Because when I think about the US, I think about San Francisco and some of these key markets.
one in maybe 100, 1 in 10 or 1 in 30 startups succeed. Yet there is a risk appetite, there is a mentality, and if your first 100 startups fail, the 101st one is going to succeed. And so it's a cultural kind of mentality that is a defiance that investors will still back, a founder, even if they've had 20 failures, because they know that maybe the next one is gonna be the golden ticket. But how do we change that cultural mentality? And then I'll come on to you, Kofi.
So you're very right. So America actually is one of the countries that has, risk capital. They have a lot of risk capital because they believe in this, and it's structural and it's cultural. And I think our culture, speaking as a Ghanaian, is that we don't like to lose, right? Because we have lived in a country where you can put your money in treasury bills and get 40%, right? So what is the point of giving the money to a startup that you're unsure is going to come, right? And people are just so used to making sure that when you put in money, you get something. So failure has not been part of us. And so it is a cultural thing we need to look at. And I think it's happening because over time, right now, I think the treasury bill rate is in the single digit, right? Because essentially, everybody wants to put their money and they think it's risk-free, and you get this return, and people haven't lost money. And so the whole idea is I need to put in money and get money back. So I don't get it, how I could put in money and lose it. And so we need to build that culture as well. It is with us, and it's going to take a long time.
So it's not just Africa. Indian culture, Asian culture is kind of failure is a taboo. But if you ask any winner in the world today, I guarantee they will say they failed multiple times before they won. But Kofi, over to you. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the same question here.
I think I can follow up to what Dia said, and what I'd like to add is I think it's really a question of scale and volume. So the examples you gave in the US about funding innovation are around the concept. The model that they've built is around the concept that if I succeed with an investment, that investment is going to be massive. And so I'm willing to take the risk on losing on 30, and the 31st is going to give me all the returns that I need, right? So there are two things around that. The first is that the successful investment has to be massive. It's got to scale. And the second is that I need to see enough investments so that as I filter through, I can diversify across all of these risky ones with the hope of finding the one that ends up succeeding, right? And that happens in, again, markets like the US, like parts of Asia. And if you look at Africa, we're large, but we're fragmented. And so if there's going to be a successful business that we're going to back, it has to be clear that that business can either be really big in its economy, or it can have access to a large market outside of that economy. If you take Ghana, for example, what kind of fintech will succeed here if it addressed just the Ghanaian market? It's going to be difficult. It's a small economy. So if it's not that, it's not addressing the consumer space, then it's got to be an infrastructure play in the country, because that can then be large enough. So, those are the kinds of things that then can scale, and I have to see enough of them so that my bets are diversified. Around funding innovation, I think that's a real challenge for domestic capital. And what that means is that in addition to looking at Ghana or domestically, we have to look outside.
Yeah. No, so I think that's where the policy piece comes in here, where we're beginning to see these corridors, passporting, so you can start to get that scale without having to reconfigure your platform as such. And it makes it easier to be able to, move seamlessly between markets. So Hamdia, I've got a question for you around, when you look at the pipeline of founders and fund managers coming to you today, what is the most common mistake they make in how they structure or pitch their business for your type of capital. And I'm sure there is a few people that would be interested in the audience here, and hopefully they'll grab you on the way out as well in a nice way and pitch to you.
Yes, so for me, I think one of the mistakes is trying to be everyone in one, right? So let me give you an example. Let me give you that clarity. So let me take a fund manager. A fund manager would say, I want to set up a fund and I want to invest in fintechs, right? You will hardly find a fund manager who says, I just want to invest in fintech. They will come and they will say, oh, we are sector agnostic. We are looking at, this and that. And usually, as a fund, I manage a fund of funds. So I invest in funds and I invest in companies as well. And you would see that all of a sudden, they will speak to a particular investor who will say, well, I think your strategy, so you start, I'm investing in Ghana, Nigeria, maybe Cote d'Ivoire. And then they will meet an investor who will say, well, if you want my money, you have to add Sierra Leone. The next time the strategy comes to you, there is Sierra Leone in addition. And then there is a conversation with another investor who says, well, I'm very impact driven. So this, you must look at climate. The next time you see the strategy, climate is included. So you realize that as you look at the information memorandum, there is so much tweaks that at the end of the day doesn't make sense. And I think that is one of the biggest challenge we have.
So it's about having that consistency. And does the word AI impress you at all? Because it feels that, every investor I speak to in the US, that one word or, abbreviation is quite frustrating because you'll see it in pitch decks, you'll see it multiple places. But sometimes I don't think people understand the context of, what this change is happening. But
so you see, when you're looking, so you are looking at the team, right? And you are looking at how this team is going to be able to execute this strategy. And so you are looking at the team that has all this thing they've done, and it's fine. And you look at the strategy, and the strategy keeps evolving. And then it doesn't match the skills of the team. So you have a disconnect. You're not going to achieve the projections that they are telling you. Sometimes you bring it up, sometimes managers try to be defensive, so you just leave it. So as we speak, I have about 120 funds in my portfolio I'm looking at. And some of them, you just look at it and you're like, you really want to raise money? These are these jobs, because you see it, right? And it's the same thing as founders. And usually when I speak to founders, I tell founders that take a little bit of time to research the investor and know what the investor likes. Because sometimes it will purely be a waste of your time chasing a particular investor because that particular investor strategy, you don't fit in. And if there is no that alignment, it's not going to happen. And I think I also tell my fellow investors that don't waste an investee's time. It doesn't fit. Find a way to communicate so they can move on and look at, those who are willing to look at them. So I think it is both ways, which we need to really make sure that we are up and doing, so you don't waste people. Sometimes it just doesn't fit. So let me give you an example. I invest in VC. And as Kofi said, we have 4 countries in Africa. That is the home of VC, right? For deals. So Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Egypt. If you come to me as a fund manager and you say you want to do VC in Africa, and you are doing country-specific VC, I'm not in alignment. Other countries, so Senegal is coming up, we have a bit, but to get deals, I've done an investment in a fund. They see 800 deals every week. Yes. Like Kofi is saying, to be able to get one good deal to do, you need to look at hundreds of deals. And so if a one country focused VC, my strategy is not aligned with you. So my VC strategy is Pan-African. And because I'm sitting here, I'll give you pressure to look for deals in Ghana as well. But I know you may be limited. So those are the things that comes up. So we need to be able to tell funds that, look, this strategy, if it's an SME growth fund, I understand it has to be country specific because you are looking at multiple sectors, it works. But it's VC, no. So we need to be able to have these conversations so that we don't waste people's time and keep urging them on when we know that we're not going to give them money.
No, I hear you there. And I think with 800 deals on the table, you can use an AI agent to sieve through as the first filter now. We're going to segue now, because we're a little bit tight on time, onto the exit drought and structural soundness. And there is that holy grail for every founder that the exit is where you're leading towards, and sometimes that can be a hindrance as well, because that's all you're thinking about. But Kofi, I just want to kind of just pick your brains on, if the lack of liquidity events is the single biggest barrier to new capital inflows, what must founders and policymakers do to create viable exit pathways? And can domestic institutional capital play a role in creating secondary markets or alternative exits? What's your experience in this space?
I think if you had asked this question 5 years ago, I'd have said it's a very difficult situation you're describing, and the only exits we can look at or talk about are exits to global strategics, primarily, or secondary funds who are going to take you as a founder on your next stage of growth and maybe give you some liquidity. But increasingly, the public markets are becoming a very viable alternative. I have a little bit of a domestic bias, but I know that there are other economies like Nigeria, Kenya, where the pension sectors, the private pension sectors have developed to the extent where there are significant players in the public capital markets as well. And the way we approach it, at least from the Petra perspective, is to say if we invest in something privately, we have a very long-term view on it, and it is our expectation that we'll continue to hold it when it becomes publicly traded. So the listing option in these countries for companies that either start as startups or that are in private equity funds is becoming a very viable option. The domestic listing option is becoming a very viable option for founders. The founder might say, look, if I list in Ghana, maybe all I'm getting is Ghana cedis, I don't want it. Find a way to get dollars. But you can list it here and have a lot of participation from long-term funds that are increasingly becoming deep. Just this year, after how many years of 4 or 5 years of almost no IPOs, we've had 2 IPOs this year. They were not in private portfolios, but they've come to market and it's beginning to set the trend. And so listing is a very viable alternative for founders who are looking for exits in their domestic countries.
Please.
To add to what Kofi said, and just to echo that, yes, there's a lot of narrative about exit in Africa, which indeed is a challenge, but I think it's because our markets were still developing, right? So, for example, you don't sign one VC check and list on the stock exchange. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. So I don't understand why there is so much pressure on Africa when it comes to exit, because we need to build the capital market. And it is not every exit that's going to end IPO. And just talking about what Kofi said about the 2 exits we've seen in the market this year, the one that is very exciting this week is one of our home brands in Ghana. That company started in the 80s. Yes. That company started in the 80s, yes. So it's not something that you give a check of 1 million in a business and the next day you are listed. No. It doesn't happen in the US. I invest in the US too. So the whole idea is that we should have multiple funds, right? So in the US, you will see that there will be a little bit of, some angels starting, VC, pre-series, Series A. There will be another fund doing Series B, Series C. There will be another one coming in, then the buyouts will come in. And then now you know that the company is well prepped for IPO. So it just doesn't happen that one investment, then no. So I think we need to have multiple funds that are picking up from where we end, because we have structural issues around when you start a company. Some of the companies, you are actually paving the way. They are, in my term, I call them market makers. There are companies that they don't exist. We're setting them up as innovation to build. And it takes time because regulation is a problem. You need to have to work with the regulators to even understand how to regulate this particular company. Before you even understand the regulation of it, and then now how to begin to look at how to expand. And so they are not companies that immediately you put in money, you're going to exit. And so we need to really look at exit within a context. Okay, when it comes to the investing in Africa. And yes, as Kofi said, our capital markets are developing and they are picking up. And we're going to get there. But there are so many ways of exiting. I've been investing over the last 25 years and I've seen a lot of exits. They are just not IPOs. But I have not lost money. So really, there should be a way of contextualizing this within the continent and the way we look at exits.
Got you. No, that makes a whole lot of sense, and certainly to celebrate champions. I think where we have champions within certain markets, they should be celebrated, and ideally they give back because the world has helped or the market has helped them achieve what they wanted to, and there should be a pay it forward piece. But we've got like 3 minutes or so left. I wanted to say, Kofi, so if you could wave a magic wand and change one policy or one market condition tomorrow, what would allow you to double your allocation to the innovation economy? What would it be? So just pretend you've got this wand in your hand and you're going to wave it. What would it be? Shoot.
That's a tough one.
And we have regulators in the room, by the way.
I know, that's why I'm being careful. I think today, in the structure that we have in Ghana, there's quite a bit of a gap between the investment decision-making and the capital owner. Mm-hmm. In all of these economies that we're talking about, the institutional investment space is new, fairly new. Expertise is now being built. What that means is that capital owners feel like they need to know a lot more about the investment decision that is going on. We need to think about how we can design the typical LP-GP relationship that we have imported from the West into one where the capital owners have a little bit more insight into the investment decision making, not necessarily participation, but it has to be closer until confidence is built. If there was one thing that I'd ask the regulators to do, I'd ask them to look at that and help us design around it so that there's just a lot more confidence in the allocations that are made at this point in time until we get to a point where the system has confidence.
That's fantastic. Okay. And then for you, Hamdia, what is the one thing founders in the room need to demonstrate to you in the next 12 months to make you want to write a big ass check?
I always believe that it's possible. We can get things done. I think we should, when we do our projections, we should be conservative about it. Sometimes you get a proposal and the revenue today is about $1 million. And the projection is that by December, revenue is going to jump to 10 million. And you sit in the economy, you understand what's going on, and you're wondering, how is this possible? Right? So the moment you do that, it's sort of just get someone to think that maybe you didn't look at the numbers well. Right? So I think those are the areas, and we can work together to adjust. But don't make it look as if it's just going to change tomorrow, because we live here. I said one of the beauty of doing investments within Africa is that, for me, I live here. So I know what's going on. And I understand the sectors because I do sector studies all the time. And my team runs, data, so we know. So when you come and you tell me, I'm making 1 million revenue today, and by December I'm going to make 12 million, I'm like, really? So I think that is one thing that entrepreneurs should know, that those of us who give money out, we give it because we believe that we can change things. And so it doesn't have to be over-exaggerated, because we also understand the economy in which we are investing. And so let's be more conservative in the way we sort of do these projections. And the minimum check I write is 5 million USD.
That's pretty good. So all founders in the room, take note. I think be realistic, be humble, and just be really accurate. Know your numbers, I think, is very key. So we're literally going to be chased off stage right now, but I want one sentence from you, literally one sentence, and we'll start with you, Kofi, and then you can take us away. What is the most important shift the African ecosystem needs to make the move from high potential to structurally sound?
By that, you mean the funding ecosystem?
Yep.
Build capacity, build competence.
Build capacity, build competence.
Yes.
Okay. And Hamdia, do you want to take us away?
Yes, the world is changing. Everybody is looking within. There is no way Africa is going to develop without putting its money where its mouth is. So Africa must learn to invest in itself.
Fantastic. Okay, please put your hands together. Fantastic.
Looks like I'm up again. You're going to be tired of me. Yeah? Sorry? Adjust it. Okay. Fantastic. So the mandate has been set. The capital providers have spoken. And now, what does it actually take to survive in this environment? African startups raised a record 3.4 billion last year. And I just want to put that into context. That is a great number, and it shows some level of growth. But we look at, say, Germany raised about 8 billion, and that's a huge economy. The US, you're seeing OpenAI go for funding rounds at the moment of around 120 billion. So we kind of need to put this into context. Behind the headlines, there is a more complicated story. Down rounds are rising. Due diligence has never been harder, and we heard from some of the requirements here from the capital providers. And founders who built their companies in 2021 valuations are navigating a market that has fundamentally changed. This is not a crisis. It's more of a correction, a reckoning. And our first chapter is a frank, unfiltered conversation about what it actually takes to raise capital today. So, for chapter 1, the new rules of survival, please welcome our moderator, Angela Adomi, and her esteemed panelists. Please come to the stage, Angela. talk about real-time changes. We've got another session for you instead. It's with Jude Addo, and please come to the stage.
Good morning. I promise you I'm not Angela. My name is Jude Addo. I'm the founder and CEO of JA Group, a little-known company, a diversified investment firm across technology, real estate, natural resources, and wealth management. And it is my pleasure to be with you this morning, and I have my esteemed panelists. If they can join me on stage, I'm going to start with Tosin. Can we give her a round of applause? Next, we have Zach. Round of applause, please. And then we have Gianluca. I hope I'm getting that right. Round of applause. Thank you. Is this on? Can I get this mic? Hello? Am I good? Okay, wonderful, wonderful. We were supposed to be 4 on this panel, but Mensa sends his apologies. He's not able to make it today. But this is a session that is very, very dear to my heart. It's a very fiery topic, and we have the best brains, I believe, to opine on such a topic today. So allow me to set the scene. Africa raised $3.42 billion in 2025. $3.42 billion. A record number, a good headline. But behind that number, as we heard before, down rounds are up. Due diligence has never been harder. And the grow fast, figure it out later paradigm is totally finished. Global capital wants profitability, not just headlines. Wants unit economics and wants a credible story for exit. Local African capital is still not quite showing up at scale as we expect. Founders who prize themselves on 2021's optimism find themselves in a very, very different room today. This is not a crisis, it's a reckoning. And this panel is not here to sugarcoat it. 3 people on the stage, including myself, that will make it 4. I'm very happy not to be in the hot seat today. 3 different perspectives, but 1 shared reality. I'm gonna implore my panelists, no investor speak, no platitudes. We'll make friends later. We just want to hear what is actually happening. So Zach, you are a 5-time entrepreneur turned early stage investor, and you've deployed over $100 million across 80 plus companies. Tosin, you built your career on the ground in Lagos, deep in the trenches. You led Lagos Innovates, and you've supported over 200 tech startups. Gianluca, you're a pioneer of the Italian digital economy. You founded and took a company, Vitaminic, I believe, to IPO in 2000. That's incredible. I have, this is a bit of a payback story for me because a few years ago, I pitched to Tosin, one of my subsidiaries, to invest, and she said no. So I'm very happy to put her in the hot seat. You don't remember it? It's payback. Wonderful. So an opening to all 3 of you. The headline figure says 3.42 billion. The reality on the ground says something else. What is the biggest single shift in how capital is actually being deployed in Africa right now? A single answer, please. I'll start with you, Gianluca.
Thank you, Angela.
Jude.
Good morning, everyone.
I just need to put on a skirt. I may look like Angela.
You look like Angela.
I'm a pretty boy.
No, I mean, I think what you're feeling here in Africa is felt everywhere. So this is a global market. Venture capital, startups, it's things that happen everywhere. So I think that Africa is an emerging ecosystem with a huge potential. And I think that I can get it because I come from a country where venture capital did not exist 25 years ago. And we started to do investments in startups 20 years ago. And now Italy, which is a 60 million people country, had last year 2.5 billion investments in venture capital and in startups, okay? So I saw that building up from scratch. So I think that, you know, first for founders, when you raise capital, the first advice that I like to give is that what's really more important than valuation is understanding the amount of capital that you need to create value onto the next step. And that is the most important thing. So what is the amount of cash that you need in the journey that you're doing so that when you move to the next step, you have added value. You have validated your product in the market, for example. You have validated that the technology works, that the adoption is there. You have found out how to grow significantly, and start to, have the hockey stick in your growth. So that is the right amount of capital. That's more important than valuation. So, there was a bubble in valuations. Unicorns were, in 2021, 2020, where these crazy valuations were happened in Africa as well. But then, when that ended, the companies that had real value, they survived and they thrived. The ones that didn't really get that yet, they're suffering now with down rounds and issues like that. On top of that, a lot of the venture capital attention in the last 3 years has completely moved into AI. So the craziness in valuations that we used to see, for example, in fintech years ago, now they are in AI. And that is absorbing something like 50, 60, and Zach can be more precise than me, but it's absorbing 50, 60% of the money. And some people, and I argue that possibly there is an AI bubble, mounting up right now, that there is actually potentially some similar kind of bubble because there are huge expectations. There are going to be huge winners out of this AI thing, but there's going to be a huge amount of losers that are going to disappear. So, the way to adapt to these technologies like that, technology is waves of hype, disillusionment, and then reality. It happened to crypto, now it's happening to AI, fintech, you name it. So it's pretty normal. I think that good founders can navigate that by really understanding the meaning of value creation, and that will always attract investors. And the other thing is not to be greedy. The evaluation that you get is not real. It's on paper. If you really know how to read an investment contract, there are things like liquidation preferences, anti-dilution clauses. So the actual money that you're taking, they have some clauses, some strings attached that are even more important than the valuation. Actually, in a situation like this, those are going to be really potential killers of your company if you took too much money at too high valuation. So I think that is true for Africa. But on the other hand, what I think also is true about Africa is that the potential for growth is huge. I mean, real services can be provided with the technology that exists today. You have connectivity now on satellite anywhere in Africa. You have financial technology, you have cryptocurrencies, digital assets. I mean, a new infrastructure of technology can boost tremendously the access to new services to the people. And that will create some really big companies. And you are lucky in Africa because you don't have a big legacy. Because that is a problem in Europe, for example. We have a big legacy and we just cannot throw away all the stuff that we have for the new technology. We have to navigate the change. And when there is such disruption due to technology, that's even more difficult than starting from scratch. Just to conclude, I've seen quite a few startups, they provide AI-driven healthcare services on the phone in Africa. And that is great. You know, in Europe, in Italy, we have a basic medical service. We have a doctor that if you feel sick, you have to go there. Well, this infrastructure costs a lot of money. These doctors are old, underpaid. I mean, I don't even go to my doctor when I am sick because she's too busy. So now with AI, you can leapfrog such an infrastructure and provide a very basic service before the doctor to triage people at the fraction of a cost to 1 billion people. That is super exciting.
Thank you. Tosin, what's the biggest single shift you've seen in how capital is being deployed?
I think I really agree with what he said. I think in 2021, we saw a lot of these high valuations that you're referring to. And I think the ecosystem is course correcting right now. And, you know, let's be frank. A number of the VCs that caused these high valuations are gone, right? And left us with a problem. But just thinking of high valuations, it's very important that founders understand something. It's a nice big number that you have to grow into. And so if you've raised money at a really high valuation and 18 months down the line, we're evaluating you and your revenues do not match your current valuation, then there's a problem. You would have to do a down round because nobody is going to pay that. But I also think the source of capital is also one to talk about. Fund managers go out to raise funds. It is extremely difficult to raise money. I was having a conversation with Hamdia in the speaker's room. It is extremely difficult, more difficult, I think, than for founders. It takes us anywhere from 3 to, and some people 8 years to raise a fund. So when you raise that money, there's expectations from your LPs to return that fund. And for you to return your fund, ownership is key. So I want to own at least 10% of the company, right, that I'm investing in. At that 10%, I also have to make sure that the business is providing value. I have to make sure that the business is one where follow-on investors would be interested in. I have to make sure that there's a proper market for what you're building. I have to make sure that your unit economics makes sense. I have to make sure that it's sustainable. I have to make sure that you want to go deep in your own market before you go wide and get excited. So there's so many things I have to check. And when I speak to founders sometimes, I feel like we still don't get it. We're still not there yet. And so it's very important that you understand that times have changed. Capital is more expensive. De-risk as much as you can, which I think that's a whole other conversation for policymakers and for governments to provide grants and different ways for de-risk capital. But from an equity perspective, it's so expensive. And so you have to be sure that this is what you want. And you have to be sure that when you think about your company, you're also being realistic in what you're looking for. And I'll end with this. I've also seen situations where founders raise a lot of money, lose that money, are unable to meet their milestones, and then they get stuck. But then guess what? When they decide to start another company and carry those investors along, it might be even more difficult because those investors then already own a big chunk of this new business that you're about to start. And then your cap table is a mess. And then I don't want to touch it. So there's so many things to unpack. I mean, I'm sure we were in the conversations, but Jude, I still don't remember this conversation you're talking about.
Oh, I remember, yeah. Zach, do you agree?
I love that you two have beef. First of all, thank you to everyone who put on this event. It's really hard to do these things and to do it as well as it's been done here. The professionalism is amazing. So thank you to everyone. Especially thank you to the people in the kitchen because the food here is so good. In this country, so good. I'm a huge fan of your food. This is my first time here, and I'm gonna rave about it to everyone I meet. So I think I want to change the question a little bit, because I think it's easy to talk about all the pain in the market, and the pain is there. It's very real. We all have companies that have gone through that and are going through that. On the other hand, the opportunity that's happening right now is probably the biggest I've ever seen. Well, not probably. It is the biggest I've ever seen in my lifetime. The fundamental capabilities that AI makes possible is just unheard of in terms of the change that you as founders can make to people's lives on the ground in ways that they really, 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 really appreciate and that make you a lot of money. So I have a number of companies that have taken AI, used it to do relatively straightforward things. So they record the call as you're on a Zoom call, and they make a transcript of it, and they send it out notes to everybody. In the old days, you used to have somebody typing. Now AI does that automatically. Or they make videos using AI. That company went from 0 to 300 million in revenue in less than 12 months. Amazing. And we're just at the beginning of this curve. And what I think was really exciting is, as my good friend said, this is a leapfrog opportunity, which everyone in this continent knows really well. Because you can take that technology, and instead of thinking about websites and mobile apps and forms, you can think about phone calls to customers that solve problems for them using AI, information collection that is coming from sources that is not clean, and big, big, big solutions to big, hard, nasty problems. So for instance, if you're a farmer and you have to call around to all your different buyers to figure out how much they're going to pay you for your crop. Well, now AI does that automatically. And instead of calling 3 buyers, it calls 300 buyers. And it says, oh, here's where to deliver your food, and we're going to make you an extra 25%. Or if you're a restaurant owner and you're short on staff, instead of calling around, AI does that automatically for you. Or. There's 1,000 different ways that AI has the ability to add tremendous value to the economies across the continent. And so I'm super duper duper excited for what people in this room are going to do to change their world. And so I think the opportunity ahead of us is why there's so much pain for all of the existing companies, because I feel it. Because when I look at the old school companies that had 2021 valuations that aren't growing very fast, and then I look at my AI companies that are like literal rocket ships, I'm just like, nah, I'm over here. I'm with the future. So anyway, I think the future is exciting.
Wonderful. Thank you, Zach. I'm going to stick with you on this question. So as an investor now, what are you specifically looking for in businesses before you take a second look at them in terms of metrics, attraction, governance? Can you be a little specific for the entrepreneurs in this room?
Yeah, so like I just said, the growth rates that I'm seeing from AI companies is through the roof, like insane, like nothing I've ever seen before. And I think what you're seeing and why you're seeing so much capital going into these AI businesses, where OpenAI and Anthropic and Harvey and all these businesses are able to raise so much money, is because they're growing so fast. But the thing that matters is, at the end of the day, they're growing fast because the customers love what they're getting. So when you're able to basically write a legal brief, and instead of spending 100 hours of lawyer time, you can spend an hour of lawyer time, and it costs you a fraction of as much, you're going to do that all day long. When instead of having somebody answering the phones at your restaurant, the AI does it for you and takes the reservation and does a better job and never misses and is always answers on the first ring, you're going to do that. Like, there's all these examples where customers are like, oh my God, this is so much better. And that's causing this tremendous revenue growth. And so that, at the end of the day, is what I look for. I look for, oh my God, this is so much better. This is the future. And when I see that, that's when I get really excited because, like, for instance, across the continent, there's a lot of really hard problems that people need solved. And I know that there are entrepreneurs in this room who are going to figure out how to solve those problems. And when I get the call, someone's like, hey, I figured out how to solve a big problem and here's how it works, I get really excited.
Gianluca, before I come to you, Tosin, a very quick question back to you, right? You mentioned cap table issues that you've been seeing. I guess my question to you is there still a stigma on a founder or a founding team around down rounds, or has that kind of become normalized? How are you advising those businesses and founders? Should they hold out? Should they accept down rounds? Tell me how you're thinking about that.
No, would love to, yes. I personally don't think there's a stigma anymore. Just based on the climate. I think it's how I think your narrative, I think your plan, the milestones you expect to hit after, and also your relationship with your investors. So from a narrative perspective, you do need to extend your runway. Not because the business is, the business is growing, your churn rate is low, you do have customers, but you need runway. So that makes sense. You do a down round and new investors come in. It gets tricky if coming in over dilutes you, right? Because if you get over diluted, then I have to worry about who does the next round. And if the person, and if the fund for the next round, the fund that leads the next round comes in and, takes a chunk of the business and, the founding team is left with like less than 30%, 20%, then there's a problem because I'm not sure if you're going to stay incentivized to continue working on this. So that's where it gets tricky. And that's why I think a relationship with your investors is very important. It's a marriage, right? And they need to be with you throughout the entire journey. So if you're having challenges raising based on your current valuation, or you need to do a down round, I think it's important to sit with your board, your current investors, figure out a structure. For our companies in our portfolio, we've participated in down rounds. So we've come around the table and said to ourselves, we don't want this business to die. We think this business has potential. Things are a bit difficult now. What can we do? What can we structure? And we've done that. And we've put money, and not just like a lot of money into it, just to make sure it doesn't die. And so I think it's not, we understand the market. And it goes back to having local investors that understand the market, the purchasing power of the market, the macro environment. It's just a really tough time, but you still believe in the team, you still believe in the product, and you still think this could grow exponentially, but maybe in the next 18 months, maybe just not right now.
Gianluca, off the back of Tosin's comments, European VC has gone through its own correction post-2022. What lessons do you think the African context can learn from the European story?
I think that European VC is really changing. Again, Europe was not on the radar map 25 years ago. When I was an entrepreneur 30 years ago, Europe was not even on the radar map for venture. Now Europe is actually important. I mean, we generated lots of big companies like Skype, Spotify, Revolut, and so on and so forth. So starting from zero, we have demonstrated that you can do innovation in Europe. And in Italy, we did the same. From zero, we demonstrated that innovation is possible in Italy. And I learned one thing, that entrepreneurs and innovators are everywhere. There is not a specific genetic reason why if you're born in San Francisco, you have a different DNA, rather than if you're born in Accra. The DNA is the same brain. There is the internet, information is available. So entrepreneurs are everywhere. What is needed And what was really the change from zero to becoming a venture capital market in Europe and in Italy was venture capital itself. You need that capital to ignite entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs will generate companies. Some of these companies will become really big and provide real services to lots of people. They will exit, this money will be returned to the investors, and this innovation cycle and capital formation cycle will start to turn. And in order for this to happen, you need 10, 15 years. So what's really important is not only that you need to have a startup ecosystem, but you need to have an investor LP ecosystem, pension funds, banks, insurance companies, patient capital that can, be there with a little bit of their assets, few percent. Those will be enough to generate the big companies of tomorrow that will actually pay back the pension funds with new jobs and new welfare. So I think that it is important to act as an ecosystem and build all the layers of it. And this is what we've learned in Europe. And this, I think, is what's happening in Africa and in Ghana right now.
So you mentioned an ecosystem. And I think the elephant in the room, when I listen and assess what all that's been said, is the clear path to exit. We haven't heard of many IPOs. We've heard very limited M&A. Tosin, back to you, and then I'm going to pass this question along to the others. How does the VC model actually work in Africa, where the liquidity waterfall seems to be fairly limited for aspiring VC fund managers here, and even companies that are looking to raise capital? I think these things are very important for them to understand. How does it work?
It's a hard question. 10 plus 2 doesn't work. I didn't say anything. So I think founders should think of exits from day one. We as investors ask the questions from day one, just to understand how you're thinking about it, who could be a potential, what could be a potential exit strategy. And some founders get uncomfortable when you ask them because they want to assure you that they would work on this for the rest of their lives. But the truth is, I need to think of an exit strategy for my investors, for my LPs. In the past, there's been a lot of conversations about IPOs, like you said. Now we're having more conversations about strategics, M&As, PE funds possibly buying you, etc. But I've also had some interesting conversations with founders that would say to me, how about we buy you guys out? How about we want to keep this and then we just buy our investors out? And you're seeing that as well. But I do think that the market is still very early. The ecosystem is emerging, like the other speakers have said. And I think what Africa needs is patient capital. And that's why sometimes I ask myself if 10 plus 2 really works. We need patient capital. And this pressure on IPO is a lot. And if you think about some companies in the US, they still haven't IPO'd. So why is there so much pressure on Africa to IPO? Maybe we're not there yet. We will get there at some point, but maybe we're just not there yet. And in the other panel, Kofi talked about the 2 IPOs that happened in local markets, Johannesburg and I think it was Morocco, Cash Plus in Morocco. That's exciting to see. That maybe at some point we can IPO in local markets, but I know that that's a long time, and that Cash Plus has been around for 20 plus years. Optasia, I'm not sure, maybe even more. But the point is, a lot of our tech companies are still early. Less than 10 years old, or maybe like 10 to 12. And so this pressure of them IPOing shouldn't be there, I personally think. And I think as investors, we should be realistic and true to ourselves and understand what exits could potentially look like. Maybe secondaries, M&As, like I've talked about. But I think we should stop the pressure on our founders asking for IPOs. And just very quickly before I pass on the mic to you, I remember I was speaking to a founder in Nigeria, a fintech founder, a young guy, and he's doing pretty well now. And he said to me, Tosin, every day when I wake up in the morning, I pray for two companies, so the two big fintechs in Nigeria, that he prays for them to IPO just so that he can have a path and he can raise capital based on their own success. And I felt really sad that you're waking up every day praying for these two companies to IPO just so that you can be successful as well. Why?
Thank you, Tosin. I'm actually conscious of time. I'm a stickler for time. So I'm gonna ask each of you to give me one sentence, please. And there is probably or potentially a founder in this room that is looking to raise a Series A in the next 6 months. One sentence. What is the single most important thing they need to know before they walk into that room? I'll start with you, Zach.
Growth.
Gianluca?
You need to send me your deck.
I love it. Tosin?
One sentence. Value.
Value. Wonderful. In terms of closing remarks, I think based on everything I've heard, the headline numbers will keep growing, but I don't think that's what's important. What matters most is whether the ecosystem underneath those headline numbers is getting stronger, and that is the work, and that work lies on all of us in this room. Thank you very much, and thank you to my esteemed panelists.
Fantastic. What a great dialogue we just had there. And apologies to Angela and Judado. We've got the names right this time. So now we're on to chapter 2. We know what it takes to survive, but surviving is absolutely not enough. The next question is, how do you scale across a continent of 54 countries, 42 currencies, and a cross-border payment system that still routes most transactions through banks outside of Africa? The framework exists with the digital trade protocols that have been adopted, but the plumbing, the actual infrastructure that makes a borderless African digital economy possible is still being built. And the people who build it, regulate it, and fund it are all in this room. So, our chapter 2, the integration engine, please welcome our moderator, I think I've got it right this time, Angela Menso-Poku, and her esteemed panelists. Please come to the stage. We just have one thing to quickly announce before the panelists go on. There is the Talent and Careers that's in Hall 1. And so anyone that's interested in talent and careers, please head over to that way. If not, enjoy this fantastic conversation. Thank you so much.
Awesome. I was about to say, no, don't go to talent and careers. This will be better. This will be better. We are missing one panelist. Maybe not. Premier. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. And good morning, everybody. Okay, I don't know if that's energy or fatigue, but we'll continue. Before I start, I wanted to give us an overview. So in case you think you're in the wrong room, after I've given the overview, you can sneak out. But I'm your moderator, Angela, and we're going to have a very interesting conversation. I think one of the most powerful conversations when we look at the last 3 days. And plainly put, we all know that the AFTA is signed. We know that there is political will. We know and we all believe in the single vision of an African digital market. That opportunity is worth over $450 billion. It's real, but there is a problem. Cross-border payments still cost up to 10% more than if you're in Europe. Most of the money still routes outside of Africa. And also, we need 700 data centers, and we haven't built them yet. So the framework exists, the policy exists, but the plumbing doesn't. That's why we're here to talk about this today. Not the grand vision, we've heard the speech. We're getting into the unglamorous bit, the essential bit, the bit that actually talks about building infrastructure. And it's the infrastructure that holds everything together. The payment switches, the settlement systems, the data architecture, the policy levers, and critically, who pays for it all? And what happens when we get it wrong? Who is left out? I am very honored to have 4 amazing people on the stage who are actually in the trenches and lives this day in and day out. And so we're going to be sharp, we're going to be punchy, but we're going to have very, very honest conversations. So we can jump into it. And please let me introduce Gaki, Mobile Financial Services Director for Ericsson. Hi. We've also got Dr. Stephen. I know you said I should call you Stephen, but in Ghana, we like titles. So Dr. Stephen, Policy Director for the Women's World Banking. We also have Kwamina, Founding Director for Pay Financial. Hi.
Hello, everyone.
And we have Premier. He is the MD and CEO of NIBS, Nigeria's interbank settlement system. So this is our esteemed guests. We're going to jump straight into it. And this is a question for you all. I'll start with you, Gaki, and we'll go through. So as I mentioned, AFTA is signed, the protocol exists, but cross-border payments still cost between 7 to 10%. And they route through London and New York. What is the biggest bottleneck stopping a truly interoperable African digital market right now?
Thank you, Angela, for the question, and good morning, everyone. So Africa, as has been mentioned, we all know in the financial services space, is highly fragmented. You've talked about us having 42 currencies across the continent. The charges are up, as you mentioned, about 10%. But when you look at the global figures, transaction charges are about 3%. And what's causing us to not get there is partly because The solutions that exist, the infrastructure that our current banks operate on, as well as telecommunication companies, was not built for interoperability, which is a topic we're handling right now. They were built for local deployment, in-country functionality. And to your question of, can this be done? Yes, it can be achieved through building an added layer. So I come from the telecommunication space. At Ericsson Mobile Financial Services, we build technology where our mobile network operators are able to launch technology platforms, mobile money platforms, and others. And by providing an integration layer, either through APIs or middleware, or also what we are seeing happen across the continent. Every country is focused on building national switches that facilitate interoperability in country. At a continental space, which is championed by AFCFTA, we also have the Pan-Africa Payment Settlement System, which is also gearing towards achieving continental interoperability. So can that be done? Yes, it can be done. Is the technology available? There is what can be done by the existing operators, as well as in-country solutions. But it's also important that we highlight that is not the only roadblock for us not being able to achieve it right now.
Absolutely.
Back home, my requirement for KYC or know your customer from my financial institution might be very different from what is required of you here in West Africa. So in the East, we have probably specific standards. Even in that particular market, you might find 3 different countries within the same region also have very differing KYC requirements. They also have different SLAs. They also have different messaging standards. So we really need to not only focus on the tech side of it, but also bring together the different regulators that are championing this agenda. Because at the end of the day, we cannot discredit the regulators. Financial services will not happen without compliance to the different regulatory standards.
And I think you've brought me over to, if I hand over to Doc, your thoughts in terms of what's the biggest bottleneck?
Sure. Thank you very much, Angela. You've been trending even before this session started.
Doc, stop it.
Yeah. I think it's good to start on an appreciative note because this is a space I've been in for a while. I mean, 10 years ago, this was not the conversation.
Yeah.
So let's start by acknowledging certain things. That will have the DTP is a big win. That will have PAPS that is doing what it's doing is a big win. That will have IIPS in a lot of African countries is a big win. I mean, Premier is seated here and what NIPS and JIPS and the others are doing. And when you look at the last Findex figure, in terms of financial inclusion in sub-Saharan Africa, there's a huge leap. I had to say this because the conversation of financial inclusion and regional integration in 10 years was a conversation of bottlenecks.
Yeah.
So it's important I state this. So I realized I'm sitting with a lot of infrastructure people here. I am the only human element. So my inputs will be from the human element perspective, and it's very fundamental. Interoperability. The conversation around interoperability, I don't want us to look at it from the conversation of Accra to Lagos or Kenya or Nairobi to Accra. I want us to look at this conversation from the perspective of the Africa we have currently and the Africa we are designing for.
Okay.
I want us to look at interoperability as a conversation between formalization and informalization. For me, that's a fundamental conversation for interoperability, even before we start talking about what we have with the DTP and integrating in the continent. And the numbers say a lot. In sub-Saharan Africa, 48% of women are unbanked. And half of those women do not have access to mobile phone. And even the ones that have access to mobile phone is mostly feature phones. I'll say a lot about women when I read out my statistics. And the reason is simple. Once you build or design for a woman, you basically design for the entire community. But if you design for a man, you inadvertently exclude a lot of other people. So internet access, 200 million women still in this continent do not have access to internet. You know what it means? So if a bank now says there's cybersecurity information that they need to share, there are 200 million people that don't have access to it. But guess what? 70% of the trade in the informal sector, of course, you know that Africa is 85% informal economy. 70% of the trade in the informal sector is by women. These people that cannot be identified.
Yeah.
These people that do not have access to mobile phone. These people that are largely playing in the informal space. And when you look at the objective of DTP, you mentioned 450 billion, which is fantastic. The other thing that is of interest is that they are looking to bring 30 million people out of poverty. But these people are in the informal sector. How are you going to achieve that? Primarily, for this one bottleneck I want to put today, I want to call it the human elements. And we've seen a couple of things in our work across the globe on how to address some of these challenges. The challenges are enormous. I'm sure when Premier talks, he might talk about last mile, which is very key to what we're doing. We did a little thing in Southeast Asia. There are Cambodian women that go to Jakarta, Indonesia, to do some domestic work. Their problem is, how do they remit their money to support their family in Cambodia? It was a very, very big issue, but the solution was simple. The solution was simple because that ethical bit, that need bit, will start with them and understood what the problem is. The problem is women are time scarce. What kind of solution will help them not to be leaving their job, but still achieve the aim of sending money cross-border? Cost of cross-border transaction and the fraud these women suffer was huge. How do you address that? The long and the short of it is we designed a cross-border solution in partnership with a fintech that addresses the problem. So when you are talking to the woman, you are not talking of big numbers. You are not talking of, the economic value. You are talking needs and how needs are met. So this bottleneck, I want to look at it from the viewpoint of the ethical. That's the human need perspective. That is the weak link. That has been the weak link. The scale conversation is clear. Government are clear on the economic value, but that human aspect is what we need to strengthen in this conversation going forward. Thank you.
Doc, I think that if we could clap for you, we would, but we won't. There are no favorites on this panel, by the way. Now you've started clapping, you're going to have to clap for everybody. Kwamina.
Yes.
You're coming in, founder, fintech. What do you think the bottleneck is?
Yeah, when I think about bottlenecks, I think it's a combination of issues that cause the bottleneck. I think you have the technology stack exists to be interoperable. Yeah. It's being created, but it's going to take time to get confidence in it. It's going to take time to educate regulators to be comfortable with it. It's going to take time. My colleagues talked about fraud. It's going to take time to get people comfortable with how strong it is against fraud. And it's also, I think the lady from Ericsson mentioned that the stack that was existing was not built for cross-border. So with the new stack that's being built, which is mainly blockchain native, API driven as a stack, is really kind of designed for cross-border. But it takes time for everybody to get comfortable with it, test it, and get a rigorous view on it. Then I also think it also takes time for regulation to know how to regulate it, to deal with it adequately, to understand what it means for monetary sovereignty. Because let's not pretend every regulator does not care about their monetary sovereignty. They care deeply about that. And that education and time to process what it means is also in itself naturally a bottleneck. But as mentioned before, I think we are in the right place. Forums like this create the opportunity for stakeholders who otherwise would not sit together to hash out issues, to educate each other, and to take a step forward. in it. So I feel positive that interoperability is coming. But I think we should all accept that it will take time.
Okay, we like that positive reflection. Handing it over to you, Premier.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. And I think I'll see the problem on the African continent more from a spiritual perspective. And why am I saying spiritual? I think it's self-inflated. We are still suffering from the colonial mentality of the past. It's quite painful. I used to work in Benin Republic. From my house to my office is just 1 hour drive from Nigeria. I drive, walk there, close, go back home. Good, cross the border. But I could not spend Naira in Benin. And if I had to transfer money from my accounts in Benin Republic, I was working for Diamond Bank du Benin at that time. That money has to leave Cotonou to Paris, from Paris to Paris to London or New York, then back to Lagos, and that could take more than a week. This problem is this. I'm here. I'm paying the bills at the hotel with, the currency that we all carry. Sure, if I search everybody here, I'll find the same currency with everybody. We have 42 currencies for 54 African countries. That's confusion. My major take is that we need to sit down as a continent and talk to ourselves. I'm actually tired of speaking on panels. I think it was in Addis Ababa, and I told you, I said, see, year on year, we are talking about the same issue. What is the actionable? Who is measuring to say this is what we've done? I mean, Doctor talked about the device, the feature phones. Why should any African still be carrying a feature phone? It should be criminalized. But the problem is that who will do that? I mean, there are phones for less than $20 today that are smartphones doing this job. You have to study the Indian experience, study the Chinese experience. I've done all this. In Nigeria today, we have companies producing phones at less than $20, manufacturing phones at a far cheaper rate. So for me, I think it's a combination of various issues. One, you can't be talking about interoperability and then you're not looking at the cost of data itself, which is one, because you have to suck in even the uneducated Africans and give them the comfort. Then if you solve that problem, you're not looking at the cost of the KYC related issues. I mean, yesterday we were talking on one of the panels and said, okay, KYC is a problem. Why would KYC still be a problem? KYC should be standardized across the continent and the globe. The truth is that we don't even like ourselves on the continent. Try and visit some other African countries. Once you are black, you want to get to that country, you suffer more than other people walking through the border. So I think that we still need to deal with that issue. Then the other issue is settlement. That's the big elephant in the room. So even those who want to partake have problem of settlement. So as far as I'm concerned, as big as the continent is, there's nothing stopping us from having our own either digital or physical currency to be called the Afro. That's the name I gave to it, so we can change the name. You have the euro, we can call it the Afro currency. And because if you tell me, maybe Nigeria or another country to give up its currency, we'll say, no, I want to keep my currency. Great, because that's how we've been wired by our colonial masters. So if I have an Afro currency at the Pan-African level, then we can map the 42 currencies to it for exchange. Then I can come here, spend my Naira freely. I'm not an expert in that area, but I work for NIBS, and we're building instant payment. We just launched the National Payment Stack, which is a component of the DPI, one of the pillars of the DPI. And what we've done on the National Payment Stack is to factor in not just KYC, but other things like cross-border payments, where somebody can easily come in. And what we are seeking now, beyond other connectivity, to do bilateral connections. Where do Nigerians go to? So why should the Nigerians go somewhere else and be spending the top currency? And those are the things putting pressure on the dollar. So I think that we need to sit down at the continental level, agree certain actionable steps, right? This is the first step. We need to take this. And by the time we take all those steps one after the other, and be bold enough to act. So that again sits with regulation. So if the regulation decides that, okay, the dollar is not even there, but we keep spending the dollar, how are we going to get it? We are promoting trade across the continent, what currency are we using? Where do you get that currency and the cost of the currency? So I think it's quite fundamental. That's why I said we just need to fix it one way or the other and get every parameter. We know what to do. I mean, we are all well schooled, well educated. We studied other economies. Then we can get it done. 1.4 billion people on the continent. It's a huge market that we can focus on and get things right. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent submission. I think that you might have to copyright the afro or else someone will steal it. I'm going to ask you a follow-up question. You've touched on it, but if you could succinctly tell me, so what keeps you up at night? You have implemented PAPS, and when I speak to you or when I hear you speak, you've touched across a lot of things, that mindset, history, looking at us as one instead of individual. But what technical or regulatory reality keeps you up at night? What one?
Well, I hear people talk about fraud, but honestly, fraud does not keep me awake. It doesn't. I mean, fraud is a function of monitoring and actionables.
Yeah.
There are parameters. So once you get all those things right, I think you can actually predict fraud and then deal with it instantly. And once people know you can, they deal with that. What keeps me awake is the cost of all these instant payments as well as the cross-border payment. I see it more as exploitation, and we need to focus on one thing. The digital payment or any cross-border payment, you are competing with cash.
Yeah.
When I was in Benin Republic, there were people that pick up cash from locations and drive it across the border. And that creates a big danger and risk to both the government, to the regulators, because there's no visibility or tracking. So when we talk about the cross-border, we talk about every digital payment and so on and so forth. What about the cost? If I have 1,000 naira in my pocket and I need to wire it electronically and you are taking a fee, it's no longer 1,000 naira. But if I have 1,000 naira in my pocket and I'm using that, it still remains 1,000. So for me, I think that, I know the next question will be, who will now fund the cost? If you ask me who will fund the cost, I say it's like, who fund the cost for minting currency today? If we can answer that question, then I think whoever fund that cost of minting currency, replacing that currency, moving the currency from one point to the other, paying for the insurance and everything, should be able to fund the digital platform to achieve this goal. So that's what keeps me awake. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. People are in a clappy mood. Gaki. So we've spoken about interoperability. You mentioned it in your opening statements, but we are talking about disparate systems. We're talking about legacy platforms. And so if we're being honest, is on interoperability across borders something that is really, really feasible, or is it a pipe dream?
Well, that's a very broad question that would take different ways of answering. But from where I sit, I'm a champion of Africa's, I consider myself a champion of Africa's solutions, not solutioning for my home country, not solutioning for women, not solutioning for a specific region or market, because we will never get to the level of competing at a global scale as a continent or as a people if we still remain in our silos. If I remain back home and you're here and building and focusing your technology on that, I don't think that is what we will achieve. You ask whether this is a pipe dream. It's absolutely not, because what has been achieved in other markets was purely because there were people on a table who decided this is doable, got down to the elements of how do we get it running. And just what our colleagues are doing either in Nigeria, in Ghana, and so many other Africa nations is a step forward of confirming this has already been initiated. I believe it will be done. What concerns more is by when will we achieve it? Okay. And the how to achieve it, probably in the next couple of years or months, is we don't have to wait for everyone to be ready. It's a matter of 2 markets, or say 2 countries, that have probably achieved in-country interoperability through the instant payment systems that we know has been a big topic the last couple of years, and getting together to decide how do we solution for existing small, medium enterprises in our country. So outside here, you'll find different traders selling their product. And how easy is it for me to send money from, or for them to order more items from another business owner in a different market? Can it be done? Yes. But what needs to be done for us to get there? It's a matter of, we have to decide, yes, it's going to happen. We have to figure how it's going to be done. And we also have to put in place measurable goals. Measurable goals being, as a business owner, I'm not going to use your platform if it's expensive, as he mentioned it. So we have to have a matrix that's publicly available to everyone on cost. How much does it actually cost a business person to buy product or sell their produce and receive money settled in their bank account over a certain period of time? Then the speed it takes to do that. If I have achieved interoperability, instant, maybe from a bank to wallet in country, and you want to expose similar solutions to a business owner, we need to have that as a KPI. It needs to be measured. How long does it take a business person based here in Accra buying produce in, say, Abuja or any other market for them to get that money reflected in their account? And this is a broad measure in different ways. We talk about, say, SWIFT or maybe RTGS, there's guarantee payment will be seen. A Visa transaction or a card transaction might take slightly longer. But you see, what a business person is looking for, I will be measured by my bank along the credit worthiness based on the cash flows that are sitting in my account. So it's not me to give you money to sit in your rails over a certain period of time, yet that money is not reflecting in my account because it also on a detriment to my side.
Very clear, and thank you. Thank you for that insight. I think that I will ask Doc a question on the back of something you mentioned. You are not building for women, a specific country. You are looking across all, and we must start. But Doc, I have a question. Is the danger of not building with minorities, vulnerable, so women, SME-led businesses in mind, does that not mean that we are hard coding biases into the plumbing or into the pipes? What are your thoughts?
Again, very important question, Angela, and very practical. And, you know, when you talk about designing infrastructures, there are certain assumptions that you're already making. So if you're building a payment switch, there are certain assumptions you're already making. If you're building an ID system, there are certain assumptions you're already making. You already have an assumption on the number of people that either have a mobile phone or are going to have a mobile phone. You have an assumption on how digitally literate people are or are meant to be. You know, I don't know how to say this very well. So look at the ID, for instance. You want a woman to have an ID, and one of the requirements is that she needs an address. You know she does not have an address. So from the very beginning, you're bringing in something that is not right in the data. In some countries, because IDs are disparate, like Nigeria, you can go to the bank with a driver's license or even a voter's card to get access. But the thing is, does everybody that have a driver's license in Africa, is that person a driver? Has he driven a car before? So you see how you're already, bringing in noise into very important insights that you are meant to use to build infrastructure. So this hard coding starts from the very, very beginning. It's by design. It starts from the very, very beginning. I don't want to go into AI and biases. I'm talking about what happens when we try to reach and gather this information. You spoke about data center as well.
Yeah.
700 data center. When you hear that, you jump. Because of climate, and you're fixing that, and you're bringing some additional risk to face this group of people. So what I'm saying is, when you want to have a conversation around this bias, I don't want to look at it as bias. I want to look at it as secondary risk of building an intercontinental infrastructure. And you need to do it deliberately and honestly. What we've seen on ground is there is no top-down solution to this thing. It has to be bottom-up.
Yeah.
Because the direction says a lot about whether biases will be hard-coded or not. So if you want to solve for this group of people you're talking about, it has to be bottom-up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So moving swiftly on, there is a question. We've talked about the infrastructure. Let's talk about the money. Who is funding it? And Kwamina, I'm smiling at you, not necessarily because you've got the money, but you are on my list of people to ask. So you back founders, and you're building on the back of what we've acknowledged to be quite a fragmented infrastructure. How badly does this fragmentation hurt their unit economics? What is going on? Are they forced to fund plumbing, or do you want to focus on the consumer products? How does this fragmentation affect you?
Yeah, from a pay financial perspective, we've taken a view to have a deep vertical focus on financial infrastructure and to focus on people who are rebuilding and reimagining the stack. We think it is quite hard for those who currently run the stack to redesign it as they're running it. It's hard to, to use an analogy, it's hard to cook a dish whilst you're running or doing something that's keeping you busy. So we actually think the incumbents, it's very hard for them to reimagine the stack as they're running it. There are friends in the room from MTN, and one of the things I always think about is, and Ericsson, I know, helped MTN build the stack that they use for mobile money, for example. One of the things I always imagine is, why isn't MTN mobile money interoperable from day one, right? And I can imagine it was because maybe when it started, that wasn't the belief that's what it would be used for, or that's where it was going to go. And MTN right now today is working on that interoperability. I think it's quite easy to now transfer between Ghana and Nigeria. There's a few countries and corridors where the interoperability is being fixed. But our fundamental belief is that new companies are going to completely reimagine the stack. So we're very interested in backing and building those companies alongside those who are doing that. Versus a consumer approach. We believe when the stack has been rebuilt and reimagined, great companies will be built on top of it that already have distribution to use that stack and reach the customers. Talking about, companies with distribution, if you look at telcos and banks, their reach is so huge already. They've spent decades building that reach. And when a founder comes to me with a fintech that is purely consumer-based and has some cool user functionality, I'm always asking, how are you going to get that distribution? How are you going to reach that market? And unless they have a focused approach to start with a specific community or use case, we typically don't kind of back them till we see that. So we kind of think that distribution is hard to gain. It takes years to gain distribution. So you have to start small and then navigate from there. So in summary, I think for us, we're just focused on builders who are completely reimagine the stack from the bottom up, and we leave the distribution to the existing champions. But there will be emerging winners who take specific use cases and communities and gain distribution from that perspective.
Great. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm looking at the time. I've got 2 more questions, so I'll be quick, but I want to ask Premier this question. We touched on the fact that we need 700 or more data centers. And the question I have for you is, who's going to pay for it? Is it going to be PPP, or do we just leave it for the hyperscalers and the big boys, and then they will dictate how, when we use it? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think that's the big elephant in the room. So it's like the chicken and the egg. Which one comes first? Who is going to fund it? I always ask myself a question. I think I've also asked a couple of CBN governors this question. Who funds the minting of currency? I start from that because I'll tell you something that if you study some other countries, and if I'm the president of a country today, I'll fund it, and I'll tell you why. You need to have that infrastructure to be able to capture data and to be able to plan. It's not something I want to put in the hand of a PPP. Right? At the end of the day, PPP ultimately is built for profit. That is it. So they need to make their money. But as a government, I was speaking to one ambassador who visited me in my office, and he told me that what they did, they funded their own infrastructure. And for the first time in 75 years that year, they made so much money that they have ever made in 1 month compared to the entire 75 years. And for me, I think that has a vision. So if you fund the infrastructure, make it cheap for people, suck people into your digital space, you will see more. You can plan more. You can direct and serve the people better. And that's why I said, feature phone, for instance, it should be excused out of the market. Get digital. But again, how ready are we on the continent? We have the ISO 222 standard. Without that standard, capture of data also becomes an issue. So what we have done in Nigeria with NIPS is to build a brand new instant payment after 15 years of operating the old one. We went live last year, and what we have done is very simple. A baseline of ISO 222 plus XSX of what will be required to meet both the governmental need and then business need, especially the SMB. And one factor we are driving so much, because we constantly remind ourselves that any digital payment is competing with cash. Cash is instant value. Therefore, everything we build or design in NIPS and in Nigeria has to give instant value, whether cross-border or not, otherwise you lose out. So I think to fund the infrastructure, I think government, my first recommendation should be government, because the value to government and to the central bank is enormous than getting the PPP to fund it or get the big boys to come and fund it. Big boys funding it, we suck at that same wealth that we don't have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I can see this light flashing at me. We're over, but I want to ask you one more question, each panelist, and it will be good if you could sum up your thoughts in less than 30 seconds, no pressure. But what do you think is the critical milestone we have to hit in the next 12 months to prove that what we're talking about is more than just paper and words? I'll start with you, Gaki.
I'd say we need to launch, prove, and track. And this is purely going to be informed by launching, settle on, enable, say, interoperability, allow a business customer to move money from one market to another, either through the national switches technology that will have been provided there, or whichever other available technology that is available. How do we prove this is working? That they're not facing the hiccups around KYC, identification, and all the nuances that we're talking about being the challenge right now that's making interoperability not as successful. We're talking about KYC, we're talking about information in country specifics that deter that. And then tracking is the matrices that you started with. How do we tell? Has the cost of moving money gone down from where it is now? Has the speed become faster? Is the customer, the end user, comfortable with the technology that is available? Are they able to transact on the devices that they have right now? Because it's also not possible that we go start telling them, you need to invest in new devices. At least build technology on the available devices I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Doc?
His smile is intimidating me.
I won't look at you then.
Just quickly, you know, I learned something when I was a young project manager, and it stuck by me. I'm young now, so I'm still young. Whenever a project goes problematic, there's one question that always unlock where the problem is. And the question is, have you identified the right stakeholders? Are all the right stakeholders been identified? Because if you identify the right stakeholders, then you know their interests, then you know their influence, then it's easy to solve a problem. For me, there's a very big and important stakeholder that is not key and central to this conversation. This essentially is a political conversation. It's not a technical conversation only. I mean, technical is clear. Funding might be problematic, but if you can define scale and commerce, that will be taken care of. But this conversation needs to be integrated in national economic development agendas of countries, need to be driven by ministers of foreign affairs, otherwise it's still going to remain a conversation. If you do it that way, then it's easier for government to see incentive for pursuing it. Otherwise, if you leave it at the level of central banks will always try. But in Africa, we know how it is. We are stronger with political leadership than with institutional leadership. So for any change, let the politicians be the next set of people to sit on this chair. Thank you.
People like that. People, come on now.
Yeah, change I'd like to see in 12 months, for me, it's very simple. I'd love to see more African countries launch their own stablecoin, privately distributed, and see some of the lessons and reach that comes from that. I can talk about the reasons why we don't have the time, but that if I was to choose one change of reimagining the stack and rebuilding the stack for interoperability, I think local stablecoins play a central role in that.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Premier.
Thank you. I think I'll still take it back to the central bank. I would like to see clear standard dealing with issue of KYC, which is quite clear. And once you meet that, the central bank, because every central bank governor or its deputies are very close to the political elite. Yeah. Politicians are there quite all right, but if the technocrats are able to convince the political elite, then we could get all these things done. The bottom line is bringing out the benefit and then dealing with the big elephant in the room, the settlement issues. How do we settle across the continent? So once we can fix that standard and settlement, I think the continent will be up to deal with this. Thanks.
Fantastic. I can see that we're running over, but I have to say thank you, thank you, thank you to my amazing panelists. I think they deserve a round of applause. I told you it was going to be interesting, not your average panel. I hope you enjoyed it. And before you drag me off, I just want to say thank you as well for having us. And it was tremendously fun. Thank you.
Fantastic. What a great panel session we had there. We're going to take some photos. I was going to say brevity is a superpower, everybody. While we're waiting for the photos, I really love the comment around a local stablecoins project. I think it's something that a lot of regions and markets are beginning to think about, and we need to move quite quickly on this. Just a quick announcement for those that are part of the talent and careers sessions, they're running in Hall 1. Thank you. So, on to chapter 3, people. We've talked about survival. We've talked about scale. Now we get to the question that personally keeps me up at night, apart from my wife, that is. In the first quarter of 2026, global venture capital invested over 220 billion in artificial intelligence. I'm going to say that again. 220 billion in the first quarter of 2026 went to artificial intelligence firms. African startups received less than 0.1% of it. The African Union has a continental AI strategy, and the Union has partnered with Google on sovereign AI capacity. But who actually owns the data centers? Who owns the compute? Who decides whether AI revolution belongs to Africa or simply passes through it? This is not just a tech question, it's a capital question, a power question, a sovereignty question. And that's exactly what chapter 3 is all about, the sovereignty question. So please welcome our moderator, Fadila Chumba, and her esteemed panelists. Put your hands together, please.
Good morning, everyone. So it's my greatest honor to be here with you today. I would like to welcome my co-panelist, Mr. Otsile Mubasela from PwC. Welcome. Ms. Jacqueline Juma from Afrique Nenva. And Mr. Augustine Awini, digital infrastructure expert. My name is Fadila Chumba, and I'm the CEO at the African Business Angel Network, which is a community of over 5,000 angel investors who have already deployed more than $25 million in early stage startups on the continent. And it's my greatest honor to essentially engage and entertain the whole crowd on AI and who will own AI when it comes to Africa. What I would like to do is to dive straight into it. Earlier on, we heard it. 200 billion. And less than 0.1% was attracted by African startups. Just to give you a little bit of context, 200 billion, less than 0.1%, that's actually less than 200 million. And for those of you who understand our economy, we know very well that this is perhaps the size of at least 4 mid-size countries on the continent. And this is also what some of our largest companies on the continent have attracted in terms of investment. So I would like to turn to you, the expert, the shapers. What do you think are the biggest misconception when it comes to AI and the role that Africa will be playing or should be playing? Please, Otsile.
Thank you, Fadila. Good morning, everyone. I'm really glad to be here. I think, Fadila, it's an interesting question in terms of where we are at the moment. I think what's really, a little bit scary is the fact that we are participating at this point in time, and we're assuming that that participation from an Africa perspective at a application layer automatically equals that we are part of the AI revolution. And I think that's an assumption that we need to be very careful of. If we are not involved at the foundational layer with regards to who owns the infrastructure, who makes the decisions around the rules, the training of those LLMs, I think we are going to get left behind. I think it makes sense at this point in time, in the short term, to be involved, at least at an access level. But I think that having the conversation around sovereignty versus actually building the infrastructure is where we need to make the shift. Let me pause there for now.
Thank you so much. What about you, Jacqueline? I know you're big on inclusion, making sure that we are all, no one is left behind, like a lot of people talk about.
Thank you. I think we're making several assumptions in Africa. The first one is assuming that as we all move as a collective in having data protection, regulations, or having the AU strategy, then it means we are headed in the right direction. Having the strategy is not equal to having a say or controlling, having the power to control the infrastructure, the data, who captures the value, for example, at the end of the day. Until we get in the right moment, or the right positioning, we will always have models developed elsewhere and being brought to Africa to force us to conform. So I would say those are the critical assumptions that we're making.
Thank you. What about you, Augustine?
Thank you very much. But I think the other panelists sort of captured everything, right? There's a misconception around the usage, the adoption. Like, we now use AI. We are innovating with AI. We're creating new agents. We are building it into our platforms and applications. So we think we have a stake in it, right? And then the infrastructure piece comes into it. And then you see that we are nowhere in the infrastructure space of it. And then, like, if you look at the funding numbers that you just put out, you know that there is not a shortage of funding. There's no gap in funding, but there is a structural gap when it comes to funding in Africa. So why is that? Are there startups in Africa that is looking to develop the next generation AI infrastructure? We don't have that here. Capital will move to places where there's an opportunity. I mean, we are talking about VC. Recently, private equity has started going into AI. KKR recently just committed about 10 billion to an AI infrastructure startup. That is not a regular model of private equity, right? This is where we are going. So I think that misconception of usage means ownership. At the moment, we are just efficient users of AI. We don't own it. It's like a landlord-tenant relationship. That is where we are. And that's a conception I feel like we need to move away and move towards more of the infrastructure conversation.
So, Augustine, you really understand the whole physical layout of this revolution, right? And you talked about it earlier on. If the continent does not own the data centers, the clouds, the computers, I want to ask you, and I want the audience to also pose the same question. Can we realistically say that we actually own something when it comes to AI?
The uncomfortable truth is no. Let me put this analogy. Let's say, Fadila, your primary business or what you do is organizing conference, 3i Summit, and all of those other. I'm using the analogy. So that is the AI product we all consume. And then this conference facility happens to be a data center. So make it that way. This conference hub and everything is a data facility. Then the road network that connects to this place is the infrastructure layer that connects data centers to all of that. And then the people who set up the Wi-Fi, the internet, the connection so that we can stream online and all of those things. All of these things are owned by different people.
Mm-hmm.
So you, as an event person who is into business of conducting events, can you really say you have a stake in the space of doing events?
Let's ask the audience. Can we? What's your answer? Say it again.
And
that's
then,
your answer.
Yes. If it comes to capital, let's say someone wants to invest in another event center, let's say in another region. Would they start a conversation with you, Fadila, or they'll start a conversation with the person who built this infrastructure, the person who built the road network? That is where the conversation was started. That is where you're seeing the gap in the funding. It is starting with those who have the infrastructure. The AI infrastructure right now is it's similar to how railway infrastructure over the years was. Those who invested heavy in railway infrastructure are the ones benefiting now.
Yeah.
Right.
So, Augustine, I don't want to cut you off, but I would like Otile to come on board here. So, what are the long-term risks of this dependency that Augustine just highlighted?
So, and I like what Augustine is saying, right? In terms of you need to look at, the entire infrastructure and who the stakeholders are and where the conversation needs to happen. And I think from our perspective, what we are seeing, which is similar to what he's mentioned, is before I get to the long-term risks, is a lot of organizations that we're seeing from an Africa perspective are really, doing licensing in terms of bringing in the LLMs, but they're not actually building out themselves, right? Which is a bit of a problem. The risks that come with that is, first of all, you have economic value flow that actually flows out of the continent instead of being retained in the continent. So the licensing fees that come with that, the IP that is developed, all of those things are flowing out of the continent as opposed to being retained here. So that's one of the first things that we need to look at. The other things that we need to look at is also the, from a structural vulnerability perspective. So if we are in Africa and we have infrastructure companies from an AI perspective that are actually building outside of our regulatory constructs and jurisdictions, that poses its own problem with regards to how do we manage and how do we regulate and how do we effectively put in place the risk mitigators when we have offshore companies that are actually working in Africa. The other thing that we need to think about is the fact that you then have potentially data that is being governed and managed and owned outside. And even in terms of the LLMs that are being trained, are trained on data, that is not necessarily African data, or at least not holistically African data. The problem with that is then, you have potentially innovation limitations with regards to, if you're a big, MTN or a big bank, how are you supposed to put together a category defining product using AI that is data that is backed by companies that are coming from outside as opposed to data that is actually coming from inside and that we are owning? So there's all of those sorts of things that we're actually dealing with in terms of the long-term risks. And what that translates to is the fact that we, from an Africa perspective, end up being a distribution channel as opposed to the generators of value.
Thank you so much, Otsile. Jacqueline, one of the biggest questions that remains is how do we make sure that no one is actually left behind? And I want you, please, to kindly talk to us a little bit about what are the disparities that we see between the informal sector and a lot more developed sectors in terms of data. Are we truly capturing the informal market when it comes to data?
We are not even capturing the formal market optimally as we should. And I'll tell you why. So currently we struggle with usage because a lot of the focus around financial inclusion is on access. So assuming that once you have an account, then you're included and you're sorted. But meanwhile, when you look at the numbers from the Global Fintech report or from the GSMA research, you'll see that we're struggling a lot in terms of usage. Why? Because what is sold to the users is not what they need on a daily basis. So when it comes to AI, AI depends on data. So it means whatever is captured transactionally or using the, when people get to log in and they interact with the instruments and the menus is what then we get to help, to learn in terms of what to deliver as solutions. But at the end of the day, if that's not happening from a usage perspective, we get misguided. For the informal, it means we need to look beyond the ability to, for example, phone ownership, mobile phone ownership, as a basic device for self-initiated transactions. Why? Because, again, from research, we see that in as much as there's growing smartphones in Africa, about 64% of, there's a consumption gap of about 64%. So it means even in areas when there's internet access, people are still not using the internet. People are still not transacting for one reason or the other. Why? Because of infrastructural challenges and other issues beyond just having a device. And so it means that for AI to matter in terms of solutions to drive financial inclusion, we need to, for instance, advocate or champion assisted data capture beyond just what the customers can initiate themselves when they use devices. A good example is what else can we do with the cash-in, cash-out transactions, which can trace the behavior of how people are interacting with financial instruments. Or in scenarios where a big population of, the government palliatives or whenever there are G2P payments, what do these people actually do? Because we see a large cash out, but it's not that they don't make payments. Of course, they make payments in the shadows. So if we can go over and above identifying other means of capturing that data that doesn't sit in the formal or in what we know, is only when we will drive financial inclusion. Otherwise, we are not optimally driving this.
Jacqueline just told us that we're in big trouble.
Fadila, if I
Please
can.
add.
I'd love to add on to what Jacqueline is saying, right? In terms of what we are also seeing in terms of that financial inclusion is that there's also a gap at a very fundamental level, right? In terms of how we make sure that we get that inclusion right. Yeah. And I'll give you a very simple example. And I had a conversation yesterday with some of the members of the forum with regards to some countries are still struggling with just having electricity access as part of that infrastructure. If you don't have electricity in some countries, you don't have access to a connectivity. You don't have access to a network. If you don't have access to a network, you can't make transactions. If you don't have access to cheap and accessible data, you can't make certain transactions. So it's about building out that foundational layer as well, and then also building out in terms of the payment ecosystem, so making sure that the merchants are included, those informal merchants are included, so that they can then retain, the payments within that ecosystem. Just wanted to add that.
So we're in trouble, but there's a way out of our troubles. But let's be realistic here. Augustine, 200 billion. That's a lot of money. Last night I was speaking to one of the AI companies that I've met, a wonderful company. And I asked them, what's your current valuation? And they say, we're above 200 million. I say, how much money have you made? Zero. I'm like, who is funding you? They say, well, we got the money from the US. Can we realistically fund AI without overstretching our local resources? How do we fund this?
I think the funding has to be more. I think just the panel session that just concluded, we're talking about the conversation being a political conversation. I think it needs to go further up. It is more of a regional kind of conversation. Like the amount you just mentioned, 200 billion. In the AI space, that is not a lot of money.
But that's the size.
Yes.
That's the size of some economy here.
If you look at a commercial hyperscale data center, to put that up, you're looking about close to 100 billion.
Correct.
And I don't think any African country can justify that amount of investment nationally that we're going to commit $100 billion to commit to build a data center. Right. But if we evaluate or elevate the conversation to a regional block and say ECOWAS is going to build $100 billion data AI infrastructure, that is a reasonable conversation that can be had. And that is something that is very feasible. Even in the AI infrastructure, it's possible to have just one huge hyperscale data center with regional AI cluster, data center cluster, and then national nodes that connect to all of those things. So you have all those systems built together. Then you can have those kind of conversations around the informal sector, where we now have the infrastructure. We are going to build models that we're going to feed it with informal data to train it and then make inferences of that. Because in the next 5-10 years, inference AI agent is what will be bringing the money, not currently what we have in the training. So the infrastructure piece is possible, but not on the national level. It has to be regional. It has to be continental. Like a shared model, like you have in your corporate cell, a shared model, a shared AI infrastructure among the various regional blocks or the continent. Then we all feed into it at the regional level and at the national level.
So, Jacqueline, I would like to turn to you now. How realistic is Augustine's statement? Looking at things from a regional level. We've been talking about it. We should come as one continent. We must build infrastructure. We must provide the right way for tech companies to provide value, to build value, to make sure that we're able to eradicate poverty. Can we be a little bit realistic? And how do you see us truly achieving this without necessarily gathering and talking about it and sign resolutions? What is the proposed pathway?
I think there are several things. The first is to stop looking at Africa as a market.
As
and
a?
start as a market.
Okay.
And start looking at Africa as a maker. We are missing out in a lot of the conversations that have to do with investments, the opportunities in this continent. We are participating in a lot of the conversations that have to do with consuming what others have built for us. So as long as we can say all we want to say in terms of what we could do, but if we're not in the rooms and participating in conversations around, we stop looking at ourselves as a market and rather than a production unit, then we'll miss out. The second thing is the role of the policymakers. If we do not protect the public interest, a lot of the policies will be drafted. We'll have so many countries coming up with so many guidelines, towards the right direction, but they'll be shelved. The only, the best positioning would be to now translate what is in talk by addressing and protecting the public interest. And I can give an example from a payments perspective. So when we talk of instant payment systems, for example, from a DPI perspective, it can only make sense if it's inclusive. And by inclusive, we look at now issues to do with governance, the involvement of the public, the policymakers themselves in driving this infrastructure to make it of the public interest. That is only when we can begin to be in conversations of ensuring that we actually deliver what we need to deliver, not just talking at the end of the day.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. Otile, I would like to have your views on this. And given that you've been advising a lot of institutions, even countries, what do you tell them? And do they believe you?
Whether or not they believe me is a different question. But I think that, the conversation, and based on what Jacqueline is saying, makes sense. We need to move away from just being the consumers and actually being the builders. But we still, at the same time, need to look at ourselves in terms of collectively, how do we move forward? Augustine made a very good point with regards to we can't have one country that sort of is going to make all of the investment, right, in terms of developing their own infrastructure from an AI perspective. If each of us are doing that, it just doesn't make sense in terms of the return on investment that you're planning to get as a result of that. There was a conversation that was had yesterday and the day before with regards to that hub and spoke model, right, in terms of how we need to look at all of us together in terms of which country can actually develop which parts of the infrastructure, while at the same time we harmonize the regulation across all of those different countries so that we can have and make sure that each of us, firstly, can access each other's markets, but at the same time that each of us also then are investors in each other's markets. Right. So part of the conversation we need to have, and this was had yesterday as well in terms of where does that capital come from? It needs to be our own capital because we also then have control with regards to where we invest and how we invest and therefore being the value generators. So part of the conversations that we have in terms of, as an advisor myself is let's look at how we build out our networks. So let's not be so much competitors, but also how we can actually open up the conversations between each other and see how we can leverage off of each other's strengths to actually build ourselves up.
So thank you so much, Otile. Augustine, I'm sure you have had many discussions with the VCs, multiple funders, and so forth. Axel, I would like to know, what do you actually tell them when it comes to AI? How do you provide comfort to those funders to look at African AIs, infrastructures, to start thinking about investing and supporting the growth of this ecosystem?
So I think that conversation usually is around the end product, what people can do with AI, right? I think in one instance, I gave someone an example. Look at an AI model that has collected the I don't know how they call it in other African countries. Like in Ghana, we call it susu. Imagine an AI model that has been trained using this local fundraising, crowdsourcing, right? What that benefit will be to fintech, the commercial banks, the retail banks. That is something current day AI hasn't been trained on. So the benefits is there, but the sovereignty in terms of who owns the whole infrastructure, the layer stack, if that piece is not addressed, that becomes an issue. We're just renting space. We feed it with current system. We feed it with our data. It travels through an AWS system that sits in Europe, some compute or model that was developed in San Francisco, whatever, before it comes back to us. We have no control over what goes into the inference that comes in it. So funding one, it's I don't know, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. The benefit is enormous. So usually that is the advice that I give. Like, it's a no-brainer. Invest in it, but it's a lot of money.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. This is going to be a very hard question, but I know you have the answer. So if you could advocate for one policy change that will secure the public good versus privately owned assets when it comes to AI, what will it be?
Open interoperable infrastructure. And not just open infrastructure that has open contracts, because in most cases we see beautiful digital economy blueprints, DPI strategies, but the underlying contracts are private. So there's private capture in the contracting. And that means a lot of the decisioning is not happening as it should in the interest of the public. So that is one thing that I would advocate for, ensuring that policymakers are frontline and center in terms of avoiding that private capture, because we often see good headlines, but the undertone is a private capture, especially from the contracts.
Thank you. So Otile, think about it. And I want us to also think about it. You as an expert, if there was one metrics that we should take into account this year, 2026, to determine the goodness of AI in Africans' economy and the ability to own the data, what will it be?
I think it would have to be looking at something along the lines of how much of the critical payment flows, as well as the AI decisioning, are happening through locally owned or locally controlled infrastructure. If we don't have a measure in terms of the percentage of that critical mass with regards to that AI decisioning that is happening from our own jurisdictions, then I think we're missing the boat a little bit with regards to what we can do. I think access is one thing, number of users, total volumes in terms of transaction flows and all of those things, those are good. But I think we need to be looking at the measure that is going to get to the root of how do we make sure that what we are doing in terms of the infrastructure development is actually being developed on soil through our own data and from our own capital as well.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming close to our session. There's one more question that I would like to ask all our panelists. And I want you to be honest, sincere, as the world is watching you. And we will remember this. Please tell us, who do you think, or what do you think will shape African AI revolutions? Starting with you, Otile.
I think that African AI revolutions, and we can look at it across a number of measures, right? We can go consulting speak. Is it policymakers? Is it the capital providers? Is it the founders, in the room with regards to the fintechs? And I think the politically correct answer is that it is all of the above, right? So we have to collaborate in terms of making all of that happen. And I really do feel, sorry for the policymakers, because the role that they play is that they can really be the brakes with regards to, how fast we can accelerate. But I think at the end of the day, the founders, I think is where it's at. The people who, somebody mentioned yesterday, what some of the best entrepreneurs have done from an Africa perspective, the likes of Flutterwave, is that they've been able to translate what value they are bringing and therefore to attract that capital investment and then deploy it as and where necessary. I think those are the people that will actually be the catalyst with regards to how we will drive this revolution. If we can have those people focused and supported, I think we can make great strides in the next couple of years.
Thank you. Jacqueline?
I think for me, it's an opportunity for us to stop looking at the AI revolution as innovation, but rather look at it as an opportunity for us to position ourselves in taking control of the infrastructure, the data, and the value, and at the same time, be able to solve our own problems first and foremost. And only that we'll be able to attract the capital concentration which is necessary for power, and hence the sovereignty of our data.
Well, I mean, if I'm to pick one, I will always start with capital. Capital, it's pretty key. But a mix of capital and founders, the innovators, which we already have in Africa. Like, we have very amazing talent when it comes to innovation in the space. And then we trust our policymakers and our government to always come up with a policy and framework that will govern everything. Once everything is in place and it's working, the government will always step in and come and provide that policy, regulation, regularizes that forms of it. But I feel like capital is very key. We have the founders here. We have the dreamers, the innovators here. So for me, I would say for our development partners, our VCs, our private equity, the conversation is over. Capital needs to start deploying to build our AI infrastructure. It has to happen now. Let me give you a wild scenario. Elon Musk recently announced his TerraFab project, which is looking to build data center in space, in orbit. This is one company who is going to build a data center in space. And we are now discussing whether we want to build physical one on Earth. So that is how wide things are. So the conversation should end. The deployment should happen now on the infrastructure. That's what I would say.
So the conversation should happen now. One thing, capital is important. Founders, if you're listening to us today, thank you very much for what you've been building. And as Jacqueline has said, thank you for being realistic, because you're the only people that are shaping and capturing the real data that truly reflects you, and I. So let's continue shaping our continent with your expertise. Without a doubt, we're getting there. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. Right, we're coming up to chapter 4. That was a great session there earlier. Very, very lively. And so we've heard from policymakers, we've heard from the capital providers, we have debated the infrastructure and the sovereignty question, but there is one voice that we have not heard from yet. And in many ways, it's probably one of the most important in the room today. The founders, the builders, the dreamers. It's the people who wake up every morning and choose to build in Africa, not because it's easy, because it certainly isn't, but because it matters. And this panel in particular is a moment we have been building towards, because it puts some of the most formidable women in tech and entrepreneurship on this stage to speak the unvarnished truth about what it takes to scale in African markets. No filters, no polished talking points, just the reality of building. So chapter 4 is theirs. So for CMPD, chapter 4, Built Different, the founder perspective on scaling in African markets, please welcome our moderator, Alawumi Ola Busari.
Okay, hi everybody. How are you doing today? How are you doing this afternoon? Let's get a little read of the energy in the room. Okay, so I have something to do that is probably very familiar to most founders, which is the art of the pivot. So unfortunately, 2 of my esteemed panelists who are founders in the sense of founding businesses, the fintechs that we've been speaking about, are actually not able to make it to the stage today. However, I want to get a sense of which founders are in the room. So if you are a founder in the room, could you please stand up or wave? Stand up, wave, let people see you. Okay, thank you. I'm glad that we have you here because you are now part of this panel. We'll have a little moment in between where I will call on you for some of your insights. But before we get to that interaction, I would just really like to say I'm really honored to be here today and to get to speak to the women who are going to be a part of this panel. I would like to bring up to the stage Folake, whose firm Asura Investment Group connects capital with high growth ventures and real assets, and also Akoso of AB 2020 and the Tech in Ghana platform, who has dedicated her career to amplifying the innovations on the African continent and building the ecosystem that supports those innovators. Okay. Hi, ladies.
Hello.
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 Is it working? Is it working? Yes, it is. So we've spent the morning, as was said, hearing from people who control policy and capital and infrastructure. And now we want to turn to the perspective of people who are actually running the businesses on the ground. And the 2 of you as people who come into contact with those people and work with them in the work that you do daily. So I'm really excited to get into some of these questions with you. Now, I work for an organization called the One Campaign, and a lot of the work that we do in policy and advocacy is about nuancing the broad narratives that we see about investing and doing business in Africa, many of which are pessimistic. However, fintech is one of those spaces where there's a lot of optimism. The narrative is a lot more positive. And I want to know from you all, from your perspective, is there a disconnect between that macro narrative of Africa rising and all these wonderful unicorns and the daily reality that it takes to scale a company on the continent, across borders especially?
Yeah, thanks for that question, and thanks to the 3i organisers for having me here today. So in terms of the Africa Rising narrative, I think many people approach it as like one single ecosystem, when the reality for founders is that they've got to navigate their way through a fragmented market. So whereby, people, like I was having a conversation with somebody the other day from the music industry, and they were like, what's happening in tech in Ghana? Like, how much money are people making, and how many followers do they have? I was like, I don't know where to start with this conversation, because the reality for founders is that, they're navigating markets that have, different currencies, different operational realities, different policies, and yet they are expected to grow as fast as their counterparts elsewhere. If you're a founder that's scaling from Ghana to Nigeria, that's a different story compared to, somebody trying to scale from Germany to France, for example. So I think there's a slight misunderstanding about what it truly means on the continent when it comes to scaling versus like the celebratory idea that Africa is rising. So I'd say that they're probably like the two differentiators for me anyway.
Yes, thank you. Folake, you're from your end.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Folake Shasonga. So I'm the CEO of a Sora Group. Our role and our mission is to deploy 1 billion in capital across Africa by 2030. By background, I've had over 25 years experience in the capital markets. I'm fortunate enough to have recently been managing director, head of innovation economy, venture relationships at JP Morgan. Prior to that, I was an MD at Silicon Valley Bank. Hopefully a lot of you founders are aware of it, and come to me afterwards if you want to hear the real war stories about what happened in 2023. And before that, I've been in the investment banking space, really at the heart of the early stage of fintech. So deploying billions in balance sheet to banks, non-bank financial lenders, and fintech. So really, I've been on this journey in terms of seeing the art of the possible, okay, from, let's say, the Western lens, but then seeing really like the opportunity gap. And when we talk about Africa rising, it really is a thing, right? So there's over 1.4 billion Africans. When you break it down by the youth population, that's 1 billion young people. We're highly educated. We're extremely nimble. We're very tech savvy. But really the capital, let's say, hasn't caught up with the narrative. And what I mean by capital, I don't just mean, can you get funding? There's a lot of discussion, and I'm sure we'll come to it, around VC funding, but just in terms of what does the breadth of financing look like? So all of those roles that I said I've done, there's opportunities here across Africa that we haven't really tapped into yet. And so how does that actually translate into a gap? When you look at the size of the UK VC market, there's $23 billion worth of venture capital to deploy into the United Kingdom, into startups that are based in the UK. When you then translate that to Nigeria, where I'm from and I now live in, that's less than $500 million. And then it's another step change smaller when it comes to Ghana, about 90 million. So that gap in the narrative is actually it's a tangible multiple gap, right? That's a 41 times smaller market, UK versus Nigeria, and over 200 times smaller market, UK versus Ghana. But then think about the numbers I've just said in terms of the stats and the population. So where is that? How is that going to be fulfilled? That creates a big risk of a brain drain, which we all know in experience, right? And I think we don't have the luxury, let's say, of continuing to say Africa is rising without realizing we need to plug that capital gap so we keep more people here in Africa building and scaling, and all the next future unicorns need to be in Africa.
Thank you. So I think you've both spoken to the real potential that exists demographically in terms of innovation that's happening, but also some of what that narrative masks, right? The constant problem solving that that founders have to do, right? And then also this huge capital gap that they're facing. So Akosia, for you, you have really been an ecosystem supporter, building the connective tissue on the Ghanaian tech ecosystem for years. And you've had the opportunity to speak to and interact and support many founders. What has changed in the years since you've been working? So when you look at the founders that are coming up today, are they better equipped than those 5-10 years ago, or are they facing the same problems? Is it the same problems in different iterations?
Yeah, so just to give you context, Tech in Ghana was launched back in 2017. It's a platform that's been showcasing Ghanaian tech talent and the ecosystem globally since then, mostly in the UK and Ghana. We host the event twice a year. So, we've had over 16 editions, thousands of conversations. And I think one of the things that have kept us going is the fact that we lead with founders, right? And with, what they want, what they need, and what the ecosystem requires. And the same with this panel. When I was coming to have this conversation, the first thing I did was call up some of the best founders that I know in Ghana, both male and female, across sectors, not just fintech, also agri-tech, mobility, to ask them, this very question. And it was really interesting because of the feedback that I got from them was very different, right? Which tells you a lot about the ecosystem itself. But there's probably 2 or 3 points that I would share with you that came from them. The first being that, yes, the barriers are definitely higher, but the founders themselves are a lot more confident and have a lot more market intelligence, right? So these guys now, they've got the experience of working with customers, working with investors. Back in the day, it was all about trying to convince people that Africa was the next best thing. Well, now they're more focused on, building durable businesses. And the confidence has really come from the fact that they've got more access to information. As I said, they've got more experience. They've got AI tools now, which is obviously changing the game completely. People were paying people to do pitch decks back in the day. Do you know what I mean? Now they can make one within an hour. So all of these things have made them a lot more confident. Yet another founder said to me, yes, while these things have gotten better, competition has also grown. Because whilst now Africa is seen as the next frontier, before their only competition was local. Now, if a Ghanaian startup wants to scale into South Africa, for example, they're meeting other founders that are backed, by China, or they're Europe-backed or Asia-backed, right? They've got more infrastructure, more resources. So it's kind of made it a little bit more difficult for them in that regard. And just lastly, I think another point that came out of it, which I thought was really interesting, was, is the question less about whether the founder is equipped and more about whether the environment is equipped enough for the founder to grow. So, as I've personally seen how much the ecosystem has expanded, we've got more VCs, we've got more ecosystem activity, more accelerators, better policy, a lot better conversations between government and private sector. We're seeing great things happening in Ghana. You've seen it with the Bank of Ghana and their sandbox and the AI strategy that's happened recently. But simultaneously, the local capital is still weak, right? There's still some patient capital gaps. There's some operational rows that are missing as well. So the founder capability piece is not really like the bit that they feel is the issue. It's more about whether or not the environment is able to keep up with them. So that's some of the feedback that I got from the founders that I spoke to.
So good. Yeah, I like that we've improved in confidence. It is worth a lot backing yourself, and it feels as if there's a coming of age that's happening in the tech space on the continent, where we're not waiting so much for validation, maybe as we once did, right? But now it's about how well you can differentiate yourself from the competition.
Definitely, and I think back then as well, there was this idea of copying almost like a Silicon Valley model.
The
right?
Uber of the whatever.
Yeah, exactly, right, the Facebook of.
Yeah.
And I think now they're sort of realizing that their sort of local knowledge is their superpower. So that's something that has definitely changed over the past few years.
Okay, yeah, that's really heartening to hear. Folake, I don't know if you want to come in on that, just on the enabling environment. I know back inside we talked a lot about what's needed, particularly locally, from domestic capital holders and policymakers. And in a previous panel, someone said we have to start investing in ourselves. Africa needs to start investing in itself. What does that look like?
Yeah. I think there's a couple of things to note. You can probably tell by my accent, I haven't necessarily spent my working years in Africa, right? So I'm Nigerian, Lagos, born and bred. But I spent my working career abroad. And when the past couple of years, we saw, what we call Japa, which is like a lot of the Nigerians, mass exodus out of Nigeria through various economic reasons to chase jobs or to build their startups abroad. But at the same time, there's actually a growing populace of people like myself. Actually, I think the three of us here spend time abroad and have returned, right? So you have to sort of say to yourself, what is it that's making that happen? What's been that step change that's made that happen? And I think you've alluded to some of that already, which is like the enabling environment, right? It's more than just, can I build a business here? It's also like, is this a good place for me to live, to raise my kids? What's the safety aspect? Do I trust the laws and regulations? If I build my business today What happens tomorrow if I'm looking for access to credit? Will it grow? Can the government come in and suddenly shut down my business because they want to build a road, as has been the case in some examples in Lagos? So, a lot of positive things has happened. I mean, Rwanda is another great example of a country that really transformed within my lifetime, right? So I think we have to recognize a lot of the positives that's encouraging people to come here. But I think a lot more can be done. So when I think about countries like Singapore and Dubai, certainly within my lifetime, those were barely, fishing and shipping villages, right? And now it is the center of the Asia financial and tech ecosystem. Similarly, the UK is pitching itself as what we call the new Palo Alto, so the equivalent of Silicon Valley, where people within a 4-hour concentration of London has access to all the best university talent who can then stay on and become founders and build. Now, if you mirror that for even just West Africa alone, right? We have all the talent from everywhere from, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, here, Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, and then across to East Africa as well. It's really important that we actually harness the power of what we all have here as a collective. What that means in terms of young people and their desire to maybe experience different cultures here. So how do we make it more attractive and more enabling to actually build in Africa? What does that look like, both from sort of like a societal, cultural perspective, as well as the capital gap, right? So that we're ultimately encouraging people to say, you can stay in Africa and build, right? You can build big businesses, because the idea is actually here. A lot of times what you find is like things have been tried and tested already in the West. I feel like the next frontier of innovation is really based here. So we want to make sure that we're actually creating an environment that people want to build here.
Yeah, thank you. And I think what's interesting in what you said is that it's not just about, the hard investments in the enabling environment around regulation, policy, property rights, that kind of stuff. It's also about mindset shift, about what is possible, what people believe is possible in African countries. So I think that's a really, really important point to underscore. I want to move to the reality of, we were supposed to have 2 female founders on this panel, and the reality of raising capital as a female founder. Some of the statistics show that female founders on the continent have gotten less than 5% of VC funding. And that is abysmal, right? Like, that's not something that we're super proud of. But there are positive deviants. Mish, who is going to be on this panel, has raised over $10 million in capital. So it's possible. I would love to hear from you both. What do you think is the real problem? Is it a structural issue, which hopefully is getting fixed by more women getting involved in the investment decisions, right? Or is it about a lack of pipeline or understanding the products and the viewpoint of women founders, if such a thing is valid, right? Would love to get your thoughts on that.
Sure. I mean, there's a couple of things at play here, and maybe just a level set. So unfortunately, this is a global problem. It's not just an Africa problem. When we think about the dynamic between male and female founders, and also male and female funders, okay? So I'm sat here wearing the hat of building my own advisory and investing firm, right? So the game, if you will, that we play when we think about startups is really one about access to the knowledge, the network, and the capital. But I think we shouldn't underestimate the power of the network. So people like to do business with people they know and they trust and they can validate. And so when you have a situation where, the predominant VC dollars and even private equity dollars are coming from abroad, then what you have is a situation where those people are then doing business with people that they know and trust. And it then creates an unfortunate negative feedback loop, right? Where you end up backing people you know. And I'll give you one tangible example. We have amazing companies here in Africa, right, who are doing last mile delivery services, etc. And I saw an announcement about 2 weeks ago. So Peter Thiel, who I think is quite well known, if not Google him, a bit controversial, through his Thiel fellowship, has given checks of 250,000 and plus to 19-year-olds, young people, to go and build and break things. And he has very, very deep pockets, right? He's a billionaire, so he has a lot more money where that comes from. And so a young 19-year-old, and I'm very happy for him, so this is really not a point about him, right? But a young 19-year-old, white and male, founder is going to have 7.3 million in seed funding to come to Africa to build another delivery app. And you ask yourself, why? Right? And it's not just a delivery app. It's also aiming to compete with some of the Chinese sort of WeChats, the super apps, okay? And I have to say to myself, right, is that about lack of talent? Is it that we didn't have Africans who could build it or aren't building it? You know, is it that, you know, females can't do it versus male? The dynamic is really not about gender, right? It's really about who holds the purse strings, right? And then therefore, who's deciding where it gets deployed? And that's why I come back to my opening statement that I don't think we as Africans or in Africa, policymakers, central banks, governors, you don't have the luxury, right, of still sitting here discussing these stats about why aren't female founders getting the funding. Like the talent is there. Like we have amazing people here. But the proximity to the capital is what constantly holds us back. I believe there's a stat that says that there was 19% in terms of female founders here, but they got 10% of the capital. So already you're creating that, you know, that funding gap just by how you're deploying. Before you then think about we're competing with a global stage. So it's really important that we recognize that, take stock of that, and then I guess what I'm trying to solve for is like, how do we bridge that gap? I'm not a billionaire, so I can't compete with Peter Thiel, right? But what we can start to think about is how are we powering up our female and male founders, but how are we closing that funding gap through what we can all do? So I'm particularly focused on, working with Diaspora Capital. I'm focused on how I can work with the central banks and institutions because, again, I'm privileged to have had some experience of what works, right? There's a whole ecosystem that's worked to make these other countries what they are. It's everything from creating tax relief for people to become angel investors. It's creating incubators and accelerators, right? It's having patient capital. So the British Business Bank have announced $400 million that they're going to put towards emerging managers, first-time managers. And predominantly those people are going to be female and people of color. And guess what? To my point around people invest in people who look like them. With BBB investing in female funders, they are definitely going to invest in female founders.
100%, yeah. And I mean, a lot of what she's talking about the incubators, about bringing, Africans with deep pockets together to see the opportunity is what you're trying to do, right? So,
yeah, for sure. And we are seeing that change very, very slowly. But in true Tech in Ghana style, I'd love to just shed a spotlight on Mish because she was supposed to be on this panel. And Mish, we were planning to speak to founders in the audience anyway, and the reason being is because we're talking about there being a lack of it. Mish is one of the very few, especially in Ghana, who've actually raised money. We're in quite a difficult industry, so I think now is a brilliant time to perhaps bring her into the conversation.
100%.
Even if it is from the audience, to talk about this very subject. Yeah, so I don't know if the mics are already out, but I just really think it's a great opportunity for her to speak.
If we could get a mic to Mish, please, I would love to hear about what it took for you to get to a point where you are a positive deviant from these statistics that we see, and what lessons you have from that journey for other founders in the room who will also ask to share some of their experiences. I don't know if there's a mic.
Thank you, Akosua, and everyone on the panel. I apologize for being late. I live and work in Tema, and if you've seen the condition of the motorway, you know that we have a long way to go before our physical infrastructure does what it needs to do in order for our logistics supply chains to run seamlessly. So that's where I was, a little bit dusty, dust in the hair. So first of all, I think one of the most important things to remember, and I don't know if this has already been touched on, is the fact that there's a vast pool of capital available. The more I scratch the surface and talk to investors outside of Africa, even in Africa, the more I realize there are a lot of high net worth individuals, institutions that are just sitting on money. And they're sort of waiting for people to check the right boxes to get access to that money. So I do not believe it's a scarcity problem. There's not enough capital. There is plenty. And there are investors who are looking for some place to park it. The points about proximity to that capital is very important. The idea that people tend to invest in people they have an affinity with or they feel they can give the benefit of the doubt is 100% true. In my experience, when we first started Jetstream, we raised a very small amount of money from a fund in Singapore called the Hustle Fund. And what I took for granted at the time is because my family is Ghanaian, but I was schooled in the US, my awareness of how venture-backed companies were structured was something I brought into founding Jetstream. So the first thing we did when we registered the company is we registered it in Delaware. Just last week, I was referring a logistics founder to the very same Hustle Fund that gave us our first check. And he went through the application, et cetera, and got an immediate feedback note that he wasn't eligible because they only invest in jurisdictions that are domiciled outside of Africa. Now, it's not a discriminatory thing. They've been hugely supportive of African startups, but this sort of situational awareness, knowing the rules of gameplay in the fundraising landscape goes a long way. And it starts from the very point at which you found your business, where you legally register it. Now, Jetstream has subsidiaries in Ghana and Nigeria, but that's like a very intricate corporate structure that we designed around the knowledge that we were going to have to raise money. And I don't think that knowledge is accessible to everyone, men and women. The second thing, I think, was the ability to bring people to our context. So we started the company before COVID, when it wasn't exactly clear that logistics was going to be a big industry or there were big investment opportunities in the industry. But things were starting to change. And I remember we had been rejected by an investor that has a main office in Ghana. And he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. We kept sending our financials to him, the paper. And one day we just decided to invite him to the port, to Amherst Terminal, which is one of the bigger export-focused terminals. And we opened up a shipping container and we showed him all of the cargo. And at that time, we were doing a lot of cargo from Tamale, like all of the cargo. And it was like $30,000. You're looking at a $30,000 shipment. And it just sort of clicked in his mind what we were doing. So I think one of the gaps that we see between us and investors is not just like I don't look like them, or I wear dresses instead of pants. It's that they don't understand the context in which I'm operating. They don't understand what the problems are. And so when you think about even high net worth individuals here in Ghana or in Nigeria, sometimes you really have to walk them through what it is, the problem you're solving, and the fact that you're on the frontier. So there are some things that we did to overcome that obstacle. But I have to acknowledge my privilege in understanding how venture capital-backed companies were structured from the get-go.
Thank you so much. I mean, what I'm hearing there is, you have to do your homework about these capital holders, and as possible, as much as possible, try to adapt or structure yourself in a way that makes you attractive to them. I'm also hearing persistence, since you were sending that man all of your financial statements. And I'm hearing demonstrate and make tangible, make real for them what problem you're solving and the scale at which it exists. So thank you so much for those insights. I would love to call on some of the other founders that made themselves known. I know there was someone sitting over there. I think she's run away. If you could, I see you over here. Do you want to stand up? We're going to get a mic to you. If you could please introduce yourself, your business, and one insight about the reality that you face trying to scale and build your business on the continent.
Thank you. I'm Letitia Adako, and I'm building a fintech for cross-border remittance to make moving money from the US to Ghana simple, fast, user-friendly, and built for the unbanked mobile money users. Yeah, so basically we started last year, and gracefully we won some awards from the MasterCard Foundation, and we've been trying to register and navigate the Bank of Ghana regulatory sandbox So that is the stage we are at now. And I think one of the challenges we have actually faced at this very early stages, even getting a bank account in the first place as a business. And the point is, they know we are a fintech, we are a startup, we need a license to operate. But at the very early stage, we cannot have a license because we do not even have we don't have a product. So I think there needs to be some connection between the regulators and then the banks that exist in Ghana to ensure that even at the early stage, there is a way the banks understand what to give us so we can even have access to the bank accounts in the first place to receive funds from these funders who give us money. Another point I will share is I think structure plays a huge role in attractiveness, like she said. So learning a lot from the internet and as well understanding that if you are not structured well enough, a funder is not able to trust you well enough to give you their money because they want to invest in something that will bring return and they need to believe that whatever you are building is well structured so that they can put their money in it for a long term. Yeah, so basically I'll say structure, and then the reality is that in Africa, even regulators are still navigating how to work with startups, especially for fintech, given that the regulatory sandbox is new, and Ghana is now regulating fintech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, based off of what she said, I would love to ask you, what is your advice? We spoke, Akosia, about how the advice that you would give to founders kind of varies on where they are in their journey. Now, for someone like her who's like just starting out, what advice would you give her, versus someone else that's in Misha's position, for example?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that, that was a perfect example of the very intricate challenges that we were talking about backstage that people are not aware of, that African founders have to face, right? We just look at all of these really big macro conversations, but actually it's these little challenges that they're having to deal with. But what I would say is like one day, once, is it Letitia? Was it Letitia? Yeah, I was going to say that once you find your way through this challenge, which you will, as long as you persist, you will, and things are changing in the fintech space, as you saw with Bank of Ghana, etc. One day, this local knowledge will become your superpower, because what you find is, when you have bigger businesses in your same industry that want to enter the market, they end up wanting to look for local partners like you because of you're the one who actually went through all of the regulation challenges. You're the one who ended up with the license. You're the one with all the local knowledge. So as challenging as it may seem now, pursue, get through it, and understand that that's going to become part of your currency as a startup later on. And I've seen it happen with them in the past. So as tough as it is, but my advice is to just hang in there, and things are changing.
And for you, Falake?
Well, I feel like a proud parent because what I was going to come on to say is one of the things that I think is important for founders is really about capacity building and talent building. And the other hat that I wear that I'm here representing is Ascend Global Impact. So it is a impact organization founded by Rebecca Lewis, who's sitting to the right over there. And why I'm bringing that up is that, we're sort of mission-led to make sure that we're solving this gap of the pipeline of talent in Africa and building those future unicorns, of which Letitia is actually one of our mentees, and she is an absolute superstar. So I didn't even know she was going to, speak and all of that. So definitely deserves a round of applause for that.
Absolutely.
For that confidence, also.
Yeah. That was really impressive. And to your point, right? She's articulated the fact that this is a journey between the founders and the regulators and the funders. There's not one sort of gap here. It's something that we all have to identify. And that's going to be the superpower, is that we are addressing the gaps. And, the great thing about Ghana, what I've experienced through this conference and through the Bank of Ghana, is that you're in a very enabling environment. They're very receptive to understanding what these gaps are. What does the sandbox need to look like? Something as simple as, why can't a fintech startup founder open a bank account? Seems a little bit ridiculous, right? We need to be able to unlock that. But guess what? In doing that, we get to leapfrog, right? We get to be ahead of the curve and what everybody else is doing. So for me, part of this is actually making sure we have the pipeline of smart people in the room who are in these conversations. And like I said, that's what we're looking to do as well with this end. So thank you.
Yeah, and just to sort of round up on that, and that's why these convenings are so important. Because so there's, over the years of doing Tech in Ghana, people have said, it's just another conference. But what we've come to learn is actually it's an opportunity for the bank, the regulator, for the founders to be in one room, build relationships, and actually hear each other. It doesn't happen often. So these convenings are really important.
Yeah, we take it for granted what the catalytic nature of some of these convenings, right? You don't know what you don't know when you walk into the room, and then you learn a whole lot and you have an idea of who to go to next, where you can get your problem solved. And I think that is very, very important. We have just a few minutes left, and I love to end on a positive note. And so I want you all to give a parting shot to the audience of what is one thing that gives you hope or makes you excited about the future of scaling business in Africa?
I think for me, it's the talent, right? I think it's the hunger that we have and the talent. There's a different energy that I feel when I'm sat here in Africa, truth be told, versus when I'm in the UK. And I sat in an event just a week ago in the UK about this very point. How do we re-energize Britain and have people stop complaining about stuff and blah, blah, blah. That's not what we have here on the continent. Here, there is talent and excitement abound. We just need to get to work.
I agree, definitely. And I think also just events like this, 3 days worth of conversations around how we can push the continent forward, that's no small feat. We are leading, especially from a Ghana perspective, the conversations that are super important, especially when it comes to cross-border, business. So for me, it's just seeing that whether it's the AFCFTA or whether it's in the Bank of Ghana, just seeing a move towards change, that definitely gives me hope. And again, just seeing how the ecosystem itself is building, developing, founders are still coming up. I just think that the depth piece and the intricacy pieces need to be put together. But generally, absolutely optimistic about the future of our market and our industry.
Wonderful. I hope what they've shared has also engendered some optimism in you. I know that we are often so caught up in what could be better, but I think it's also important to stop and think about what is working, to think about the people that are being supported through some of the initiatives that you have, through the investments that you're helping to structure, by the example that you're setting in this space. And so I just want to thank all three of you, and Letitia, who also contributed to the panel. Thank you, and the audience for your time. We can close out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is why you should always put your hand up.
What a fantastic session, people. So good to get the audience involved as well. I think there was a comment around someone feeling like a proud parent. I could kind of feel that too. Yeah, that's fantastic. And let's not lose sight. There was a really good comment made also around celebrating, what's been achieved. And sometimes we lose sight of those things. It's not just about what's been achieved, but the people that have made a difference so far. and to encourage that change as well. So let's move on now. 4 chapters we've covered, many perspectives, one morning that I think will be quite memorable. But before we close, there is one more voice. The Capital Meets Policy dialogue exists because we believe that bringing the right people into the right room changes what's possible. But inspiration without infrastructure is simply not enough. Our closing speaker has been on both sides of the table. He has built companies, he's backed them, and watched the ecosystem grow from something fragile into something fairly and quite formidable. He knows what it costs to back a founder before the proof arrives. He knows what it costs not to. He's here to issue a challenge to every investor, every policymaker, every ecosystem builder in this room. What is the covenant we make to the next wave of builders? Please welcome Kwamina Aful.
Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? I'm sure you're all tired, and I've been listening to loads of people, so I'm going to try to make this as efficient as possible. I believe, can you hear me? Oh, here we go. Hello? Hello? I think I've lost sound. Hello? Hello. Okay, it's back. Is everyone good? Just give me a wave if you're good. Hey, okay, some good waves. Fantastic. All right. So I believe we live in the most exciting time over the last, let's say, 100 years. That the next 10 years, we're going to see more change and we have more to be excited about than we have been for the last 300 years. I'm going to ask you guys a question. Who agrees with that statement? And I'm going to ask it in 2 parts. Who's excited about what's happening in the world and the future that's ahead of us for the next 1 to 3 years? Can you put your hands up? That's not a lot of excited people, though. Okay, you're excited. Okay, I'll say about a third. Who's concerned about what's happening in the world over the next 1 to 3 years and where the world is going? More concerned than excited. Okay, about equal. And then I'm going to ask you to think forward, think ahead. Maybe let's think 5 to 10 years into time. Who's excited about that? Show of hands if you're excited. 5 to 10 years, optimistic about our future. Okay, so I'd say that's about half. And who's concerned? 5 to 10 years out, who's concerned? Hands up if you're concerned. So that's interesting. So let me give you the results. The results is that about a third of you were super excited about the short-term outlook. About a third of you were concerned. But actually more of you were excited about 5 years plus than there were concerns generally. Very few were concerned 5 years plus. Now, why do I ask this question? It's because of my initial statement that I believe that we are in the most exciting time of the last kind of 100 years. And why is that? Computers can now act and think like human beings. That's a crazy thing. Remember, you used to see it in science fiction movies, people talking to the computer, Jarvis, do A, B, C, D. And now, like Claude, I mean, my wife calls it my Claude. That's what she calls my Claude. You know, she says, you're always talking to your Claude. Even late at night, I go in the bathroom, I come back, you're talking to your Claude. You know, we have more conversations now with computers than ever before. I can even sometimes, I can talk to my Claude at 11 p.m., midnight. You know, so I have some colleagues in the room. They get worried when I call them at midnight. Okay, it's not very good workplace culture, right? But I can talk to my Claude at any point of the night, right? That's an amazing future that we live in. You can tell a computer to build something for you from scratch, and it will do it. That's an amazing future that we live in. I'll give you another example, and we talked about it in most of the panels today. Money is completely being rebuilt. How money works, how money moves around the world, how we trade with each other is completely being rebuilt. That is amazing, right? Should I give you more changes, or you're convinced we're in the most exciting time? Should I give you some more? I don't get any conviction yet. Should I give you some more? Okay, I should give you some more. Another one is we now, because of courtesy of our good old friend COVID, we now all work from the house some days of the week. Work from home. Could you have imagined that? A life where you can just work from home? My company has teams in 4 different continents. Back in the day, if you wanted to have a multi-continent-based business, you are a big business. You can start a startup today and be working with teams in India, Ghana, the US, China. We have partners that when I want to speak to them, I just jump on a video call. I can see where they are, their faces. We are in the most exciting time of the last 100 to 200 years. Do you want some more, or are you convinced now? You are convinced? Okay, so I can stop. So if we start with that premise that we're in the most exciting times we've ever been in, I actually think it's an important premise. And when I thought about what to share and ideas to share with this group, we're privileged to have regulators, founders, business executives, leaders, politicians, all here with us. And I realized that actually what I want to talk about and share about is the power of the mind and how you think and your mentality. I think Premier was on a panel with me in the CEO of NIBS, the switch in Nigeria, and shared that he thinks we have a mentality issue in Africa. What did he say? He thought it was a spiritual issue. I don't know if some of you were here, that we have a spiritual issue in the continent. I actually think this all talks to the power of the mind. The mind and your state of mind being the most important thing that you need to have right as a human being. So I want to share 3 ideas that shape my state of mind, and hopefully it might be interesting to shape your state of mind as well. And I'll premise to say that the mind is more important than the body, actually, because when your mind is not working and your body is perfectly healthy, what do doctors call you? They say you're a vegetable, right? Because the body can't do anything. It doesn't matter how big your bicep is, how toned you are, how physically fit you are. When the mind turns off, the body is useless. And I'd even premise to say that when the body isn't working, but the mind is working, technology and everything else is creating ways that the body has alternative ways of function. Where if your limbs don't work, you can move in a chair, right? So all those things actually fundamentally are shaping kind of, that premise that the mind is the most important thing. So let's go into the 3 ideas I want to sit in your mind. The first is that change is a bedrock for opportunities. So in this exciting time, why I use the phrase that we are in one of the most exciting times of our lifetime is that if you actually study history, whenever there's been change, there's huge opportunity. Huge, huge opportunity. So maybe some of the nervousness you feel today, whether it's geopolitical nervousness about where the world is going and about whether the world powers are changing and whether some powers are not too happy with the powers changing, whether it's concerns about AI taking jobs, whether it's concerns about national sovereignty of your currency, or whatever concern it might be, whether it's concerns about how you're going to fund your company and start your business. Actually, this time is an exciting time to be dealing with those concerns. And the changes that are happening are a bedrock for huge opportunities. There are several reference points in history where whenever there's been a major change, those who took advantage of the change won big time. Whether it's during the global financial crisis and how it strengthened banks like JP Morgan Chase, whether it's companies being built in a completely different way because of the COVID pandemic, or whether it's the fact that you can actually build an application from scratch just by talking to a computer today. I want the first idea that lives in your mind, because the mind is powerful, is that change is a bedrock for opportunity. So now I'm going to hold my poll again, and I'll do it after I share each of the ideas. So who's excited about where things are today? Show of hands. I'm trying to see if we've gone from 30% or we're still at 30%. I'm going to say, okay, we're at 35. So I need to share a few more insights on that. The second idea I want to share with you is the idea, just give me one sec, just pulling up my notes. The second idea I want to share with you is the idea that you can build and think globally from an African perspective. And that should make you also excited. That idea is premised on, and I'm going to give you a few examples of that idea. Today, teams are globally distributed. This continent and everybody who lives in it has a special advantage when they're building. We are one of the most fragmented continents from a payments perspective. I think some of the panelists spoke about 42 currencies for 50-something countries. That fragmentation can actually be a superpower. Those who know how to build in Africa, I would posit to say, are as good as builders anywhere else in the world. So actually, if you tell your mind that building from the continent is a superpower for you to be globally relevant, that's a very powerful thing to put in your mind. And I'm going to give you one story. We invested in a company called Move. Move provides financing for gig economy workers, specifically Uber drivers and motorcycle riders. And Move, when they started, wanted to provide vehicle financing for gig economy workers. So they had to work out, as you know, in most of our countries, we don't have a credit scoring function, meaning there's no real consequence for not paying. So if you borrow and they can't control your cash flows, you can basically, there's no credit score that follows you everywhere you go. Like in other parts of the world, if you even ask somebody to date you, they'll say, what's your credit score? Before they agree to date you, right? So Move decided that to provide credit for gig economy workers and Uber drivers, what Move would do is that Move would actually go ahead and actually structure pay to drive situations. So as you are driving, they actually take away your earnings from your Uber app or from your Yango app or whatever it might be. Unbeknownst to Move, or maybe it was always in their master plan because you have to use your African perspective to think globally. Move then became one of the biggest vehicle financing companies on the continent. And today, they are the ones financing autonomous driving globally. A bunch of African founders building a problem in a difficult place that had no credit scoring, powering the financing of autonomous driving because they took the superpower of being from the continent and turned that into an advantage. So the second point is that view the world globally, take the perspective that you have globally, and let your African perspective be your superpower. And the third one is think in decades, execute in quarters and years. And today and over this week, we've been spending time talking about interoperability. And we don't have to go far to pull out a few examples. Some of the biggest mobile money platforms on the continent. I sometimes ask myself, didn't they see an Africa that could send money to each other? Didn't M-Pesa envisage that? Didn't MTN envisage that? Why didn't they build that stack with that vision in mind? Would it have been harder for them to slightly redesign their stack to have that feature or mindset in it from a fundamental perspective and functional perspective? But I think sometimes it's all in the mind and in what you think. If you think that you're going to be global from day one, you will most likely be global. If you think you're going to be local from day one, you will most likely be global. So if we even look at our local switches, when we started building our own switches, how did we think about that? So just want to leave you with a thought that your mind is powerful. Change is the bedrock of opportunities. So when you look at how the world is today, think positively about it. That think globally in everything that you're building, and think in decades, execute in quarters. So my last question again, who's feeling positive about how the world is today? Hey, we're at 100%. Thank you all very much.
Wow, thinking decades, eh? I completely agree. Never waste a good crisis. I think that's a famous quote from Churchill. But yeah, I want to thank every speaker, every moderator, every panelist, and most importantly, for all of you guys for staying. So please give yourselves a round of applause. So 4 chapters, 1 question, and I hope no easy answers, but a few harder commitments. That's what CMPD is all about. And that's what this morning was all about. So thank you very much for staying. And now we're going to have a break for lunch. I have 2 extra things I want to say. One is make sure you come back here for 2 o'clock. There's going to be some really senior leaders coming into this very room. So come back at 2. Enjoy your lunch, obviously. In the meantime. And lastly, I'm sure you've noticed there is an African market just outside here. Please pay a visit to them, support the local community. And on that note, thank you very much and thanks for listening.
Something that just like what's it that keeps up with your pace, your moments, your heart. Fresh drops, simple, refreshing, reliable, more than hydration, a refreshing way to be. Fresh drops, stay fresh, stay you. Looking to learn more about the hydrogen fluid line through the JD is rest assured that getting the most out of your media monitoring benefit. Achieve today. JD, earn your next.
I'm Naima, name is Perry, the last one of 3 and the only girl. I'm a beautician. I run down most services in the beauty industry. I live around the Canada area, not really far from here. I started off after I lost my dad I actually love nice things like let's make things people really beautiful. So I started off as a breeder. So sometimes you run out of cash and then you are trying to get some things and maybe your money is not. I was having parity electricity, so I had to get my personal meter. So I actually had to use ways and means to get some money from Juno so that I'll be able to settle the unexpected budgets that I actually budget for. So yeah, and I've really been helpful. Juno has really been helpful to me. Yeah, I want to get just help here. I want to grow better, bigger. I actually planned on appointing an NGO, like all girls NGO, just to recruit girls that don't have anything to do at home instead of being on the street doing nothing. Just work, get paid, and then I recommend to you almost all the time to everyone.
In this day, in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. Live here at the Destiny Arena of the Lakers South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payments between 2014 and 2021. The belief is progress lies in more complex reality. Ghana's relatively short macroeconomic recovery has surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow. Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. Live here at the Destiny Arena of the Lakers South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief is progress lies in more complex reality. Ghana's relatively short macroeconomic recovery has surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow. Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief with the progress lies in more complex reality. Ghana's relatively swift macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow. Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief with the progress lies in more complex reality. Ghana's relatively swift macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow. Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief this progress lies in more complex reality.
Ghana's relatively short macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the nation of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief this progress lies in more complex reality.
Ghana's relatively short macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the nation of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief this progress lies in more complex reality.
Ghana's relatively short macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the nation or the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rates, which serve as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3i Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts.
Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. But beneath this progress lies the more complex reality.
Ghana's relatively swift macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the nation or the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rates, which serve as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3i Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts.
Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. But beneath this progress lies the more complex reality.
Ghana's relatively swift macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the nation or the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rates, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3i Africa Summit,
where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief rates of progress lies in more complex reality. Ghana's relatively swift macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rates, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow. Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief rates of progress lie in more complex reality. Ghana's relatively swift macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rates, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian businesses and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow. Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief rates of progress lie in more complex reality. Ghana's relatively swift macroeconomic recovery has surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts.
Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 150% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. But beneath this progress lies a more complex reality.
Ghana's relatively swift macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts.
Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. But beneath this progress lies a more complex reality.
Ghana's relatively swift macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow. Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Lincoln South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief with the progress lies in more complex reality. Ghana's relatively short macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. These development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the mission of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow. Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Lincoln South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief with the progress lies in more complex reality. Ghana's relatively short macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. These development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the mission of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow. Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Lincoln South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief is progress lies in more complex reality. Ghana's relatively short macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. These development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian businesses and individuals and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Lagos South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief with such progress lie in more complex realities.
Ghana's relatively short macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. These development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian businesses and individuals and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Lagos South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief with progress lie in more complex reality.
Ghana's relatively short macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. These development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian businesses and individuals and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow. Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For my ear, as in Destiny Arena of the Lincoln South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. But beneath this progress lies a more complex reality. Ghana's relatively swift macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by the Diaspora. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow. Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For my ear, as in Destiny Arena of the Lincoln South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. But beneath this progress lies a more complex reality. Ghana's relatively swift macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by the Diaspora. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow. Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For my ear, as in Destiny Arena of the Lincoln South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief with progress lies in more complex realities.
Ghana's relatively strong macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. These development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the nation of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rates, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 2.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For mine here, as in Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief with progress lies in more complex realities.
Ghana's relatively strong macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. These development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the nation of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rates, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 2.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For mine here, as in Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. The belief with progress lies in more complex reality.
Ghana's relatively strong macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. These development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the nation
of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. For live here at the Destiny Arena of the Major South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3i Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts. Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. But beneath this progress lies a more complex reality.
Ghana's relatively strong macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. These development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery. Efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank of Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%.
Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. If you're joining us on radio or television or live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3i Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts.
Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. But beneath this progress lies a more complex reality.
Ghana's relatively swift macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery, efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian businesses and individuals and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
welcome to this beautiful city, Kigali, and this magnificent country, Rwanda, offering us the space to host the 3rd Inclusive FinTech Forum for 2026.
This year's theme is shaping the future of inclusive finance, particularly innovation, impact, and connection. Across the continent, fintech innovation is reshaping how people save, how people invest, transact, and build businesses.
In this kind of forum, this is the best time to actually meet people that we can work with to solve that problem and advance the future of our continent.
The next frontier is to build enduring companies that connect the continent and unlock inclusive economic opportunity for over 1 billion people that we have here. And that future is worth building together with all of you in this room.
The partnership nurtured through this Inclusive FinTech Forum give us confidence that we can navigate the complexity of this digital age with wisdom and purpose. As we conclude this IFF 2026, let us move forward not with closing words, but with commitments, actions. Let us turn insights into impact, dialogue into delivery, and ambition into action for Africa and for the world.
Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. If you're joining us on radio or television or live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3i Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts.
Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. But beneath this progress lies a more complex reality.
Ghana's relatively swift macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian businesses and individuals and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
We called it the 3I Africa Summit: Innovation, Investment, Impact. What began as a convening is now a sustainable movement. Over 7,000 delegates, 80 countries.
Welcome to this beautiful city, Kigali, and this magnificent country, Rwanda, offering us the space to host the third Inclusive FinTech Forum for 2026.
This year's theme is
Approaching markets from Accra to Kigali to Singapore. The 3I policy dialogue demonstrated that cross-border payments through innovation is being enhanced. Fintech licensing pilot, digital public infrastructure, a continent finally unlocked. Now, we deliver. 2026 is the year Africa's fintech shows the world how ready we are, that we are the next frontier. Cross-border payments that book, digital identity that travels, capital that funds the founders building this continent. Real money, real markets, real impact. This is the room where it happens. Welcome to the second edition of the 3I Africa Summit, Accra.
Today, on the 6th of May 2026, with all our powers combined, can we achieve success by establishing the next frontier to shape Africa's integrated fintech future? Welcome to the 3I Africa Summit 2026. It is a joy at the second edition of the 3I Africa Summit that is being hosted by the Bank of Ghana. We are doing this in partnership with the Ghana Interbank Payment and Settlement Systems, GIPS, and the Global Finance and Technology Network, GFTN, of the Monetary Authority of Singapore. At the Bank of Ghana, we have taken a deliberate approach. Our objective has been clear, and that is to build a regulatory and market environment that supports innovation while maintaining stability and trust. Africa has reached a point where participation is no longer the rich. Leadership, on the other hand, is.
This summit reflects the shared ambition for Ghana, which the governor has just spoken about, and for Africa, for us to build a digitally connected financial future anchored on innovation, investment, and income. When leadership is collaborative, partnerships are intentional, digital financial services moves beyond systems and delivers real impacts. And it ensures that every Ghanaian has access to financial services. And that is no longer a barrier, that is a given.
The next frontier of Africa's financial future is not ahead of us. It is being decided now and in this room by the choices we make here. Ghana is open to partnerships across the continent, and we are ready for business.
It's a real pleasure to be here in Ghana with all of you for what is bound to be a very productive 3 days, full of insights, intelligent conversations, and discussions that can move the African continent forward when it comes to the 3 I's: innovation, investment, and impact. Let us use this opportunity for all of us coming together and let us collaborate with each other to turn these insights into action. The next phase of global digital growth must be shaped in emerging markets. Africa is well positioned to play a defining role, particularly in cross-border trade and in applying technology to agriculture, health, education, and public services. Ghana stands ready to contribute to this effort, to ensure that integration is not only discussed in Accra, but also demonstrated everywhere. And I believe you agree to that.
This day, in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. If you join us on radio and television, or live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3I Africa Summit, where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, Africa grows, and how Africa transacts.
Let's talk about why we are here today. Internet use in sub-Saharan Africa has grown rapidly, increasing by over 115% between 2016 and 2021. More than 191 million additional people made or received digital payment between 2014 and 2021. But beneath this progress lies a more complex reality.
Ghana's relatively short macroeconomic recovery have surprised many global observers, largely in a positive way, and the results are increasingly visible for all to see. These development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the nation of the central government of the Tessiana. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian business and individual and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
Today, on the 6th of May 2026, with all our powers combined, can we achieve success by establishing the next frontier to shape Africa's integrated fintech future? Welcome to the 3i Africa Summit 2026. It is a joy indeed to be here at this second edition of the 3i Africa Summit that is being hosted by the Bank of Ghana. We are doing this in partnership with the Ghana Interbank Payment and Settlement Systems, GITS, and the Global Finance and Technology Network, GFCA. Let's begin this day in the name of God Almighty, from whom all blessings flow. If you're joining us on radio or television or live here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker South Chapel International, we welcome you to the 3i Africa Summit.
For all to see. This development forms part of the broader macroeconomic recovery efforts undertaken by the leadership of the central bank led by Dr. Siama. Today, Ghana's reference rate, which serves as a benchmark for commercial lending, has declined to 10.4%. What this means is that the Ghanaian businesses and individuals and innovators like yourselves can gain access to cheaper and affordable capital to invest, expand, and grow.
Digital growth must be shaped in emerging markets. Africa is well positioned to play a defining role, particularly in cross-border trade and in applying technology to agriculture.
Welcome to this beautiful city, Kigali, and this magnificent country, Rwanda, offering us the space to host the third Inclusive FinTech Forum for 2026.
This year's theme is shaping the future of inclusive finance, particularly innovation, impact, and connection. Across the continent, fintech innovation is reshaping how people save, how people invest, transact.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, you've made it to day 3. Give yourselves a resounding round of applause. He never promised that it would be easy, but ladies and gentlemen, see what the grace of God has done for us. We've sailed through 3 days of bold conversations, and here we are on the grand finale. Would you please rise as we receive Ghana's Minister for Foreign Affairs, representing the President of the Republic and the official party. We begin this closing ceremony with gratitude to you, O Lord, for seeing us through 2 wonderful days of bold conversations that will shape Africa's financial landscape. As we crown it all, we ask for your peace, your many blessings, but most importantly, the will to implement all that we've agreed on. We ask these of you through Christ our Lord with thanksgiving. Amen. Please be seated. Live from the Destiny Arena at the Makers House Chapel International and all around the world on radio, television, and online. This is the closing ceremony of the 3i Africa Summit 2026. On behalf of the Bank of Ghana, together with the Ghana Interbank Payments and Settlement Systems and the Global Finance Technology Network of Singapore, let me say a very good afternoon to you all, and thank you for obliging our invitation yet again and making it to the grand finale. Today, our joy is made complete because we're joined by the President of our Republic, who is here represented by the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Would you please make welcome the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, MP. With great delight to receive from government also Ghana's Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, Dr. Agnes Namumulate. He's made it here as our official host. Yes, again, ladies and gentlemen, the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Pandite-Siama. He's joined by his brothers and sisters from across the continent, governors and deputy governors. I make welcome the Governor of the Central Bank of Tanzania, Mr. Emmanuel Tutuba. The Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Zachary Mumuni, joins us. The second Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Madame Matilda Asante-Siedu, joins us too. We make welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Sudan, Dr. Sani Abdelafiz Saleh. Deputy Governor of the Bank of Zimbabwe, Dr. Innocent Machi. Deputy Governor of the Bank of Rwanda, Mr. Nick Barige. The Deputy Governor of the Bank of Zambia, Reka Shifue Muhango. The Deputy Governor of the Bank of Liberia, Dr. Musa Dukulu. The Director Generals of WAMI and the West African Monetary Agency, the CEO of GIBS, Madam Clara B. Arthur. CEO of the Global Finance and Tech Network, Maha El Damaki. Director General of the Bank of Ghana Fintech Office, El Hanan Owureku Asare. To you, captains of industry from across industries, ladies and gentlemen, the boards, management and staff of the BOG, GIBS and GFTN of Singapore, heads of industry associations and organizations, distinguished guests, the good and great joining us here on television, on radio, online, we welcome you warmly. What we want to do now is to delve into a very important conversation, which, ladies and gentlemen, we believe is very pivotal for our forward march. It's an inclusive agenda which includes gender. Somebody say gender. Would you please, with joy in your hearts, receive the following as they walk us through this conversation on leading Africa's next frontier with women in tech. The moderator, Angela Ekuya Asante, Regina Honu, Otima Yirenchi, Hazi Chimbetele, and Ethel Kofi. For the next 40 minutes, no more, no less, theirs will be a conversation that advances towards integrated digital and financial ecosystems, women emerging as architects of the next frontier. They will examine how women are shaping fintech innovation, influencing policy, building scalable platforms, and driving digital public infrastructure and financial inclusion across markets. They will touch on perspectives focusing on leadership, capital access, and ecosystem influence, as well as efforts to build pipelines for the next generation of female tech leaders. My bit is the part where they will highlight how policy and private sector approaches can support sustained participation and long-term impact. Ladies, are you ready for us? They didn't hear the applause. That's why they are not here. Please let it be louder. Moderator, Angela. Angela Kuyasante is Africa Media Agency's country lead. Regina Honu is the Chief Executive Officer of Soronko Academy. Otima Yurenchi is the co-founder and operations director, Because She Can. Hasvi Chimbetete is the financial services professional and career coach, Cura for Young People, CIC. And Ethel Kofi is the Chief Executive Officer, Ideal Technology Consulting. Ladies and gentlemen, they are yours for the applause.
Merci beaucoup, Jerry. Thank you very much, Jerry. So, as Africa advances towards integrated digital and financial ecosystems, we have a context where women are emerging as architects of the next frontier. This panel is going to examine how women are shaping fintech innovation, influencing policy, and building scalable platforms. We're also going to look at how they are driving digital public infrastructure and financial inclusion across markets. During the next 40 minutes, and it's going to be 40 minutes tops, we're going to look at the perspectives that will focus on leadership, capital access, and ecosystem influence, as well as efforts to build pipelines for the next generation of female tech leaders. This discussion is also going to highlight how policy and private sector approaches can support sustained participation and long-term impact. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you what, you are in for a treat with our panelists. My name is Angela Ekyo Asante, aka AAA. I'm the country lead and strategic communications advisor at leading fully bilingual and Pan-African public relations firm, African Media Agency. It is my pleasure today to be your moderator. Please give it up for our panelists before we start. So ladies, before we begin, what we're going to do today is going to be structured around 3 themes. Theme number 1, we're going to talk about building the architecture. And this topic is going to be specifically directed to Ethel Kofi and Regina Honu here with us. We're also going to look at investing in the pipeline. And this is something that we're going to discuss with Hasvi Chimbetete and Otema Yurenchi. And finally, we're going to look at the integrated future. And everybody on this panel will be able to chip in. So let's get right into the topic with theme number 1, building the architecture, where we talk about infrastructure, policy, and systemic design. Ethel, first of all, I would like you to take 30 seconds just to quickly introduce yourselves for those who don't know how just amazing of a superwoman you are. And then I'm going to go in the question that says that, you've done it all. You've advised, Ghana's Vice President's office. You have led commercial solutions at Vodafone, now Telcel. We're now building the next frontier. How do you feel, or how do you think that we should move from isolated fintech pilots to national scale digital transformation that will prioritize women? Ethel, take the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Well, I've been in the sector for a little while. I think almost 20 years of building tech, of helping build the ecosystem, of moving in the ecosystem. I've been privileged to have been in the generation where when I was in university, I think it was my second year that MTN started doing SMS. So I'm aging myself a little bit. And then, we're in the space now where we built an ecosystem. We have a really thriving payment structure. We have a thriving ecosystem. So I've been privileged to sort of watch that happen. Actually, I'm of the generation where we also, at the time, voice calls, VoIP. was a big problem because there was a policy, there was a policy discussion, what happens when people can make calls over the internet. So that was a big discussion at that point. Here's the thing, we have, in the last 15 to 20 years, we have really come far in terms of laying the building blocks. Ghana, from a regulatory perspective, we have done a really good job. We've led in my opinion, I think we've led the continent in terms of putting in the right infrastructure. We've got a great talent set. So there was an IFC report a couple of years ago that said something like 12 to 14% of the technical skills that sit in Africa actually sit in Ghana.
Wow.
So we've got talent, we've got a good infrastructure. And so I think for us, we are very poised to lead the continent. As a Ghanaian, I'm very proud that that's what we're going to do. I think we are very poised to lead the continent in moving from just payments to, digital lending. We're many ways in which we can take. It's not just we're sending money up and down. There are different ways in which we can begin to allow digital to permeate the lives of the people that sit in our different countries. It affects the way they are able to access opportunities. And so I'm very excited about it. I'm very excited that we also have a governor that understands these things and understands where we're going. So these are exciting times for us.
Amazing. I think we are blessed. Let's give a round of applause to ourselves. Thank you so much, Ethel, for this feedback. Regina, I'm going to come to you now. Sronko Academy was the first human-centered design school in West Africa, right? So now when we talk about integrated future, how can we ensure that this design, the design of the new financial rails, does not leave behind 50,000 plus young girls, the ones that you've trained?
Okay, I think that's a very good question. And I'm glad that we get the opportunity to be on a main panel to talk about how we can be intentional, because mostly these conversations would have happened in the halls, right? So now that we have the right audience, it's really about understanding the voices and perspectives of different women and girls in different spaces at different times, right? Because if you look across Ghana from low to middle to peri-urban, women use digital services and payment platforms in different ways. And it would be great that use cases are built around that usage. So how do women interact with technology, and how are we ensuring that they are part of shaping what happens next? How are we ensuring that they are part of shaping what innovation looks like? So how do we ensure that they not only have the skills, but they have the voice and the platform to be included, so that the technology that's being built, that's being shaped, is not just determined by a certain group. And even when we're talking about women, now we have to extend it to other marginalized communities, like women or men with disabilities. How can we be intentional to make sure that we are creating these spaces and these platforms such that we create these use cases for the new generation of women coming up and the old generation that also wants to be included?
Fantastic. A foundation that caters for all women, those even, like you said, with different abilities. I'm going to jump in the topic of investing in the pipeline. Hasvi, I'm going to go to you. You are a mortgage solutions change maker. You focus on diaspora engagement. And we had the chance to talk a bit about that before. But how can we better channel capital from the diaspora into women-led fintech startups beyond just what we know that are, family remittances?
Thank you. Great question. Honored to be here. You've already said who I am and what I do. I'm Zimbabwean by birth and very proud to be on the continent. Thank you for inviting me. So having been a diasporan resident for the last 25 years, I have been one of those participants that has remitted the 100 billion in 2025. Thank you, Mom. I think there is a lot of diaspora money coming in. We all know the stats, and we can all agree probably that it's been very consumptive. There isn't any infrastructure for investment opportunities for the diaspora. As much as we love sending remittances back for our families, for school fees, healthcare, social impact, things that we're doing at a small scale, we really want to start investing back home. And this is where we were born. This is why we're called Diaspora. And at the moment, there's a few things that are kind of lacking. And being at the summit in the last 3 days has highlighted that. The governor said that. All the delegates have said that. Pretty much every speech has talked about infrastructure, governance, trust, de-risking that problem that sits there. So I can tell you from the research that we've done in Diaspora, because you'd be surprised how many diasporans, whether you're Zimbabwean, Ghanaian, Kenyan, Ugandan, have these conversations when we have these seminars. Because I do financial literacy for our African community. They keep asking me, when will Africa start hearing us? Because we get companies in the private sector coming through to tell us what to do with our investment opportunities. So it's time to start building that dialogue. So access, how do we access the African continent? Through structure, governance that will protect our investment. My investment needs are not going to be the same as those of a similar lady who's grown up and been in Africa all her life. My de-risking is going to be very particular. And also, we need to start having opportunities that allow that trust. It's very rare that we just do finance without trust. People buy from people that they know. So that representation, people like Ethel here, we don't even know that there's women in fintech on the continent. We don't make enough noise about success stories. We just hear the negativity of what Africa is doing. So shouting and singing on all praises is going to bring that attention to make the diaspora trust what's happening. And if we start to do and create products that fit the market, the diaspora market, it's going to be an easy win. This is low-hanging fruit. If I'm to remit $1,000, for example, and 20% of that goes into an investment fund that has got an inclusive focus, that's going to have a social impact and social mobility for the local Africans, why would I not do that? So I started having these conversations with the policymakers, the governments that builds the infrastructure which we all plug and play from, and the private sector that creates these products to attract diaspora. And of that 100 billion that's been remitted, if we were to take only 20% into investment, I'm sure you can see the math where Africa would be as a global frontier with the diaspora funding and probably eradicating the poverty that we proclaim and sing about more. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you so much. Please clap for her. So basically, diaspora-tailored products that encourages a trusted relationship between diasporans and people in the motherland.
Absolutely.
Right. Otema, now your turn. Yes. Quick one. So you studied AI, you studied machine learning at Uppsala University. How can AI be used as a tool for financial inclusion rather than just, using it to create a new sort of digital divide for African women?
Okay, thank you for the question. There's various ways that we can do this. I'll use, for example, business owners or women business owners in Africa. You have a lot of market women who own businesses who are making so much money, but in a non-traditional sense, right? When they need capital for their businesses, they go for loans from the bank. There is certain documentation that they need to present, right? And sometimes the kind of data that the bank would require, some businesses are not, they don't have that. But if we were to apply technology or artificial intelligence, we can build, in the past, I've worked on a project where I built a loan decision engine. So this loan decision engine, it takes your, for example, mobile money transactions. Some people don't own bank accounts, right? They have mobile phones, they make calls, they make transactions. So you take their mobile money transactions over a period of time, you see how much money is coming into, how much they are taking out, buying and selling. And then you use machine learning algorithms like, say, reinforcement learning. It's a machine learning technique, right? It's supposed to study the trend. And it's like a trial and error type of algorithm, right? So if you apply something like reinforcement learning on people's data of mobile money transactions over time, you know that this person, even if they don't have a bank account in the bank for us to use as a proof that they can be able to pay this amount of money over a certain period. Their mobile money transactions, the way that they've done business over a period, over a couple of years, months, it can tell you a story about how they work, how much money comes in, and how they'll be able to repay their loan over a period. So that's one way that we can use AI to be able to support women and include them financially. Right? And the second thing I would want to touch on is that financial literacy. There are so many people who want to get into business but don't understand they don't understand how their money is supposed to work for them, right? My best friend Baba, she owns a fashion, she's a fashion designer, Owusua, the brand is Owusua, and when I talk to her, she is not tech inclined, but then she has the creative ability, right? So how does she use technology to be able to improve her business? So she'll use generative AI like Claude, for example. A lot of us use Claude. I think Kwame Afo came on before and mentioned how he uses his Claude. So
My
business,
God, he said.
yes, exactly. So business owners can use Claude. How do I do my inventory management? How do I go about production? Even if I want to go for a loan at the bank, what are the documentation I'll need? Before you can even get access to a financial advisor where the 1% will get access to, you can use AI tools to give you that insights into what to do before you can even get there. So for business owners, for women who don't have access to some of these top financial products, they can use AI to advise before they can take, after they get their groundwork, then they can take the next step. Another thing, I'm still on the topic of fashion as an example. Before you can even, let's say you sew your clothes and then you want to be able to see what it will look like on a model. All of those things cost money, right? But now you have AI tools that can model your clothes for you. Somebody comes on your website, you have a tool that they can even see themselves with AR technology. They can even see themselves wearing the clothes before they can purchase. So this application on a basic business owner's websites can also push them to make more money and increase their revenue and then make more profit from it. Lastly, I would want to add that because Chican has a mentorship platform called Ascendancy, right? And the next phase that we are building is a marketplace. We have mentors and mentees, some in Ethiopia, Kenya. How do they show their skills? Maybe they have some freelance work that they would like to say that they have skills in data science and analytics. Somebody wants to build a dashboard built for them in Ghana. So somebody from Ghana can hire somebody from Ethiopia. But then how do you get money across? So that's what we've been talking about, borderless payments across. So if we're able to bridge that gap and have people across the African continent be able to sell their work and also receive money for their work using technology or using AI tools, that's going to take us to the next frontier, basically.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Fantastic innovation. So basically people will be able to use AI like their 360 personal assistant. She can do it all.
Yes, exactly.
Amazing. Ethel, I'm going to come back to you quickly. You founded Women in Tech Africa and you engage across 30 countries. What is the single biggest policy barrier that you've noticed that is preventing women-led fintechs from scaling across African borders and go global?
That's a big question. Women in Tech, I'll just give you a little context. So Women in Tech Africa started, so when I lived and worked in the UK, two things were very clear to me when I started my career. I mostly was the only woman in the room, and I was only the only Black woman in the room. And I was trying very hard to find a community of people that understood what I was dealing with as someone who had, who was in an environment that was not necessarily built for me. And when I moved back home to start my business, I thought it would be interesting to see if I could even, at the time I thought I could even gather 20 women who were in the space. And I think that the first time we gathered them, 70 women showed up. At the time, Estelle that ran Google in Ghana, and Otima Otimai Renchi, so I think they are related, but Otimai Renchi, who ran Microsoft in Ghana, all turned up. There clearly was a need for community around women supporting each other. Fast forward, we are an organization. I'm now chair of the board. I don't run it on a daily basis, but it's 5,000 women, 30 African countries. And the need is this. We have the same problem everybody else does, right? So there's the cross-border, there's the infrastructure disparity. But there's all the other layer of how are we enabling our women to raise funding? How are we ensuring that the women who are building fintechs are able to raise funds to be able to build and scale businesses? That's one big barrier. Are we being intentional about ensuring that there are work streams that cater to a minority or a different set of people? The other thing is the support across countries, right? So, we have a few women in Zambia that want to come into Ghana. What does it look like practically? How do we ensure that the women across these countries can build, can move, can scale to? I think that those two things come up often. But that also means that when we are discussing policy, there is maybe specific language that needs to go into policy that supports, the gender narrative, that supports the differently abled narrative, so that we can ensure that there are eyes on the women, on differently able people to be able to build and scale businesses across Africa. The problem with when we talk about African women in business and even fintech, people think micro. People think $10,000. People think $20,000. And we're looking for millions for women to scale across Africa. So.
Right. I hear you. So I understand that we have to wrap up our session soon. We could be here for hours and really enjoy ourselves. I'm gonna let you, each of you, use no more than 45 seconds for any subsequent question that I'm going to ask you. I'm gonna start with Regina. You are in a great position today. You have the governor in front of you, and I have a question for you. So it's a good opportunity for you to basically express yourself. You have worked in traditional banking, right? From your perspective, what is the one thing that traditional financial institutions still get very wrong about the female tech architect? 45 seconds.
Okay, so in 45 seconds, I would think that they have one definition of the female. So women, like I said, are coming up with different solutions using different platforms. Now, I'll give you an example. We started out with training. So we worked with building mindset. So it took us a while. So now we've done over 60,000 women and girls that we've trained in and across Ghana in different regions. And then the next thing was, how do we export this talent? And so there was this growing demand for gig work and women looking to take their skills that they've learned and work in international markets. And so we have more and more women looking to connect on different platforms. But the question always remains, how do they get paid? And how are they going to be safe? Because women are definitely a vulnerable group. And so since I have this attention, I would say that we must now understand that women have the skills, they have the communities. Now, once the opportunities are there, we need to streamline it and, add more zeros, like Ethel was saying. So bigger numbers, because the women are doing really innovative things, and give them more visibility.
Amazing. Otema, quick one. Through Because She Can, you've impacted thousands of girls. What is the 2026 version of the challenges that these girls are facing? Is it still just access to hardware? Is it systematic bias in the tech ecosystem? Is it something else? 45 seconds.
Okay, I'll try to sum it all up. It's a lot. But access to hardware is still very much a barrier for women in technology. We run the Code Bridge Fellowship where we support them with laptops, right? A lot of women now own mobile phones, but if you want to do big work or you want to move into tech fully, you need more than just a mobile phone. You need a laptop, you need a desktop. So the access to hardware is still very much hindering a lot of women from getting into the space. And we try as much as possible to give that opportunity to them. But that is what we need as women. Another thing is also systemic bias, right? So we are doing a lot of training programs. We are doing a lot of awareness to get women into the space, but a lot of women are dropping off. We've seen over time in the space of technology. Why? Because we don't prepare the workplace enough for them to be able to stay. There's a lot of context when it comes to women in the corporate space. And it's not just about having the technical skills or tech skills to be able to work or excel in your specific role of tech, right? But what kind of, like Regina said, we need safe spaces. You are working with people, you are working with different people. Make sure that the place is inclusive enough, is safe enough for women to feel comfortable to come to work every day and actually be productive.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And the last thing I would say is also mentorship. So we need a lot of women to be guided to know exactly what path to take. And also, as I mentioned earlier, tying it back to the workplace, once they get into that space, how are we going to ensure that they stay? Yes.
Right. Thank you so much, Otema, for your feedback. I'm going to come to you finally, Hasvi, since you deal with a lot of capital, and this is what people want, right? All their zeros. So the data shows that there's a massive gap in VC funding for women. If you had to choose, do we need more female-led VC funds, or do we need a different positioning for women-led businesses to benefit from global funds that already exist?
I would say we need both. So at the moment, if I was to choose, there's an urgent gap in positioning women in fintech and business-led, fintech led by women. And right now, there's a lot of startups that are led by women, and there isn't the funding, and there isn't that visibility as well. So I think at the same time, as much as we have female-led VC funds, we also need to have the responsibility to ensure that their interests are not being bombarded and taken over by the male counterparts, as what's been said with my colleague there, my previous speaker, that there isn't structures in place to protect women's talent. It's not that the talent is not there or that we don't have the female VCs or all of that. It is there, but we don't have policies and structures in place to help support them. So it's neither here or there. It's trying to create a pipeline and gatekeeping it and making sure that women's interests are also seen and protected.
Right. Thank you so much for this input. So we're about to conclude this session. And I think hearing you, we have to be really grateful about how far, we've come. We've finally moved away from traditional conversation of just inclusion. I think you've added much more to this conversation today. You've shown, how a lot of women, in tech are the ones that are designing the very rails of digital transformation and human-centered design. And we've also heard, Otema, I think you mentioned how AI and data science are being channeled, so that no one is left behind, people that are differently abled as well. And then Hasvi Capital, so important to fund the future that is just on the horizon. So having said that, one thing that you can share with the audience today, if you have one word, let's say a single word, an action that the audience in this room that is looking at you, that is listening to you, can take tomorrow, can do right now to make a change. Regina, I'm starting from you. A single sentence.
Be consistent. So I'm just going to say we must keep doing what we're doing. Where we are winning, we must do that more and scale it.
Thank you. Consistent. Good. Otema?
I would just say women are taking up space, and whether we're comfortable or uncomfortable about it, we're here to stay, basically. Yeah.
You are here to stay. Amazing. Hasvi?
I would say let's give women access and that support, so we can be able to use our funds, whether from her mobile phone, whether it's checking payments across borders, checking her account, buying investment or investing into structures. Let's support women, then we'll grow our economies that way.
Access to funds. Thank you, Hasvi. And finally, Ethel.
More women in the room helping to shape policy.
More women in the room helping to shape policy. Great. And in my final word, as your moderator today, to the governor in the room, to the CEOs, to the investors, the architecture is really being built. That's what I've taken home from your talk today, ladies. Now, the question is no longer if women will lead the next frontier. It is how quickly we will align our capital and our policies to support the world that women are already creating. Having said that, it was my absolute pleasure to moderate. I'm Angela Ikasanti, country leader of African Media Agency. My pleasure again to have you. Let's thank our incredible panelists. Please join me in giving them a big round of applause.
And help me also celebrate our amazing moderator who has done this hour's conversation in 40 minutes. A round of applause for her. How about a group photograph?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angela Ikuasante, Regina Honu, Otima Irinchi, Hasvi Shimbetete, and Ethel Kofi. Yours has been a job well done, fleshing out the essence of our theme, leading Africa's next frontier with women in tech. Coming up now is a perspective that we've been longing for, how we can advance economic inclusion, women's role in Africa's digital and financial ecosystems. Somebody say the word resetting. Oh, those who are not saying, you are enemies of the state. It's a beautiful word which just means how we are realigning every sector of our economy for sustainable growth and development, as well as the benefits that it will accrue for all Ghanaians. The President of the Republic, upon assuming office, has championed this in every sector, particularly in the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection. Here to expand on the theme, Advancing Economic Inclusion, Women's Role in Africa's Digital and Financial Ecosystems, make welcome the Sector Minister, the Honorable Dr. Agnes Namomo Lati.
So, whether consistency, access, whatever the situation is, women are here to stay. And I know you all agree with me. Our very own governor of the Bank of Ghana and my Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, the CEO, Ghana Interbank Payments and Settlement Systems Limited, the CEO, Global Finance and Technology Network, and let me acknowledge all other governors here in present, distinguished guests, development partners, distinguished panelists, captains of industry, innovators and entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is a privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the 3i African Summit 2026 as we reflect on the theme, Advancing Economic Inclusion, Women's Role in Africa's Digital and Financial Ecosystems. The theme serves as a reminder that Africa's digital revolution and economic transformation cannot be pursued in isolation from inclusion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, across Africa, women form the backbone of our economies. They dominate the informal sector, small and medium enterprises, and play vital roles in agriculture, trade, and service industries as traders, market women, agro-processors, artisans, and digital entrepreneurs. Evidence consistently shows that women are not only economic actors, they are drivers of resilience, innovation, and community stability. When women are economically empowered, the benefits extend far beyond the individual. Households' income rise, leading to improved nutrition, health, and education outcomes for children. Again, communities become more vibrant as women tend to reinvest in their families and local economies. Furthermore, at the national level, increased female participation in the economy drives productivity, strengthens value chains, and contributes to more inclusive and sustained economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's rapidly evolving digital and financial landscape, these gains can significantly amplify through digital technologies and financial innovations such as mobile money, e-commerce platforms, and digital credits. These digital platforms offer unprecedented opportunities to expand access, reduce transaction costs, and unlock new markets for women entrepreneurs. It is for this and many more reasons that gender inclusion must be intentionally integrated into the design, implementation, and governance of our digital and financial ecosystems. This requires that we move beyond gender-neutral approaches to gender-responsive policies, products, and platforms that address the specific needs and realities of women. It also calls for more investment in digital literacy, skills development, as well as creation of safe, accessible, and affordable digital spaces for women and girls on our continent. Under the able leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, we have taken bold steps to ensure that gender inclusion forms a foundational or fundamental pillar in our national development agenda. This is evident in the development of the National Gender Policy, which provides a comprehensive framework to mainstream gender across all sectors, including digital innovation, financial inclusion, and economic empowerment. The policy prioritizes equitable access to resources, technology, and opportunities for women and girls to make them contribute meaningfully to our national development processes. The Affirmative Action Act, a landmark legislation, also seeks to address historical imbalances by promoting women's participation and leadership in governance and decision-making spaces. By strengthening women's representation, we are ensuring that policies and systems better reflect the needs and aspirations of all citizens. Together, these legal frameworks provide a strong foundation for advancing women's inclusion in Africa's evolving economic landscape. Distinguished guests, the quest for achieving economic inclusion demands robust institutional mechanisms that protect the most vulnerable while enabling participation. The National Social Protection Policy and Act and programs such as the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty continues to provide essential support to vulnerable households, many of which are headed by females. These interventions do not only alleviate poverty, but create pathways for women to effectively engage in economic activities. A recent reassessment exercise conducted under the program revealed that significant number of beneficiary households have experienced measurable improvements in their welfare and are now ready to transition to the next stage of their development journey. As we graduate from the LEAP program, the integration of financial technology becomes a key enabler of sustained economic independence for them. Through access to mobile money platforms, digital savings and credit services, and interoperable payment systems, these women will be better positioned to transition from subsistence to sustainable livelihoods. The establishment of the Women's Development Bank is a timely and strategic intervention envisioned as a dedicated institution to address the persistent financing gaps faced by women. By offering tailored financial products, business development support, and leveraging digital and fintech solutions, the bank will provide an avenue for women to move from vulnerability to viability. For many women, this means the ability to expand their small businesses, access microcredits without prohibitive collateral requirements, and participate in digital marketplaces beyond their immediate communities. Distinguished guests, as we chart this path ahead, it is imperative that our efforts are guided by clear and deliberate priorities that will accelerate women's economic inclusion. First, we must expand access to digital infrastructure and financial services for women, particularly in rural and underserved communities. Second, we must strengthen partnerships between governments, the private sector, development partners, and civil society organizations to scale up inclusive innovations that work for women. Third, we must promote women's leadership across all sectors, ensuring that women are not only included, but are shaping the direction of Africa's digital and economic transformation. I heard somebody said, adding more zeros. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, I urge all stakeholders gathered here to reaffirm our collective commitment to building an Africa where every woman has access to digital tools and financial resources. An Africa where every girl has the opportunity to develop digital and technological skills for the future. And an Africa where every woman can lead, innovate, and contribute meaningfully to our shared prosperity. I want to commend the Bank of Ghana, the Ghana Interbank Payment and Settlement Systems Limited, and the Global Finance and Technology Network for convening this important platform to foster innovation, mobilize investment, and drive inclusion across Africa's financial and digital ecosystems. Ghana remains committed to working with you to advance this vision beyond what we see today, because when women thrive, Africa thrives. I thank you for your kind attention.
When women thrive, Africa thrives. Ladies and gentlemen, she is the one at the helm of affairs, certainly leading a gender-responsive economy that provides opportunities for all women and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, appreciate one more time the Honorable Dr. Agnes Na Momo Latte. Thank you very much. The independence of Ghana is meaningless until it's linked up with the total liberation of the African continent. 69 years ago, these words were uttered by the Osagefo, and for good reason, it has fallen to Ghana through the President of our Republic to champion this agenda on many fronts. Today, He shares the passion of the president with us through this novel theme of regional financial integration for national development. Make welcome, representing the President of our Republic, Ghana's Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa.
Thank you very much. Let me warmly acknowledge the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, who just delivered incredible remarks, the Honorable Dr. Agnes Namomo Latte. I acknowledge the Governor of the Central Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Pandit Isiama, and his distinguished two deputies, Dr. Zachary Mumuni and Matilda Asante Esiedu. I recognize Deputy Governor of the Bank of Sudan, Dr. Sani Abdelafiz Sali, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Zimbabwe, Dr. Innocent Machi, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Rwanda, Dr. Nick Barigi, Deputy Governor of the Bank of Zambia, Reka Chifuwe Muhango, Deputy Governor of the Bank of Liberia, Dr. Musa Dukuli, the Director General of WAMI, the West African Monetary Institute. I recognize the CEO of GIPS, Clara B. Arthur, the CEO of the Global Finance and Tech Network Solutions, Maha L. Dimaki, Premier Oiwo, MD and CEO of the Nigeria Interbank Payment and Settlement Systems, the Director of FinTech of the Bank of Ghana, El Hanan Oreku Asari, captains of industry, investors, sponsors, our friends from the media, the board, the management and staff of the Bank of Ghana, heads of industry, associations and organizations, distinguished guests, good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon to you all. I bring you very warm greetings from the President of the Republic of Ghana and the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. He really, really regrets his inability to be with you personally today. If President Mahama was here this afternoon, he would have been particularly impressed about today's program. As you know, President Mahama is the Africa Union champion for gender. He is also the Africa Union champion for African financial institutions. And today's program has brought those two imperatives to the fore with very distinguished personalities, eloquent speakers, achievers, really accomplished Africans who have done justice to the theme. And I'm sure that President Mahama, as Africa Union champion for gender and for African financial institutions, will really have been delighted. And I know he'll be looking forward to the report from this 3i conference so that it would help him in carrying out his mandate, which the continental body has given to him as champion for these two very important sectors. Championing the most populous section of our continent, and also making sure that we achieve financial integration. President Mahama would also, I know for certain, will have commended the Central Bank of the Republic of Ghana for their tremendous effort in leading monetary policy reforms which have brought all of us respite, stability, and given us the foundation for the economic takeoff that we have all been longing for. And leading those monetary policy reforms is the governor of the Central Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Esiama, who deserves a special round of applause. I was telling him a while ago that everywhere I've been to on international assignments, people walk up to me and ask, how is your governor doing it? We look at the statistics and it's incredible. I mean, moving your currency from the worst performing currency in the world to now amongst the best performing currency in the world. Incredible. Last year, the Ghanaian cedi appreciated by more than 40%. Phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal. And to see what he's done working with the distinguished Minister of Finance, Dr. Kisela Tuforsin, bringing down inflation to single digit, and we've seen 15 consecutive months of single digit inflation. Quite unprecedented. And what he's done with our gross international reserves, 5.7 months of import cover, $13.8 billion. Impressive, impressive, impressive. And our governor really must be celebrated. And we all are proud of our governor, and we salute him for the great effort. He really demonstrates that competence can be found in Africa. And when the right people are given the job, they can deliver and take us to the promised land. That is what Dr. Esiama has demonstrated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as Foreign Minister of the Republic of Ghana, I cannot help, indeed I'll be remiss, if I do not highlight the significance of today's gathering. To have this array of central bank governors of African countries gathered here in Accra, united to create a digital ecosystem, which is the next frontier of banking, and to come up with AI tools that our young people, the world's youngest continent, can tap into for the transformation of Africa. It is absolutely impressive to have this significant number of central bank governors honoring the invitation of the government of Ghana, and I believe they deserve a special round of applause. And for those who are interested in history, this is exactly what Ghana's founder, the Osagefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, talked about this same month, the month of May, in 1963 in Addis Ababa, in that famous Unite Now or Perish address to African leaders, where he talked about the need for African central bank governors to come together, the need to have a common currency, and the need to have a common central bank. The fact that we must integrate, not only at the political level, but at the economic level. This is what we are beginning to see at this 3I gathering. And I know Ghana's founder, the Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, will be smiling wherever he is, seeing that vision, no matter how long it has taken us, we are beginning to see African central banks work together, sign significant agreements, and as foreign minister, I've seen key MOUs being signed, I've seen strategic partnerships being negotiated, and we are seeing that African central banks no longer want to work in silos, but they want to come together so that ultimately that dream of the Osajifo of a united Africa, of an integrated, economically emancipated Africa will be achieved in our lifetime. And I believe we must celebrate our central bank governors for doing that. As you all know, managing monetary policy in these turbulent times, at a time the world is undergoing tectonic shifts, it is not easy to have central bank governors leave their central banks and come to Ghana, another country, and spend days with us brainstorming and strategizing for the economic emancipation of our continent. And I believe that our central bank governors have really, really demonstrated their passion for the development of Africa. And I know Osajifo's 1963 dream of a united Africa, a common currency, a common central banks working together, not giving up our sovereignties, but making sure that those sovereignties work together in the best interest of the people of Africa. That dream is alive, and that dream will be realized. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin my remarks with an excerpt from the prologue of a book which was handed over to me by a Ghanaian I met in Spain a few weeks ago. A Ghanaian by name Usman Umar. And some of you may have heard about him, but I'll encourage you to get a copy of his book, North to Paradise, a memoir by Usman Umar. And this is a young man who went through the perilous, tortuous, dangerous migration, irregular migration, I must emphasize, from Ghana at the age of 13, arriving in what he believed to be paradise, the country Spain. Several years after he arrived, when he was 17, took him more than 4 years walking from his village in the Bono region to Spain, arrived in Libya and spent 4 years in Libya to raise $1,800 so traffickers could help him cross the Mediterranean. But this is what he wrote in the prologue of his book. And I just want to put all of what we are doing and what leadership should focus on in proper context. And he writes, "The desert is full of corpses, scattered among the dunes. A man sat down, alone in the middle of the desert. We had been walking for days, trusting the man who said he could lead us out of those endless suns. We had no food or water. Hope dwindled with each passing day. There was nothing as far as the eye could see. The wind howled and the air burned in our lungs. That man, the man who sat down, couldn't go any further. He had used his last ounce of strength. Leave me, he said. He didn't care if he died. You can do it. We urged him. Just hang on a little longer. We will be there soon. Leave me, he repeated. There can't be much further to go. Leave me. We are going to be all right. We are the chosen ones. Leave me. He just sat alone in the middle of the desert. Slowly, we started walking again. He got smaller and smaller until he disappeared. I imagine him dying silently over the course of days. His last breath as feeble as a bird's. Then he must have lain there, dry and rigid, just like all the other bodies would encounter along the way. The smugglers had abandoned us, betrayed us in the middle of nowhere, without explanation. We wanted to reach paradise, the promised land. When we started out, there were 46 of us. Only 6 survived, unquote. This is the reality of many young people on our continent. The IOM reports that last year, 1,700 young Africans died attempting to cross the Mediterranean into what they believe to be paradise. Even though officially the numbers have declined by 25%, which shows that the efforts we are making to create opportunities for young people is producing results. As African leaders, we must recognize that we have not accomplished our task. Our mission is not achieved. Many, like Usman Umar, expect us to create the economic opportunities that will keep them here in Ghana, in Africa, so that they can achieve their dreams. When I met Usman 3 weeks ago, he's become a lecturer at the university. He's multilingual now. He's doing very well, a father, a philanthropist, an author, and a CEO. But could all that not have been achieved on this continent? It certainly could have been achieved. And that is why we must commend the governor of the central bank, all our governors who are gathered here, seeking to reverse this trend and to create a different narrative for the world's youngest continent. Distinguished participants, Africa is a continent of immense potential. The continent possesses 30% of the Earth's mineral resources, including rare earth and critical minerals. Africa has 60% of the world's arable lands. By 2050, more than a quarter of humanity and 1/3 of the world's young people would identify as African. And with a population of 1.4 billion people and an economy of more than $3.5 trillion, Africa has almost all the foundations it requires to be an economically strong and vibrant economic space. The gaps, however, between Africa's potential and reality, as well as between its aspirations, are actions. They are deliberate policies that we as leaders must pursue. As Africans and people in leadership, we must rise to our duty and adapt our countries to the dynamic and profound transformation that is presently taking place globally. It is evident to every keen observer that the global economy is undergoing rapid and far-reaching changes. Technological innovation is reshaping work and how we resolve societal problems. Evolving financial systems are simultaneously creating new value and hardening financial access for developing countries. And shifting geopolitical dynamics are disrupting energy markets, supply chains, and financial markets. These forces of change are reshaping global trade, redefining capital flows, and creating new global economic influence that presents for Africa both opportunities and challenges. How Africa responds is critical, and it must necessarily and strategically anchor on the deepening of our regional integration initiatives that strengthen continental financial systems and repositions the continent as a competitive destination for investment, innovation, financial intermediation, and trade, leveraging the tools of diplomacy. Your Excellencies, regional integration remains central to Africa's long-term growth and development. We can no longer accept an African market that is fragmented and whose productive centers are not connected. 15% of intra-Africa trade has always been significantly lower than those of other regions and is inadequate to grow the economies of Africa into prosperity. And we must, as Africans, really confront this challenge. We must increase belief in ourselves. We must believe in made in Africa. And we must begin to have more compassion for each other. And I feel strongly about this point, particularly at this time that we are seeing another round of xenophobia rear its ugly head. We cannot be talking about trading amongst ourselves, integrating, when we are not welcoming of each other. When we believe that other Africans pose a threat to us when they come to do business in our countries. If it is the case that some guests are not following domestic laws, let law enforcement deal with that. Don't take the law into your own hands. Don't declare fellow Africans unwanted in your country. Don't be hostile to them. Don't dehumanize them. Don't assault them. Don't attack them. We cannot build that integrated Africa that our founding fathers dreamt of if we do not increase love, compassion for each other. We cannot achieve that. And my brothers and sisters, let's consider a recent development. So Russia invaded Ukraine 4 years ago. The UNHCR reports that about 10 million Ukrainians were displaced. 5.3 million Ukrainians had to flee Ukraine. Have you seen any Ukrainian refugee camp anywhere? All these Ukrainians were accepted by fellow Europeans. Most of them in Germany, in Poland, in Czech. They were not only accepted and taken in, brought home, their governments, European governments, came up with what they call special integration policies, where they expedited their integration into their countries so they can immediately qualify for job placements, for social security. They accepted their own. You will not find until this day, 4 years into that war, any Ukrainian refugee camp anywhere in the world. They have been welcomed, integrated, and fully assimilated. The US and Canada actually designed special visas for Ukrainians fleeing the war. What are we doing in Africa? We are saying Ghana must go, Nigeria must go. Go to where? Is this not our continent? Are we not one people? Are we not family? And after you've driven out all those Africans from your country, are you sure that crime rate will be zero? Are you sure that the unemployment crisis in your country will immediately vanish? No, it will not. Rather, our solution is more integration, to come together, to love each other more, to believe in our product, believe in our innovation, purchase our goods, merge, form partnerships, and work together towards the economic emancipation of our continent. That is what we should be doing. And as we see the incredible acceptance of Ukrainian refugees and that beautiful story, the international community has forgotten that the biggest displacement is not Ukrainians leaving Ukraine. It's what is going on in Sudan, where over 14 million Sudanese are displaced. Have you heard any African country say that Sudanese, you are welcome, come join us? We're coming up with special integration policies for you. The last time I checked, it was only His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama who sent special aid, relief items to the people of Sudan on behalf of the government and people of Ghana. And he did not only do that for the Sudanese, he did that for the Jamaicans during Hurricane Melissa, did that for the Cubans, and also did that for the Palestinian people. Ghana's new foreign policy is consciously demonstrating to the world that you don't need to have so much to have a heart, to be caring, to be kind, and to have fellow feeling for our common humanity. You don't need to have excess. You don't need to have so much. All you need is a heart. All you need is to be kind. All you need is to have fellow feeling. And that is what this continent needs at this time. Not driving out fellow Africans. Fellow Africans are not the problem. What we need is the strategic leadership, the vision to integrate, to work together, to love each other, and to attain the promise of political and economic liberation. The government of Ghana feels very strongly about this. And we hope that moving forward, we are not going to see any xenophobia and any Afrophobia anywhere. And that is why Ghana has specially petitioned the African Union to take this matter up at its next mid-year coordinating meeting to be held in June in Egypt. And we hope that African leaders will boldly confront this matter and that we will work together, hand in hand, to resolve our common challenges with love and not with hatred, because hatred only destroys. Hatred does not build. Your Excellencies, it is also in this context that Ghana has consistently been a strong supporter of the African Continental Free Trade Area, including by hosting its headquarters, the Secretariat here in Accra. We understand clearly that without an integration of our markets, Africa's $3.5 trillion economy is not meaningful and limits the capacity of the continent to transform its economy, generate new employment opportunities for the bulging youth population through aggressive industrialization and value addition, and create sustainable and inclusive growth prospects for Africans. Ghana's diplomacy was instrumental in the creation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which, by the way, is another vision of the iconic Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Its subsequent operationalization would continue to be key in achieving enhanced intra-African trade, while expanding opportunities for African businesses in all regional markets. In this respect, I am proud of the unique contribution Ghana made in the development of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, which was launched in Accra and is being managed by the African Export-Import Bank, Afri-Exim Bank, to support cross-border payments in local currencies. This African financial innovation is a critical facilitator for the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area, as it is mitigating currency risks, reducing transaction costs, and improving the speed and efficiency of trade settlements across African markets. Ghana's diplomacy was important in promoting adoption of this system and would continue to be important in sustaining it. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's financial institutions play an important role in support of the development of the continent, despite the inadequacy of the resources required to finance the continent's sustainable development. By some estimates, Africa requires $1.3 trillion to $1.6 trillion annually to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and the 2063 Continental Agenda, the Africa we want. With $213 billion and $221 billion required to finance climate action and infrastructure, respectively, each year. With declining commitment by developed partners to meet financing obligations under the SDGs, and access to the financial markets becoming costly and almost impossible for many African countries, the President of Ghana, in his capacity as the Africa Union champion on African financial institutions, is canvassing a bold proposal for all African countries to allocate up to 30% of their sovereign reserves towards African financial institutions for leverage and the financing of the continent's development. This is a proposal that is yet to be achieved, but Ghana remains committed and will continue to advocate strongly for its acceptance and implementation in the diplomatic engagements we carry out across the continent. According to previous estimates attributed to the African Development Bank, redirecting Africa's excess reserves could bridge the continent's annual infrastructure financing gap. We must therefore act on this proposal to assert strategic financing autonomy for the development of our continent. Ghana has also been a strong supporter of the Africa Union-led and African peer review mechanism, supported African Credit Rating Agency. As a country that has recently experienced the disproportionate effects of very subjective assessments by global credit rating agencies, we understand the cost the importance and the enormous potential for an independent and locally informed credit rating for Africans, sovereign and corporates. We will, in this regard, work to ensure that we mitigate the so-called African premium, quote and unquote, that allocates a significantly higher cost to African countries as against countries in the North with similar economic profiles. While mobilizing domestic resources for development and expanding the economy through trade, Africa has also taken measures to ensure that illicit financial flows from the continent, which the United Nations Trade and Development UNCTAD estimates to be in the region of $88.6 billion annually, or 3.7% of the continent's total GDP. This must be abated. Under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ghana Revenue Authority are actively coordinating within the African group at the United Nations in negotiating a new framework convention on international tax cooperation to ensure a fair and just regime for allocating the tax benefits of these illicit economic activities. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, within the context of ECOWAS, the Regional Economic Community of West Africa, Ghana's leadership has been focused on harmonizing policies for effective financial integration. Differences in regulatory standards, tax regimes, and financial supervision frameworks, which pose challenges to cross-border investment and financial flows, are being discussed and progressively resolved. Efforts are also ongoing to align financial regulations, strengthen banking supervision, and advance regional monetary cooperation. A commitment that the ECOWAS ministerial meeting that was held here only last month reaffirmed. These efforts are particularly important in the context of continuing discussions around the proposed ECOWAS single currency union, which aims to enhance monetary stability and facilitate trade within the West Africa region. Dialogue and cooperation will continue to be necessary to create a more predictable and transparent financial environment that is essential for attracting long-term capital and investments. Your Excellencies, in recognition of the emerging reality, digital innovation and its transformative impact on Africa's financial landscape has been a focus of Ghana's diplomacy. In West Africa, Ghana has been a strong advocate for the ECOWAS free roaming initiative, and based on the very successful national mobile money interoperability and digital payment systems, is supporting the shift from fragmented networks to open cross-border ecosystem supported by robust regulatory mandates. Indeed, the experience in Ghana has demonstrated that fintech innovation has significantly expanded financial inclusion. We support this transformation in my ministry by engaging regional partners on issues such as fintech regulation, cybersecurity, and data protection, and ensuring that technological innovation contributes to integration rather than fragmentation. This is essential for small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as for women and young entrepreneurs who rely heavily on accessible and efficient financial services. Ladies and gentlemen, in support of the regional integration agenda, particularly infrastructure and financial connectivity, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been engaging with partner countries and institutions to secure funding for investments in transport corridors, energy systems, and financial infrastructure that facilitate cross-border trade and capital flows. Strengthening financial integration to support the continent's industrial development is a key focus area of our work at the ministry. It is helping to ensure that integration translates into real economic opportunities for businesses and communities. Your Excellencies, regional financial integration is not only about growth, but also about resilience. By strengthening financial links and diversifying economic partnerships within the continent, African countries can better withstand external shocks, reduce dependence on global market fluctuations, and build more stable economies. The path toward regional financial integration will require sustained commitment by all stakeholders, practical action, and strong partnerships. By its leadership in promoting economic diplomacy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is positioning Ghana as both a gateway to West Africa and a key partner in Africa's broader economic transformation. It would also ensure that through its diplomatic engagements at the African Union and the United Nations, Africa speaks with a stronger and more unified voice in global financial governance. As we engage in discussions at this summit, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to building an Africa that is more connected, more inclusive, and more competitive. The outcomes of this summit, which will be shared with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, will form cardinal implementation points when he assumes the leadership of the African Union next year in February 2027. Ghana stands ready to continue contributing actively to this shared vision of sustainable development and continental prosperity. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Put your hands together one more time for the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, representing the President of the Republic. Honorable Minister, if it pleases you, respectfully, let me invite you to the front as you're joined by our dignitaries for a group photo. The Governor leading together with his deputies, sister governors, or governors from sister countries, I beg your pardon. Please be seated. Let me invite the Directors General from WAMI, together with the West African Monetary Agency, our sister interbank payments and settlement systems from the Republic of Nigeria, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Respectfully, I invite MD CEO. So on this note, I ask that we all rise and make a declaration. Honorable Minister, it would have fallen to you to close us, but we understand your heavy schedule. You have to take leave of us. So together, let's send a message to the continent. When I say 3I Africa 2026, we're going to say innovation, investment, impact, but the last I will be integration. Are we ready? So it will be a 4I. Are we ready? So 3I Africa Summit 2026. And that is our word. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Honorable Minister, you may please be seated together with all the members of the official party. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them as they take their seats. Wow, what a masterclass we've just had in diplomacy, regional integration, and ladies and gentlemen, how we can advance the next frontier by shaping Africa's integrated fintech future. And so, ladies and gentlemen, don't be surprised if I choose to take this topic for my MA thesis next year, because the minister has provided all the material I need. It will not be plagiarism. But one thing we certainly need to acknowledge is the fact that arts and culture certainly is integrating the continent on a faster rate than anything else. which is why it's important that we also hear from that region. Ladies and gentlemen, the next conversation we're going to have is in respect of the creative economy. For the next 40 minutes, we want to hear, from a very spirited panel on how we can finance Africa's creative economy at scale. We're joined by the Director General for the CBACC, Center for Black and Africa Arts and Civilization, the Chief Executive Officer for Collateral, the Founder and President for Design and Technology Institute, a very celebrated world-class DJ, the Chief Executive Officer of Akuna Wallet. But ladies and gentlemen, it's important that I introduce the moderator who would invite his team. Make welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the EIB Network Limited, Nathaniel Kwabena Adesi Bolore.
Thank you very much, Jerry. And a very good afternoon to all of you, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Well, a super impressive thought leadership program or summit it has been. And now we have another I added to it, integration. But of course, it's the 3I summit. We're talking innovation, we're talking investment and impact. My duty here this afternoon is somehow loaded because we believe that the creative arts should actually merge and get into the fintech space. So a big thank you to our folks at the Bank of Ghana, especially to the Governor of the Bank of Ghana and your two special deputies. Thank you very much for indulging us. Also to Gibbs, we say thank you, and GFTN for putting this together. My name is Kwabena Adesi, and I'm CEO of EIB Network, which hosts GH1 Television, Star FM, and 5 other radio stations. Our panel will be focusing on financing Africa's creative economy at scale. We all know that Africa's creative economy is actually expanding in exciting ways. And I must say, we're gaining global reach as well. New distribution channels, rising demand for digital content, and a whole lot is happening in this space. So my job is to center and focus on the rising demand for digital content across music, film, fashion. Yes, we're also talking about gaming and creative platforms. So this afternoon, I have my special guest who will be joining me. Help me welcome. First on the list is Aisha Oji, and Aisha is the Director General of the Center for Black and African Arts and Civilization. Please put your hands together for the beautiful Aisha. Intelligent and beautiful. Thank you very much, Aisha. You may. Yes, please. So you are out there as a, yes. So Aisha, please, this second one right here. Thank you. Thanks for indulging us. Also, let's make welcome lady who's been at all the fashion shows, and she was just telling me that, Bola, my background is not fashion. I'm actually into fintech. My passion is fashion. But she's here. Clara Pinkra Sam, Chief Executive of Collateral. Clara, thank you very much for joining us. And I know it's going to be an insightful discussion. Thank you, Clara. You may. Also, she was my senior prefect at school some many years ago as a girls prefect. Joining us, Constance Swanika, founder and president of Design and Technology Institute. We had a nickname, back in school for her, but I'll keep that for today. Before I get part, please put your hands together for the brilliant and outstanding Constance. Thank you. Thank you. And she's doing some groundbreaking moves. We'll be getting into that. Also, he's an internationally acclaimed DJ, a disc jockey. But this is not your ordinary disc jockey. He's extraordinary. He's been out there as a graduate DJ, moving on to become, an international DJ as well, and holding his masters as well. But we're talking virtual assets, music, and digital platforms. Let's welcome DJ Viroski, ladies and gentlemen. He's managed the best of the best that you can think of, from Kidi to Shatawale to everyone that you can think of, and still in the business. Thank you. Last but not least, let's welcome the people who are making sure that we receive our payments timely. And they've created that wallet we call Akuna Wallet. Kojo Owusu-Achiman is the Chief Executive Officer for Akuna Wallet Africa. Kojo, you're most welcome. Right. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You're most welcome. Right. I would like to start off with you, Clara. You've been out there, like we mentioned, international fashion shows. You're changing narrative. You're going out there, making sure that the youth are also employed. You're shifting the goalpost. Tell us, how do we integrate and merge fashion, film, music, the orange economy, and also make bold fintech moves with that? Clara.
Thank you, Paula. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here. It is very obvious that Africa now has what it takes to move the world to the next level. When it comes to human resource, when it comes to capacity, and obvious, the talent. When we start to view the creative industry from the point of view of enterprises and not just talent, when leaders start to view creatives not as school dropouts, like it used to be many years ago, if you were not too or considered not too intelligent, or there is hardship at home, then you were sent to go and learn how to sew or carpentry and all of that. But if we shift the narrative and see talent as gold that can be tapped into, then we will have policy shaping and building the creative industry to a level where we can cash in to change Africa as a continent, greater than technology is even doing. And because we use technology as an enabler, yes. But if you talk about talent sitting here and what the young people here can do in terms of the creative space, it's about policy, gathering all these capacities and driving it to the advantage of the continent.
Fantastic. Well said in your preamble. And that is why we are super grateful to the central bank for putting this together and treating the orange economy or the creative economy as a very special space. Aisha, you are in this space greatly, and I want to know from you, where do value and royalties, commonly break down? In the market that you're in, African creators, global consumption, how do we align?
Hello, Accra. Good afternoon. Let me try and wake some people up after lunch. Good afternoon. Hi. So for us at the Center for Black and African Arts and Civilization, we're one of the only Pan-African agencies in Nigeria under the Ministry of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy. And our ministry recently concluded a mapping that collated data about the industry. And one of the major problems is not the demand. We have the demand. The whole world is in demand for Africa, for our music, our fashion, our talent, our human resources, as you had said earlier. But it's the pipelines. We lack identifiers, systems where creators can be registered on a platform that allows integrated payments, across whatever it is that they do. We also have an issue when it comes to, obviously, creators identifying and understanding IPs that connect to what they create. So having a system that can integrate the creator data, metadata, as we can see on social media, to payment platforms allows us to expand on that. So the infrastructure is much needed with regards to the metadata, like I said, the rights, understanding and documenting properly to be able to connect to systems that allow us to actually feed into that pipeline without any leakages.
Great. And with that, I want to know are we getting there? Is there a semblance of we graduating steadily?
Yes. You know what is beautiful about Africa? Many of the places are ground zero.
Right.
So where people are struggling to change and fix systems, we can start afresh and start at where the world is today. So yes.
Amazing news, and that's refreshing as well. It leads me to go to Kojo Owusu-Ajiman, CEO of Akuna Wallet Africa. Kojo, I was having a discussion with Mariam, a colleague, and she was just telling us, Bola, why are people now, putting the music? Yes, they'll have to do that. They're free to do that and put it on Spotify or other digital platforms. Can't we create a platform here in Africa that will absorb that so that the money will stay in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Zimbabwe? You are doing that with Akuna Wallet. What are the critical bottlenecks that you've identified in terms of cross-border payments? What are we looking at, and how can we say, look, we have this platform in Ghana, we have the fintech to back it, and the money will stay to grow the economy?
Thank you, Bola. I hope you can hear me. Great. Okay. So first of all, to set the tone, the demand for African creativity, which is arts, music, fashion, you name it, is at an all-time high. The problem has been, how does the money for that creativity come into Africa? In the next 3 years, it's going to be a $500 billion opportunity, right? But only 2% of all global creative economy funds comes to the continent, right? So what we are doing is to try to change that. You said something about what are the bottlenecks. The bottlenecks are the technology. If you look at Europe and US, they saw that creative economy is a high potential field for the economy. So they created payments that fits their use case, right? We haven't done that as the industry has evolved, which is why we're left behind. The good news is the demand is still growing. Everybody wants African music, African crafts, right? So it's time for us to build these systems, which is why we built the Akuna Wallet. It's a homegrown solution we build it with creators, and we've really sat with them, we should sit with them to understand. Creators want to start, those want to scale, those want to grow, right? And what do they need? What kind of platforms are they trying to get money from into the country, right? So what we want to do is you can stay here, export your creativity, but then you can earn from anywhere in the world.
Amazing. When is that kicking off? Is that on stream or is it in a sandbox in a mix?
So the good news is we've been working on this for maybe over a year and a half with the central bank.
Okay.
And this year we got into the sandbox, which means we're piloting. We started onboarding creators into the sandbox program, and so far so good.
Amazing. We just can't wait for that, Kojo, and your team. It leads me to come to the international acclaimed DJ Barowski. Barowski, you've managed artists like Shatta Wale Kidi. You go out there to the UK, the USA, you perform, they pay you out there, the money doesn't come, even if it comes through. How to get it to Ghana? It's frustrating. And it's part of the global earnings that are getting paid. You put your music on YouTube. How do you receive the money? And tell us, pay out, timing fees, understanding royalties. What do you deem as a better payment? And what can we do? Out of this 3I Summit, we want to present what we call the Accra Accord, something that has come up for the creative economy. What would you suggest, Barowski?
Okay, thank you very much, Bola. I think I'll start with I don't like using the word problems because it makes it look very big. So frustrations makes it nicer. Has to do with the payment, like you said. When you put music out there, because we don't have systems like, I'm talking about Ghana, that makes it very easy for you to receive the money. It comes with a whole lot of cost. So now you need to find someone in the States so that they get the money to the person in the States. They have taxes, and we have human taxes. Human taxes are when the guy wants to pocket some 2x4 to also deal with that. So I feel the better payment system would be when we could have fintechs, or we can have a technology that infuses payments directly to Ghana, so that we can have a mobile money service connection or whatever.
I think that is why Akuna is in there. So yes. This summit is also to connect you to networks. So maybe after you can speak to them.
I was even going to say thank you very much, Akuna Wallet. You're going to do business.
So we broker deals here at 3i. So please put your hands together for them. And that's what we want. The creatives. We want to see Kiddy, Stoneboy, Shatawale, and through Akuna Wallet. Ghanaian owned is right here and it sits here. And the enabler is the Central Bank of Ghana. So Oreko and your team, thank you very much for pushing out this. Varowski, I hope it's about time.
Yes. We need our money, please.
Right. So we'll come back to the money bit, but I want to go to Constance Swanika. You are with the Design and Technology Institute. And by the way, congratulations. You actually broke ground for a $28 million 11-acre facility. So you have an institute. Please put your hands together. Women are doing it. They are shifting and shaping the narrative. And it's by Ashesi University. Is that right? Brekusu. Is that correct? So tell us, what is the biggest readiness gap from where you sit, preventing creators from using fintech rails to monetize internationally?
Thank you, Bola. I think a lot of the times people don't recognize that, these are young people that are about to enter a market. So are we even training young people to understand entrepreneurship and everything that it looks like, right? I mean, when I started my business, I studied art in university, but nobody taught me, the science of business. And so I made a lot of mistakes. I had accountants that stole from me. I just didn't understand financial literacy. And so for us at the Design and Technology Institute, everybody studies entrepreneurship. So whether you're doing any of our creative programs, you have to understand and you have to have an entrepreneurial mindset. And so one of the key things that is very crucial is, for me, once you teach young people how to run a business, let's look at the ecosystem. I ran a factory for years till the factory's permit came up and said, oh, by the way, do you know you need a permit? And I'm like, I didn't know there was anything like, the need to have a factory's permit. And of course, we do have all the regulatory things that we have to do. But for a young person, there's no one-stop shop where I want to set up my business. I have to take all the regulatory requirements. How much more understanding, how to make money offline, online. I think what we also don't recognize that access to market for a young person is right now I can start my business on a tabletop. But it means that I've registered my business, I've crossed all the regulatory requirements, and now I have to understand the difficult conversation of fintech. So that's one of the key things that I think is very important for us to recognize as institutions.
Right.
Capacity building for young people.
Capacity building, indeed, and that's what DTI is actually coming in to bridge that gap. I want to come back to you, Aisha, and talk about what CBAAC is doing to standardize rights can be matched, to creators and payments can be audited. What role as a consultancy, what are you doing to actually make sure that there are standards?
The mic doesn't like me. So we call it CBAC to make it easier for everyone. So for us at CBAC, we have an African Financial Conference coming up, which will be reviewing the past, the present, and the future. And for us, we have a research and publication unit that focuses on engaging the academic community. But what we're trying to do with that is to bring all the stakeholders in the room. You see issues like this, what kind of framework can we bring that we can present to the rest of Africa, to the AU, to the different countries? I loved the passionate speech from the Minister of Foreign Affairs earlier, and we continue to speak about connecting. And if Nigeria is not fully integrated, Africa is not fully integrated, forgive me, Nigeria is always in my mouth. So if Africa isn't fully integrated, even with discussions and policy, we're not going to be able to get a system that works. So for us, think about it from the perspective of how fintech supports startups. Why don't we have venture capitalists supporting the future of creatives, because creators create. We don't really know if it's going to be successful or not, but there are identifiable ways, traceable ways, and hopefully with policy creation, auditable ways that creators can engage. So how do we as CBAC connect? After this conference, hopefully the rest of you will be there and we'll be able to come up with a framework that Africa can now follow and hopefully be a voice to lobby for that.
Right, and what is the date so that many of us can try?
July.
In July.
Yes.
But are we really integrating? Do you sense a semblance of that across Africa?
So there is a semblance and there isn't at the same time. But what we've realized with a lot of the fintechs is they don't think from the perspective of just the country they're in. So that already goes to show that it's doable. You know, we're integrating with the rest of the world. So why not on the continent? So the conversations are happening. We wish it could move faster. You know, I'm a creative. I'm a photographer. I've experienced that life. So we wish things could move faster. But an integrated system, we're hoping AFCFTA comes into effect. And that should really help us build something viable.
And hopefully thought leadership programs such as this will actually, you know, push
yes,
this.
I hope the 3I Summit will join us to be voices in making this happen. Thank
You can count on them. Certainly, you can count on us and we'll do that. And still talking about, you know, scaling and going across borders. Clara, I want to come to you. I want to now sit comfortably in my home and I have a creative person at the Arts Center who says, look, this is my portfolio. I'm selling online. There's been an app that you can actually tap, buy for me, and it's well documented. The Makola, you know, woman, our ladies are busy, they are at work. Can we have an interface, a platform where people can go on and say, I want to buy this? I know there's e-commerce platforms and all of that, but to the woman out there in the market, how are we integrating them? How are we bringing them? Are we building enough platforms for them to sell their wares and advertise them? And again, across borders, without monetization becoming too expensive. Clara, how are you doing this and how are you fixing it?
So the questions are two: how I am doing it and how I think it should be done.
That's right.
It's been very difficult, I must say, because it's difficult selling from Ghana to Nigeria or to South Africa than it is to London or America. So the strategy that I used was to skip or pivot from the traditional banking. And what I did as our brand was to register in the US and also register in South Africa. And so we're a South African company, we're a US company. And so we're able to take PayPal, all the, you know, Zelle, everything becomes legal. Because if you don't take a strategy like that and you are selling goods, okay, physical goods, it becomes very, very difficult. I think here what fintechs need to do will be automate, create platforms that are very automated, where you can, you know, creators can have visibility on dashboards, knowing, for instance, that, you know, if it's music, how much is being streamed, their conversions and all of that, you know, that transparency so that there will be trust. Because in all of this as business, the engine for growth is trust. So if there's transparency and there is reliability in payment, settlement resilience is there, then, you know, creatives can know that even if the payment takes 15 days, if it takes 20 days, they can conveniently plan towards it. But until then, you need to bypass the traditional banking system and get onto, you know, multi-currency platforms like Wise and all of that. But when it comes to the women in the market, here, and Constant talked about mentorship. This is where people who have done it before, you know, I believe the central bank, the GIFs, and all the other institutions can get entrepreneurs who have mastered this and go out there and teach. And that alone creates other jobs. There will be people to mobilize these creators to help them sell their goods. And that's another job avenue for the young people to have.
Amazing. Amazing insights there. And Kojo, I saw you smiling all through when Clara was speaking about, you know, payment platforms, so PayPal, Zelle, and all of that. You've created something Ghanaian and African, Akuna wallet. Tell us, how can payment infrastructures such as yours support full royalty? I mean, IP chain rights and all of that. When it comes to onboarding, what are you doing differently? And how can you encourage people like Clara to say, look, yes, you are here in Ghana. Don't register a company in the US or in the UK. We've got you.
Okay. So there are a few things. Firstly, not everybody has the privilege to be able to incorporate in the US, right? So those that have it, that's great for them. But majority don't, which is why we are building for the majority, right? And therein lies the gap, right? Because how can I here create a US company, get a Zelle or a PayPal? It's just not possible for a Ghanaian. PayPal does not onboard Ghanaians, right? So today, if we say we're waiting for PayPal, that 2% of the creative economy dollars that are flowing will stay there, right? So we've built this thing for the Ghanaian context in the sense that as a Ghanaian, when I download this app, I'm getting the equivalent of whatever a US creator, a European-based creator has, which is a global account. I can receive foreign inflows and then spend them locally. And we're using modern technology to do this. The good thing is everything that has been done in the last maybe decade and a half in terms of fintech and the evolution in virtual assets has brought us to this very moment where we can build this thing that we're building, right? So what we're starting with is a tool that allows you to collect money in and spend it locally. On top of that, there's so many other financial services that creators need. And on top of that, we're going to build things like automated royalties, things that allow you to invoice your clients while you're here, and anything else that the creators actually need to scale across the continent.
Amazing, amazing. And it leads me to DJ Varosky. You know, and on royalties, 2 days ago, I actually had a sit down with a veteran high life musician. And he says, for royalties, the whole of last year, he was paid 450 Ghana cedis. And this is a popular high life musician. And it's just because we can't track, Cosga is there, you know, and what are they paying out? Peanuts, because the nightclubs, the restaurants, the pubs are playing their music, but who is tracking to, you know, check and let them get some royalties? I know with your Afrobeats guys as well. Yeah. How are we bridging this gap? Creators, they play the music, they create. How can we build platforms like that? And for me, I think that Central Bank is a plea to you. If we can integrate Cosga and a fintech platform that can say we are monetizing and we have the back of creators to make sure that they also earn a decent income, it's something that we can prevent all those misreporting and people can verify. How are you doing that as an artist, Varosky? Your music is on YouTube. You have over 1 million streams. I don't know how much you earn, but you wish it was here in Ghana.
Yes, I'm glad that you mentioned the, Gamro issue. Because, just like some months ago, I got a call from Gamro.
How much are they paying you?
I was on my way to Tema. They called me.
Yes.
And they were like, they kept calling me to come for it. Then the guy asked me, do I have a mobile money number? And I was like, you want to pay me via Momo? And I asked him how much. He said 80 cedis. I was like,
80 cedis?
Yeah, so how do you want me to drive all the way?
That's under $8 for the year.
Less than $8.
Yes.
Yeah. So, that's one of the major problems we have here in Ghana. So, there are publishing agencies across the world. So artists are now forced to sign on to labels like Sony, Empire, so that they can collect your money for you. So, when it comes to royalties in Ghana, it's nothing. So now the major issue is to find ways of tracking and getting our monies here. But when you sign on to publishing agencies across the world, at least you get some money. Yeah.
Well, interesting. So we have a lot of work to do in that space, and clearly we will do that. Constance, let's talk about programs. You mentioned some of them, training programs so that creators can run and monetize their business. Like you said, we are creative people. Not many people are built for entrepreneurship, so they don't know how to run the books and keep the books. What is your institute doing to help in this regard? Contracts, invoicing, reconciliation. It's tough for the creatives, some of us.
I shared my own story and my own journey as an entrepreneur over the last 26 years, having to reinvent my business 5 times over. I think we take for granted that, a young person really wants to be an entrepreneur. And if you look at the statistics right now, entrepreneurship is really the easiest route, for a young person to enter the workforce or any form of employment. So it's something that what we do at DTI is you can't teach entrepreneurship in a textbook. You know, entrepreneurs have to really practice what it's like to run a business day to day. And so the programs that we run are very practical. They are doing stock taking, procurement, you know, they're running their books. You're making losses. It's okay to make losses, you know, from the sales. But, you know, at the same time, when you make profits, it's not for you to go and buy the next iPhone, you know, to use. But how we teach them to be entrepreneurs is one thing. But I think, you know, I talked about the ecosystem as well that should really make it easy for a young person to set up a business. I see that also as a gap that we really need to cross, you know, a one-stop shop where once we are done, we have entrepreneurs that come out and sometimes it's really difficult to even get them to register their businesses. It's easier to open a bank account these days because, I mean, we do have the Ghana card, so that's easier, but everything else is a bit more difficult. So they still need a lot of hand-holding because after you're done with the incubation, you still can't let them go. You know, you still need to walk a journey with them. And I think we need to be mindful that, you know, the statistics of any young person that enters entrepreneurship, 75% of them would fail. You know, so if the ecosystem is difficult and it's set against me, then what does that look like?
Interesting. So hand-holding is important, mentorship, yes, training, and we need to go out there. We need mentors to go, you know, every now and then and say, look, I'm ready to help you cross this bridge. I'll come to you, Clara, and we're actually closing this session in just about 4 minutes. I want to have your closing remarks. In all of this, for you, your takeaway will be what? And what is it that you're actually charging us to do as a practitioner?
I'm charging all of us to not look down on creatives. I think that if we focus on creatives as gold mines and put in policy, guidance, mentorship, training, we would be able to turn Africa into another world. Just in about 5-10 years, that would be possible.
I love that. That is ambitious, but it's achievable. It is doable. I'll come to you, Aisha, and maybe wrap it up. Financial model, which one do you think that we should? Is it blended finance? Are we looking at grants? Many a times I engage people and say, oh, you know, creatives, your sport and your field, just go for grants, you know, go for loans. And it's as if they look down or disdain us. So you just have to get something and make do with it. What would you say should be that financial model that we should pursue and aggressively?
Well, we still do need all. With grants, I think when it comes to cultural institutions and we look into the value that it can add, a museum can be a lifetime of tourism, a lifetime of investment, a lifetime of revenue, for example. With the younger ones, grants also work. But if you have mixed blended finance, royalty advances leads us to the question of, are we ready with the infrastructure for that? And I think the more we make those demands within the creative sector, the more those issues will be fixed. So we need them all. We need them all.
We need them all, yes. But you go for blended finance.
I would go for blended.
Absolutely. DJ Barowski, as we wrap it up, your closing remarks, and I want you to also stay on maybe cross-border payments. Do you want to push or start a movement where some costs are dropped and maybe settlements are improved?
Yes, I think I would, at this point, be an ambassador for Akuna Wallet, because...
Go Akuna.
Yes, because they are going to make everything very easy. I think that's all we've been fighting for, so that we have taxes dropped, because the taxes on the distribution platforms are like crazy. And it solves a lot of problems where creators think they see like an amount on the app page, thinking that this is how much I'm earning, but before it gets to you in Ghana, it's like nothing. Because there are taxes, because that's the gross. There are lots of things you have to pay before it gets here. So if you have an Akula wallet that's functioning well, it's going to help everybody just get their money they deserve.
Amazing indeed. And also from Constance Swanika, yes, I know that you want to have your closing remarks. We'll come to you, but I want to go to Kojo first. In all of this, Kojo, what message do you want us to take away tonight?
So the African creative sector is a force to reckon with. I think people should pay more attention to the shift that's happening, and we should all contribute so it can contribute to the economy at large.
Certainly. And Constance, maybe you want to wrap it all up for us before we say thank you to our distinguished
I wish I
presenters.
was 25 years ago. I was 25 years ago, again, and I didn't have to walk a very difficult journey. I think, and I'm happy to see, all the officials from Bank of Ghana here, but I think that we take for granted financial literacy, what this means for a young person. So how do we break or demystify, understanding finance? It's a painful journey that I had to walk. And so I would hope that, the ecosystem would make it easier to understand the language of finance.
Certainly. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. Certainly, they've been forthcoming. They've shared with us. Governor and our deputy governors, thank you very much for this platform, for availing it to GIPS. And to all our partners, we say thank you. It has been established here that payment systems are becoming a central layer in enabling, creators to actually scale, monetize, transact, and get across markets. So our message here is simple. Do not disdain the creative economy. As we call it, the orange economy, a lot to play, a lot of money in there. Let's align, let's collaborate, and see us as great shareholders and, of course, stakeholders in all of this. And I believe the next 5 years, like our panelists said, we're actually going to bring in a lot of money, and it's going to stay right here on the continent. Thank you all for joining us. My name is Bolare, and enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nathaniel Kwabna, DC, Chief Executive Officer, EIB Network Limited, has been a masterful moderator. A round of applause for him and his panel as they take a group photo. Financing Africa's creative economy at scale. You have shown us the link between fintech innovation and the growth of Africa's creative economy. Ladies and gentlemen, have deals been struck? Have partnerships been forged? Oh, do we have results to show? Okay, let me give you the evidence of that. The evidence lies with the head Innovation Promotion Office at the Bank of Ghana. Would you please make welcome my sister, Sharon Rose Delali Letha.
Hello. Honorable ministers, the Governor of the Bank of Ghana and visiting governors, senior government officials, our partners, GIPS and GFTN, our sponsors, our distinguished speakers, friends of the media, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Over the past 3 days, Accra has simply not hosted a summit, but Africa hosted a movement. A movement bringing together policymakers, innovators, regulators, investors, founders, development partners, students, creatives from across Africa and beyond, all united with one shared belief that Africa's digital future must be built together. But first, I want to set the scene. When the Bank of Ghana launched the inaugural 3i Africa Summit in 2024, under the theme, Outdooring Africa's Digital Potential, our goal was simple, but ambitious: to spotlight the immense innovation, talent, and opportunities emerging across the continent. In 2025, we advanced that vision further with the call for one Africa, one market, recognizing that Africa's future cannot thrive in fragmented ecosystems and siloed systems. And this year, under the theme, The Next Frontier, Shaping Africa's Integrated FinTech Future, we focused on the real work before us: integration, convergence, standardization, because the future of Africa's digital economy will not be built in isolation. It will be built and implemented through interoperable systems, harmonized frameworks, trusted foundational infrastructure, and cross-border collaboration. The response to this summit has been extraordinary. We planned for just over 3,000 delegates, but instead we recorded over 7,000 registrations and welcomed over 5,000 participants through these doors over the last 3 days. We also brought together over 200 speakers from diverse backgrounds and areas of expertise, while welcoming participants from over 60 countries across Africa and the world. That growth reflects something bigger than this event. It reflects the urgency, optimism, and momentum shaping Africa's digital transformation journey. Throughout the summit, we intentionally curated conversations around the most pressing and in-demand topics for Africa's integration. Across our tracks, you saw borderless payments, virtual assets, digital credit and financial health, digital public infrastructure, and inclusive instant payments. Leaders and experts explored how Africa can unlock seamless trade, inclusive finance, and trusted digital ecosystems at scale. Across these discussions, one clear message emerged: Africa has moved beyond experimentation in digital payments. The focus is now on policy alignment, coordinated implementation, interoperability, trust, and real outcomes. We heard that financial inclusion must now move beyond access to measurable outcomes and financial health. Access alone is no longer enough unless it improves productivity, resilience, and economic opportunities for women, SMEs, youth, and underserved communities. We heard repeatedly that instant payments and digital public infrastructure are no longer optional utilities, but strategic economic infrastructure, just as important as roads, electricity, telecommunications, in enabling trade, innovation, and inclusive growth. We heard that interoperability is the next growth frontier. While the continent has built remarkable domestic digital platforms and payment rails, fragmentation across providers, payment rails, and systems continues to limit the scale and impact. The future requires systems that can be intentionally connected seamlessly across various jurisdictions. Another powerful message was that trust itself is the infrastructure. Trust in cybersecurity, consumer protection, data governance, transparent consent, and dispute resolution would determine whether citizens confidently adopt digital payments and finance at scale. Across the conversations on borderless payments, financial health, virtual assets, speakers emphasized the importance of balanced, principle-based, future-proof regulation, frameworks that enable innovation, while clearly defining risks and boundaries. Importantly, discussions on virtual assets and tokenization moved beyond speculation and focused instead on practical utility, faster payments, cheaper remittances, deeper capital markets, broader participation, and unlocking access to previously inaccessible assets. We also had a strong call for Africa to move from participation to ownership, to stop merely consuming global innovation and instead own its own infrastructure, systems, talent, platforms, and data. And perhaps the most important, we were reminded that technology is not Africa's challenge. It is intentional coordination, alignment, governance, political will, and collaboration. We also recognize that innovation cannot happen without capital, talent, and inclusive participation. Through the Capital Meets Policy dialogue earlier in the morning, we created a space for investors and regulators to engage honestly and scale innovation responsibly. Through Women in Tech and the creative sessions, we highlighted the importance of ensuring that Africa's digital future is inclusive, representative, and borderless. And through the conversations on talent, regulation, and innovation, we acknowledge that Africa's future competitiveness will depend not only on technology, but on the people, institutions that are shaping and regulating that future. But perhaps today, one of the most inspiring moments of this summit came from the youth, because we did not want to speak only about innovation, we wanted to demonstrate it. So through the 3i Africa ITC Tertiary Innovation Challenge, we had 5 young innovators took the stage to pitch bold, practical, transformative solutions, proving that Africa's next generation is not waiting for the future, they are already building it. We proudly celebrate Team NPK innovators from KNUST, our winners for the AI-driven digital farming and financing ecosystem supporting smallholder farmers. We also celebrate Team FinFlux from the University of Cape Coast for our first runner-up for their investment, literacy, and digital wealth building platform for young Africans. And also Equia Trust Labs from KNUST for winning the second runner-up and the ITC Outstanding Personality Award. Beyond the policy forums, plenary halls, the spirit of Africa was alive throughout the summit. At the African market, we saw delegates experience the richness of African enterprise and creativity, from made in Ghana fashion and textiles to cosmetics, crafts, jewelry, food products, and locally made goods that showcase the beauty, culture, and entrepreneurial spirit of our continent. There were fun games and areas of networking to build the next wave of partnerships and friendships. So over these few days, we have seen partnerships formed, ideas challenged, investments explored, visions and commitments aligned. We have had calls for interoperability, calls for regulatory collaboration, calls for digital public infrastructure, and calls for inclusion. Above all, calls for a truly connected, integrated digital economy. The work remains significant, but one thing is very clear. We are no longer asking whether we can participate in the future of digital finance, but Africa is building and shaping that future. If the energy and collaboration and ambition we have witnessed over these past 3 days is anything to go by, and then the future of Africa's integrated fintech system is actually not distant. It is already unfolding before us. And so therefore, I think it's only needful that we must continue the conversation, track progress, and account for the words that we spoke about here again in the next future. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to you, Sharon Rose Delali Litha, Head Innovation Promotion Office of the Bank of Ghana. Please, I appreciate it one more time. And here to make some very key strategic announcements, and ladies and gentlemen, show us the way forward with 3i Africa Summit 2026. Make welcome Second Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Mrs. Matilda Asante Esiedu.
Hello. Okay, my task is very simple. I think since the beginning, the past 3 days, we've had an amazing time having very exciting conversations. We've talked about innovation, we've talked about investment, we've talked about impact. But another thing that we have focused on a lot is integration. And to go beyond talking, I want to tell you and share with you practically some integration achievements that we are delighted to announce today. So in 2024, as part of our engagements at the 3I Summit, Ghana and Rwanda agreed to sign a memorandum of understanding to offer what we called license passporting to enable fintechs to work across the countries where we operate. And I'm delighted to announce to you at the end of today's summit that we have successfully achieved that. So there are 2 fintechs now fully licensed, working in Rwanda, and the reverse is the same for Ghana. Oh, come on. Now, another exciting outcome is that at the governors' roundtable, the governors who were here with us have also agreed to sign on their countries onto this passport licensing. What that means is that all this integration we have been talking about is actually now active. So please, another round of applause for our governors. Now, I'm also pleased to announce a joint cross-border central bank digital currency pilot project between Ghana and Rwanda. Please, another round of applause. Once again, setting the pace. And this is going to be done between our 2 countries. And the project will leverage on the platform. As I'm sure you're aware, the Bank of Ghana already piloted our own CBDC. And so this idea is to take it to the next level. And we are really delighted that our partners, G and D, who helped us in Ghana's pilot, are also going to facilitate between Ghana and Nigeria and Rwanda. See, the Nigerian was looking at me, he's so close. But that is the next frontier, because we have already discussed with the CEO of NIPS that we need to do that. So that's definitely something that we're going to be doing. Ghana and Nigeria are very close next door. Now, this pilot is designed to demonstrate how interoperable digital public infrastructure can support financial inclusion, support innovation, and support regional integration. I'm talking our ability to trade and to transact amongst ourselves as Africans. Importantly, this platform is scalable and intended to support participation, again, from additional central banks across Africa as we face it into the future. And it also emphasizes the spirit of the 3I Africa Summit: innovation, investment, impact. That impact can be achieved through that integration that we have successfully managed to clinch today. Now, I'm going to leave you with some of the use cases on the screen. And very shortly, I'm sure we will bring this to a close, because the governor himself has committed his time, and you'll be hearing from him. We're so grateful, and thank you.
And we're so grateful to you, Second Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Mrs. Matilda Asante Esiedu. Today, we showcase the strength of the 3I Africa Summit, a part of a growing ecosystem of globally recognized gatherings shaping the future of finance, innovation, and inclusion. We're pleased to present to you one of our sister platforms. It is the Singapore FinTech Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, this festival will take place from the 18th to the 20th of November 2026. It serves as a global nexus where policymakers, financial institutions, innovators, and technology leaders converge. It is designed to spark meaningful collaboration at the intersection of financial innovation, evolving regulation, and emerging technologies, which will create a platform where ideas become real-world solutions. Would you like to learn more? Would you want to be a part? Please take out your phones and scan this code. Have you accessed the code? Are we okay? For those having problems, I understand. Singapore is far away. Let me bring you closer home. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to partner with the Inclusive FinTech Forum in Kigali. How many of us have heard of it? Amazing platform. It takes place from the 16th to the 18th of March 2027. You don't want to miss that for anything. The forum brings together regional and global leaders committed to harnessing fintech as a driver of economic inclusion and sustainable development across Africa and beyond. Please, let's have a deep sense of this forum with a video, and then we can take a shot of the scan code too.
Welcome to this beautiful city, Kigali, and this magnificent country, Rwanda, offering us the space to host the third Inclusive FinTech Forum for 2026. This year's theme is shaping the future of inclusive finance, particularly innovation, impact, and connection. Across the continent, fintech innovation is reshaping how people save, how people invest, transact, and build businesses. In this kind of forum, this is the best time to actually meet people that we can work with to solve that problem and advance the future of our continent. The next frontier is to build enduring companies that connect the continent and unlock inclusive economic opportunity for over 1 billion people that we have here. And that future is what we're building together with all of you in this room. The partnership nurtured through this Inclusive FinTech Forum gives us confidence that we can navigate the complexity of this digital age with wisdom and purpose. As we conclude this IFF 2026, let us move forward not with posing words, but with commitment, actions. Let us turn insights into impact, dialogue into delivery, and ambition into action for Africa and for the world.
So, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. It is the Inclusive FinTech Forum happening in Kigali from March 16 to 18, 2027. We hope to see you all there in the land of 1,000 hills. And now, to bring closure to 3 days of fruitful, constructive, and bold deliberations is our gracious host. Make welcome the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, yours truly, Dr. Johnson Pandit Esiama.
Thank you very much. I'll use this one. Hello. Thank you very much. I believe we need a louder round of applause for all of us. Good job, well done. So it is my honor to bring to closure the proceedings. We started barely 3 days ago, looking at various dimensions of this program. And although this is the climax of it all, it is certainly not an end. It is rather the beginning, as you have seen. For us, we are taking things forward. This climax signals the continuation of innovation, advancement of our digital financial ecosystem, as Matilda has outlined. So on behalf of the Bank of Ghana, it has been an honor for us to host yet again this summit. And we did it in partnership with GIPS and the GFTN. We want to extend our profound appreciation to all the participants. Some have had to leave rather early. Regulators from other countries, policymakers, fintech investors, institutional investors, startups. We've had government officials as well as others. So this year's summit themed the next frontier, shaping Africa's integrated fintech future. The team built on the momentum of the 2024 and 2025 editions. In 2025, our aim was to unleash Africa's fintech and digital economic potential. And in 2025, we deepened that charge under the banner of One Africa, One Market. Finally, this year, we arrived at the next frontier by structured implementation. The team enabled deeper and more focused discussions on advancing Africa's digital financial ecosystem through the adoption of emerging technologies, as well as the strengthening of regulatory frameworks and institutional capacity, as well as deepening relevant partnerships towards achieving our critical goals. While I'm confident that the expectations of these discussions have been met, it is imperative that deliberate and coordinated actions follow from here in order to translate dialogue into tangible outcomes. The engagements over the past 3 days, spanning from the main stage plenaries, the Innovation Hub, thematic tracks, technical sessions, policy dialogues. We also had a governance roundtable and the Capital Meets policy dialogue. These have all been both purposeful and forward-looking. The rich discussions that took place in the halls of this arena collectively point us towards what I describe as a rebirth of Africa's digital and financial ecosystem. Colleagues, a rebirth signifies renewal and growth. These attributes are evident in the youthful and dynamic nature of Africa's digital financial ecosystem, talking about its agility, its expanding opportunities, and its immense potential. At the same time, this rebirth brings to light the challenges and complexities that are inherent in a developing system. And notwithstanding these challenges, the ecosystem presents a compelling opportunity, one that must be nurtured and strategically guided to deliver sustainable and inclusive growth for the continent. So before I proceed, let me permit me to illuminate some of the achievements of Ghana, but I'll cut that short. The macroeconomic story is already well known. We have done a few things. The Virtual Asset Providers Act, Service Providers Act has been passed. We are building on it. The Digital Credit Service Providers Framework, the directive is already out there. The Cyber and Information Security Directives, among others. All these we are going ahead with. We are setting up an innovation hub going forward. Suggestions are that we should have these in every region so that the youth of this country can have greater opportunities. We're talking about setting up a separate legal framework for fintech regulation. So far, we have the Payment Systems Act that is doing the job. But going forward, we are thinking of separating, having a separate act for fintech regulation. And then we will be building on the framework to launch the Continental FinTech Sandbox going forward. And then finally, we'll be operationalizing the National FinTech Inclusion Program, the National FinTech Inclusion Program. So for us, the most important indicator is one that reflected in every conversation, in the halls and rooms over the past 3 days, a renewed confidence. We have seen confidence in African policy and innovation. So as I near the conclusion of my speech, I would like to reiterate to my fellow financial regulators and government officials that the work of harmonization of financial systems, of license passporting, of supervisory convergence, these will not be buried under these conversations. We have to continuously champion and support its advancement. So to our esteemed investor partners, the moment to engage the African opportunity is right now. It is now. We seek capital that is patient with partnerships that are enduring to share our value. And to our funders and innovators, please engage early with your regulator. Invest in governance with the same intensity you will invest in growth. Treat consumer trust as a strategic asset that it truly is. The 3i Africa Summit 2026 hereby draws to a close now. However, as I said, the work has just begun. We have now set in motion the actual work, and it is only just beginning. Let us carry forward its outcomes from Accra into your central banks, into your countries, into your ministries, and into your boardrooms. Let us sustain this momentum into the next summit and ultimately into a continent. Our sincerest gratitude goes to my fellow governors, some of whom have had to go, and dignitaries who honored our invitation and played critical roles across the last 3 days. A world-class summit of this kind can never be a solo event. And the 3i Africa Summit is grateful to the Bank of Ghana, to GIBS, GTFN, for collaborating to spearhead innovation impact and investment in Africa. Our profound gratitude also to our platinum sponsors, Mobile Money FinTech Limited, MTN Momo, for being our platform sponsor, and also Tanzama and Mojalo. To our gold sponsors, PwC and Jomo, we are grateful for your investment. A special thank you to our silver sponsors, Fidelity, Stellar Development Foundation, and the likes. And a special thank you to Belacqua, Fresh Drops, and JP Petroleum, and others for being our hydration and energy sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the very last event this evening. I'm told there's something happening at the beach rave, which is not very far from here. It is taking place this evening, the Sandbox Beach Club, I'm told. This gathering offers a relaxed setting for us to continue engagement where we may strengthen the connections forged over the course of this summit. So I will use this moment to specially celebrate the 3i Africa Summit project team, the team of young men and women. Let's give them an applause. Indeed, your relentless effort has paid off nicely. This has been a very well organized and beautiful 3i Summit this year. So on behalf of the Bank of Ghana, our co-host, the GFTN and GIBS, and the people of the Republic of Ghana, I want to thank you all sincerely for honoring our invitation to this summit. I wish you all a safe journey back home. We look forward to seeing you at the next summit. Thank you very much.
And ladies and gentlemen, I ask that we all rise, put our hands together, and celebrate the Governor of the Bank of Ghana for ushering us into yet another successful 3i Africa Summit. But it's certainly not complete without, ladies and gentlemen, the head of fintech and innovation. Put your hands together for Reku. Reku, let's have you on stage. Together with the head of Innovation Promotion, Sharon Letha. Let's have both of you on stage. A round of applause for them. Wow. And they certainly make teamwork look so beautiful, Governor. Let's have you in the middle together with your dream team. Please, let's celebrate them. A round of applause. And right about now, ladies and gentlemen, help me invite or welcome the entire project team, the 3I project team. Mr. DJ, let's give them some song. I'm a piano. Oh, come on. We're going for a party after this. Let's have a party right about now. Behold the 3I Africa project team. Ladies and gentlemen, they are yours for celebration. Oh, come on. Let's have some music right about now. Wow. Put your hands together for the team. And the celebration certainly isn't complete without the first and second deputy governors of the Bank of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, please make them welcome as they join. It's a celebration. What speech are you playing again? Ah, this guy will not make it to heaven. And so now let us invite our collaborators, the GFTN, together with Gibbs. The party gets interesting because it's my pleasure to invite our ambassadors to also join us. Let's have all our ambassadors join us. 3I Africa Summit ambassadors. Please join us on stage. Have you resigned your ambassadorial duties? Please join us. They like to be cheered with a round of applause as they come, you know. And finally, all our speakers, please join us for one family photo. All our speakers, please join us. All our speakers. All right. As Shakespeare would put it, when do we three meet again? Will it be in lightning, thunder, or in rain? Well, Governor, together with the entire celebration team, I ask that you turn around as I show you where we will meet next. The next meeting, ladies and gentlemen, is in Accra, Ghana, from May 4th to 7th for 3I Africa 2027. Put your hands together. And so now it falls to you, Governor, together with all your collaborators, the GFTN and Gibbs, to officially declare this summit duly closed.
So we hereby declare this summit officially closed. But it's not over yet. We are meeting again at the beach. What is the name of the place? Sandbox Beach this evening. See you all there. Thank you.
And so for all of you who remain, I ask that you turn around with your phones in your hands. Are we ready? Just turn around with your phones in your hands. We're going to do one big picture together. Are we ready? Governor, you've never taken a selfie before. Where's the governor's phone? Please, the governor will lead us in the selfie. No, Masa. Wait till you become a governor. Wait till you become a governor. Let the governor take his own selfie. Don't worry. Let the governor lead the selfie. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Bring it down, bring it down, bring it down. Bring the music down. So we say 3i Africa Summit, and we say innovation, investment, impact. 3i Africa Summit 2026. For the last time, 3i Africa Summit 2026. We'll see you all in May 2027. Good night, goodbye, and let's have a party right about now.
No, Jerry, this your DJ is not doing everything. Congratulations. Good job done. Yeah, that's my
It's a pre.
In November 2025, the Bank of Ghana published Ghana's policy position on virtual assets service providers, setting out for the first time a clear and data-based framework for how Ghana reached this very market. In December 2025, Parliament passed the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2025 and 1154, and the President central to it, giving Ghana one of the most comprehensive virtual assets framework on the continent. To operationalize this framework, the Bank of Ghana established the Virtual Assets Regulatory Office, BARO, working alongside the Securities and Exchange Commission, Financial Intelligence Center. The samples went with its testing, but passing the law is the beginning of its year. Before online access becomes operational, we need to understand how these technologies behave in green conditions with free users and free money. That is why, in January 2026, the Bank of Ghana committed entities to 8 regulatory samples for a one-year operation. Together, they help us element those regulatory frameworks and first protection system ecosystem. Introducing the TG Service Space, one of the use cases climate solutions is particularly significant. You're a big woman. Johnson has developed a virtual asset sustainable and one-to-one to the guns. It is designed to engage users, including will now see a demonstration for responsibilities targeted Nigeria. I'm very active on that. And settlement process the settlement division with their experience.
You'll be more than me. You'll be more than me. Alex, governor is coming.